Chapter 1198. Other than the heated discussions about the Beidou school and their undisguised admiration for the sect leader of Beidou school, most of the people in the pugilistic world were whispering about the Yao Mountain mummies. The entire pugilistic world now knew that while they were fighting for the immortal abode with all their might, the Tenryu sect had laid a huge trap beneath their feet. The Tenryu sect had sucked the blood out of all the dead and injured. This kind of strange thing, everyone had only seen it in ghost stories. They had never encountered it in real life. Now that they really encountered it, everyone felt a chill down their spines and goosebumps appeared on their skin as they thought about it. However, humans were always curious. Who could resist it? Whenever they had free time, they would look around and discuss in hushed voices. As for whether the Tenryu sect was behind it or whether they had any evidence, who would care? In any case, the Tenryu sect was already mysterious to begin with. Now, they had been given a strange outer coat. Zhang Xiaohua hid in the carriage and listened to the discussions by the roadside. Her lips curled into a smile. That day, she had exposed the Tenryu sect on Yao Mountain with the intention of causing the Tenryu sect to be in a terrible fix. The more chaotic the Tenryu sect was, the more chances she would have to bring Meng Meng out of the Tenryu sect openly. She would not be in such a difficult situation now. The carriage moved very slowly and only arrived near Yao Mountain on the fourth day. Along the way, although they met many people from the pugilistic world, they had just gone through a near-death experience and were mentally exhausted. Moreover, many disciples from different sects were traveling together. Zhang Xiaohua's group of 10 unescorted carriages was, of course, a little eye-catching, but they did not encounter any trouble. On the third day, the carriage bumped into the Yuli Alliance, which was heading towards Pingyang City. Zhang Xiaohua did not want to expose her whereabouts and only brought Nie Qianyu to meet Valley Head Nie. She instructed him to go to the Misty School first and wait for Zhang Xiaohu to return from Yao Mountain before meeting him. After a few days of recuperation, Valley Head Nie's injuries were much better. Nie Qianyu was happy to see that her father was fine. She gave him the meridian soothing elixir that she had obtained from Zhang Xiaohua. Valley Head Nie was pleasantly surprised and bowed to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua avoided the bow, saying that she was the one who gave it to Nie Qianyu and did not dare to accept it. Valley Master Nie understood what Zhang Xiaohua meant. Although he felt regretful, he also felt gratified. Every family's parents would always think for their children first. Nie Qianyu would enter Beidou school and live in Yao Mountain immortal abode in the future. This kind of immortal fate was envied by tens of thousands of people in the pugilistic world. If he did not have such an opportunity in the future, then it was nothing. Nie Qianyu was a little reluctant to part with her father. Everything from the past flashed before her eyes. In the past, no matter how far she had traveled or how much danger she had taken, her roots were always in Rejuvenation Valley and she was always with her father. What about the future? She was a disciple of Beidou school. Not to mention whether it was convenient to enter and leave Yao Mountain immortal abode, just the distance between Yao Mountain and Rejuvenation Valley was more than a dozen days' journey. Zhang Xiaohua understood Nie Qianyu's thoughts. Seeing her return to the carriage unhappily, she could only sigh slightly. Valley Head Nie was not Mr. Liu, nor was he Elder Yu or Qiu Tong. Rejuvenation Valley was a sect in the pugilistic world. Before Beidou school had a firm foothold, he could not casually agree to anything. From afar, everyone lifted the carriage curtains from time to time to look at Yao Mountain, which was getting closer and closer. They wanted to see Yao Mountain immortal abode's appearance. However, although it was a warm winter day and the sky was clear, Yao Mountain immortal abode was shrouded in a faint white fog. Only the faint outline of Yao Mountain immortal abode could be seen clearly. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This is one of the concealment methods of immortal abode." Previously, when it was born, it was a sign that no one was controlling it. Those strange phenomena all consume vital energy. Now that the vital energy of heaven and earth is not sufficient, this immortal mansion also has to live a tight life. Ha ha ha. Nie Qianyu laughed when she got off the carriage. This Xiaohua, Yao Mountain is still far away. Why did you get off the carriage here? Mother isn't tired. Let's go up the mountain as soon as possible. Guo Sufei looked at the towering Yao Mountain and frowned. It's okay, mother. You don't have to climb the mountain. Xiaohua is strong. Just let him carry you. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Hee, mother, let's go home. How can we climb the mountain? If you really climb the mountain, you won't even be able to touch the door of immortal abode. As Zhang Xiaohua spoke, he took out a cross-shaped Dharma artifact from his money pouch and threw it to the ground. He infused it with a Dharma seal and the Dharma artifact disappeared. Not long after, a milky white halo about 10 feet wide appeared where the Dharma artifact was. This is. Zhang Kai said curiously, this circle of light is, do we enter through this circle of light? Zhang Xiaohu had seen immortal abode's methods and understood a little. Mother, father, wait a moment. This is the first time I've used this method to enter immortal abode. Let me try it first. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and stepped into the circle of light. She cast a spell and with a flash of light, her figure disappeared. After a moment, another flash of light appeared and Zhang Xiaohua's figure reappeared. She said with a smile, Mother, Father, and Mr. Liu, come here first. I'll bring you in. Why is it so troublesome? Zhang Xiaolong said, if you're not here, won't we be unable to enter immortal abode? Hee, isn't your family's Byron able to swallow the mansion guarding spiritual steel? With the mansion guarding spiritual steel, there's a staircase on Yao Mountain that leads directly to the gate of immortal abode. But look, there are many martial artists around Yao Mountain. If they see, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. And then you'd better let Byron learn this circle of light. Otherwise, it'll be very troublesome. Zhang Xiaolong blinked and said. Don't worry, big brother. When I'm familiar with immortal abode, I'll make some jade talismans for you to enter and exit. We don't need these complicated things, okay? While the two of them were talking, Zhang Kai, Guo Sufei, and Mr. Liu entered the circle of light. Zhang Xiaohua looked and said, Big brother, sister-in-law, and Byron, come in too. When the three of them stepped into the circle of light, Zhang Xiaohua cast a spell and the 7 figures disappeared. Guo Sufei stood in the circle of light and held Zhang Kai's hand. She felt her body sink and her vision swayed. Before she could close her eyes, the scene in front of her changed greatly. Was this really Yao Mountain? How can there be such a big lake? Guo Sufei exclaimed. Mr. Liu had been to Yao Mountain before. He didn't remember there being a lake on Yao Mountain. He could only look at Zhang Xiaohua with a face full of surprise. Mother, there's no lake on Mount Yao. This is Immortal's abode, and the lake in Immortal's abode is, where we'll live in the future. You stay here for a while, I'll bring second brother and the others in. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and disappeared again. Although Zhang Xiaohua had obtained the mansion guarding spirit steel, he could only refine one layer. He still couldn't control most of the places in Immortal Abode. After thinking for a long time, he decided that the only place next to the lake was the servant's residence with a lake and trees. It was similar to Guozhuang House. That was why he directly sent his parents here. Not long after, the pitiful Zhang Xiaohua, reduced to a porter, brought the rest of the people and 10 carriages to the shore. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. No one expected Yao Mountain to have such a beautiful lake and mountain scenery. Senior brother sect leader, is this our immortal abode? This is really too big, isn't it? In the future, are we going to live here? Although O Yen had seen the world, she could only stammer as she asked. This is nothing. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. This. I won't hide it from you. This is just the servants' living quarters. The space it occupies is less than half of the entire immortal abode. Ah! Everyone was shocked. Zhang Xiaohu said incredulously, Xiaohua, you're bragging again. How is that possible? Zhang Xiaohua took out the mansion-guarding spiritual steel and pointed at the golden part. I can only refine 10% of this mansion-guarding spiritual steel. Therefore, we can only live in the lowest level place for now. This lowest level place is already so big. Isn't the entire immortal abode even bigger? As if this wasn't convincing enough, she patted the mansion-guarding spiritual steel. Everyone's eyes flashed and they arrived at another cliff. Look, there are 9 pavilions here. We're living in the white one. As for the other 8, we can't go to them yet. Moreover, this is only a part of the immortal abode. As for the other places, I don't know, sect leader Run, this pavilion doesn't seem right. We were at the lakeside just now. Elder Yu said curiously. Elder Yu, why don't you try stepping on that praying mat? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Elder Yu hesitated for a moment before stepping on it. The praying mat flew toward the white pavilion. Father, Mother, Mr. Lu, let's use this too. It's quite fun. Zhang Xiaohua saw the envy in Shui Tiantian's eyes. She waved her hand and said, Disciples, go. Yes, Master. Shui Tian and Ji Xiaohua said in unison and ran over. Each of them took a praying mat and flew over. Zhang Xiaohu was also tempted. Seeing that his parents were hesitating, he couldn't help but urge, Father, Mother, there's Xiaohua. There won't be any danger. Just treat it as fun. Zhang Kai laughed. Only then did he step on the praying mat and look down at the sky. He felt a little dizzy. Zhang Xiaohua hurried over and supported him with one hand. She smiled and said, Father, I'll go with you. As they spoke, the two of them each took a praying mat and floated in the air, flying towards the pavilion. With Zhang Xiaohua supporting him, Zhang Kai mustered up his courage. After flying for a while, he opened his eyes and looked around. He listened to the sound of the wind and laughed. Son, Father also became an immortal for a while today. Everyone behind him was relieved when they heard Zhang Kai's laughter. Guo Sufei, Mr. Lu, and the rest also got onto the praying mats with the help of Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian. When everyone entered the main hall, Zhang Xiaohua and the rest were already waiting inside. Chapter 1199. How is it? Is it fun? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. It's fun, it's fun. Shui Tian said first. Seeing Shui Tiantian's happy expression, as if he had escaped from the sorrow of losing his father, Zhang Xiaohua was also happy and said, Do you still want to play? Shui Tian hesitated for a moment and said honestly, Disciple wants to, but there's still a long time, let's play slowly in the future. Don't get tired of playing, otherwise, there won't be any more fun in the future. Elder Yu pointed at the door and said, Sect Master Ren, the lake, is behind us? Yes, Elder Yu, please. When everyone walked out of the palace, sure enough, there was a pool of clear water rippling with the wind and lush green trees. Although it was a plain scene, it had the aura of an immortal. What a good place to go. Mr. Lu praised, to be able to spend one's entire life here, it's not a waste of one's life. Xiaohua, this lake, how do we get there? Zhang Kai was very sensitive and noticed. Isn't that right, Father? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. This small boat requires the use of true qi, otherwise, it would require the use of oars. Wait a moment, I'll go out and find an ordinary boat and oars. Senior brother Sect Master, are the things in the main hall, used for cultivation? Zhang Pinger asked again. You guys are really impatient. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the curious faces of her disciples and turned to Zhang Kai and said, "Father, let's go back first. This immortal residence will be ours in the future, we have plenty of time to enjoy it." As she spoke, she waved her big sleeves, and the scene in front of everyone changed. They were actually at the shore of the lake again. "Tsk, Zhang Xiaohu praised, "Xiaohua, you really have the cultivation of an immortal." "Not at all, second brother, this is all because I used the immortal residence's spiritual steel and used the immortal residence's power. How can I have this kind of magical power?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said. Then, she looked at the pond not far away and the pavilion beside the pond and said, "The pavilions over there are all empty, everyone can choose one, there's no one living in them." "Is there, mine too?" Zhang Xiaohu asked shamelessly. "Hee, there is, but there is only one. Don't fight with my disciple for a place," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Chang'e and Chen Chen had been shocked and curious all the time, so they didn't say anything. Hearing this, they blushed again. "That's enough. Let father, mother, big brother, and big sister-in-law pick first, then your disciple. I'll pick last." Zhang Xiaohu curled his lips. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei looked at the extraordinarily exquisite small building and said happily, "This. Do we still need to choose? Which one, is something we can't even dream of." After the elders had chosen at random, Nie Qianyu and the others found a small building that they liked. Of course, Ji Xiaohua and Shui Tian lived in the same building. Qiu Tong didn't have to choose and lived with O Yen. In the end, there were still a lot of small buildings left. Zhang Xiaohu didn't stand on ceremony and chose one for himself. Chang'e and Chen Chen also chose one next to Zhang Xiaohu. "Well, big brother, second brother, second brother, second brother, second brother, you put the things in the carriage with father and mother. I'll take the food and other things later. I'll take my disciples to the front, what about Byron?" Lu Qian smiled. "Of course he will go. He is the chief disciple of Beidou school." Zhang Xiaohua took Zhang Byron with a smile. Zhang Byron looked around with his eyes wide open, as if he was also very curious and liked it very much. "Let's go." Zhang Xiaohua waved her big sleeve and they all disappeared. When they appeared again, they were in the main hall of the Lingxiao Palace. This place is. Although everyone had used the praying mat just now and had flown through the air, but, even Nun Jingyi and Master Changsheng were dazed by the scene. How could they control themselves? After a long while, O Yen heaved a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, "Senior Martial Brother Sect Leader. Are we in the sky? If he accidentally falls down, will he die?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Why don't you take a step forward and see?" O Yen stood carefully on the white cloud and didn't dare to move. After hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, she suppressed the violent beating of her heart and took a small step forward. O Yen only felt that her body was floating, like a fallen leaf in the wind. She slid forward slightly and there were still faint white clouds under her feet. O Yen had only taken one step, but Shui Tian had already run several steps ahead of her. Suddenly, everyone was overjoyed. They floated around the main hall, but, no matter how they floated, they couldn't cross the boundary of the red clouds. How about Byron? Zhang Xiaohua had an idea and put Zhang Byron in the air. Immediately, a white cloud formed under Byron's body. Zhang Xiaohua pointed to the throne in the center and smiled, "Go, Byron, go there." When Byron heard this, he staggered and slowly flew towards the center. Unfortunately, out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations, when Zhang Byron reached the border of the red clouds, he was also blocked. Zhang Byron patted the invisible barrier in front of him and opened his small mouth, about to cry. Byron, don't cry. Master will take you there. Zhang Xiaohua carried Zhang Bairen and appeared on the central throne in a flash. Zhang Bairen saw this and laughed loudly. He struggled out of Zhang Xiaohua's arms and slowly walked around the central throne, playing. Cough, cough. All right, disciples. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the 5 disciples in the main hall and coughed. Yes, master. Ji Xiaohua and Shui Tian stopped and bowed to salute. Yes, senior brother. Nie Qianyu, Zhang Ping'er, and O Yan also stopped and bowed. Yes, yesterday, I announced the opening of Beidou School in front of everyone in the martial arts world. But you were all in Huanxi Mountain Villa, so you couldn't see yesterday's grand occasion. Now, my Beidou School, 6 disciples are gathered in this Lingxiao Palace. It was the biggest occasion since the opening of my Beidou School. Master, there is still a junior brother? How old is he? When will he come? Shui Tian asked. That junior brother of yours, is called Chu Jing. He's not much older than Bai Run. He's also a dying child. He should be on his way now. Perhaps he'll arrive in 10 days or so. At that time, our Big Dipper sect will really be complete. Congratulations, senior brother. Congratulations, senior brother. Our Beidou School has finally opened in Yaoshan. Nie Qianyu and the other 2 junior sisters said in unison. Yes, everything is difficult at the beginning. My Beidou School opened yesterday because we have a very high starting point. You are also standing at a higher place than others. However, these are all external factors. If you want to step on the path of immortality, you need to work hard and study hard to achieve great success. Yes, we will follow Master's instructions. Everyone bowed to salute. Yes, there is no need to be so restrained. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, look at your senior brother, he is still playing at my feet. When Zhang Bairen heard himself mentioned, he raised his head and tilted his head to the side with a smile. Everyone laughed. That day, when I called myself the Beidou School, it was just a casual remark. I didn't really want to open this school. However, since I got such an immortal opportunity and took the Yaoshan immortal abode, if I don't do something, I am afraid I will be punished by the heavens. Therefore, even though all of you have different aptitudes and different experiences, but I have accepted all of you as my disciples. As for me, I am also an unorthodox cultivator. Therefore, in the future, I will at most play a little role in guiding you. Everything will depend on yourselves. Then he pointed at Nie Qianyu and the others and said, although Nie Qianyu and O Yan are both women and can't practice martial arts, their aptitudes are also different. Nie Qianyu's Carefree Heart Sutra has already made a little progress. If she meets the right conditions, she will be able to set foot on the path of immortality. Perhaps she will be good at formations. O Yan? You are already old and haven't been able to practice the Heart Sutra. I don't know what your future is. O Yan smiled and said, to be able to live in this immortal abode and accompany my senior sisters and martial nephews is already the greatest fortune of my life. Whether I have any achievements in cultivation or not, I am happy. Great kindness. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and said, if you always have this kind of attitude, I am afraid you can also achieve something. Then, she pointed to Zhang Ping'er and said, Zhang Ping'er, your martial arts are excellent. You can only walk the path of cultivation through martial arts. Although you have a starting point, your future achievements will be limited. Oh, this is just my guess. Everyone has different experiences. Didn't you see your second martial uncle? Although he also entered the path of cultivation through martial arts, I am afraid his future achievements will be higher than Abbess Jing Yi of the Cult of Fragrance. Hearing this, Zhang Ping'er was happy. She bowed and said, I was abandoned by the Cult of Fragrance. I am lucky to have a place to settle down. Fortunately, senior brother sect leader accepted me into the Beidou school and gave me such a bright future. How can I not work hard? Even if I don't have any great cultivation, I am deeply grateful. You don't have to be grateful. Everything has a cause and effect. Your achievements may not be bad. Then, she looked at Zhang Bairen under her feet and said with a smile, this boy. I won't say anything. Since he could swallow the life-guarding spiritual tablet of the Yaoshan immortal abode, his achievements will not be bad. It's just that he is still young. You just need to take care of him. Yes, senior brother sect leader. We understand. The three of them bowed and said. You, Xiaohua Ji, among the younger disciples, you are the one with the worst aptitude. Zhang Xiaohua pointed at Ji Xiaohua and said. Yes, I understand. I am already satisfied to be able to become your disciple and learn a few fist techniques. I have never thought about the immortal arts. Ji Xiaohua answered honestly. Heaven gave you some luck. You don't need to get up and come to my door. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, if you don't have such a fate, how can you have karma with me? I have also benefited a lot from you. How can I not return it to you? Moreover, you have a simple personality. You have a good foundation for cultivation. Your achievements may not be bad in the future. Thank you, Master. Ji Xiaohua bowed and said. Well, Shui Tian, you are the one with the best aptitude among all the disciples. You have been practicing the fist of the North Star since you were young. It can be said that you have an inseparable connection with my Beidou school when you entered the school. Although, you used to be in the Misty School, but, there is karma in the unseen world. Your fate will come in the end. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote. Chapter 1200. Thank you for your guidance, Master. If you hadn't accepted me as your disciple, I'm afraid I would have been stranded in Jianghu. Shui Tian was also very serious and respectful at this time. Yes, although your starting point is very high, but, there's also one thing that's not good. There's martial arts internal energy in your meridians, and your cultivation of the Big Dipper magical fist is also wrong. It's not easy to slowly correct it now, I know. I will use great perseverance to overcome these difficulties. If Master can destroy my martial arts cultivation, I'm willing to cultivate again. Shui Tian gritted his teeth and said. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she couldn't help but be moved. She clapped her hands and said, you have such great perseverance, you can cultivate successfully. It's just that this method is not reliable. The martial arts meridians and the immortal meridians are the same. Even the Dantian has many cultivation methods that are the same. If I destroy your internal energy, won't you be unable to cultivate the immortal path? Shui Tiantian's face turned red. He lowered his head and said, I'm ignorant, but I'll listen to Master's instructions. It's fine. With such great perseverance, what can't you achieve in this world? My Beidou school's Worry-Free Heart Sutra cultivates the middle Dantian. It's different from the lower Dantian that you cultivate in martial arts. The two may not conflict. You can cultivate as much as you want. Shui Tiantian's face was filled with joy. He bowed and said, thank you, Master. Senior brother sect leader, can I do the same? Zhang Ping'er asked impatiently. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. However, if you cultivate again from the beginning, it's not as convenient as cultivating through martial arts. Yes, I understand. Zhang Ping'er gritted her teeth and said, I'm willing to cultivate again. It's all up to you. I've also just started cultivating, so I don't know what's best. Zhang Xiaohua said, however, since you've all chosen, don't regret it. No one knows what the future will be like. As long as you put in the effort, you'll definitely reap the rewards. We understand. All the disciples bowed. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua looked at Little Black and Xiaohua, who were sitting obediently on Ji Xiaohua's shoulder and looking at everything in the hall curiously. They glanced at her from time to time and seemed to be a little reluctant and a little scared. She said, "These two little things. I learned from the incense cult. I don't even know their background. I only know that their mothers are called Yellow Wind and Black Lightning." When Zhang Ping'er heard this, she covered her mouth in shock. These two vicious beasts were known to the disciples of the incense cult. The two of them can be Beidou School's guardian beasts. Zhang Xiaohua said. She was also talking to Little Black and Little Yellow in her mind. How could these two little things know? He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a puzzled expression. Alright, actually. I got most of my cultivation from the Carefree Heart Sutra. This Carefree Heart Sutra is one of the cultivation methods you all can cultivate. As for the cultivation method, jade slips in the White Pavilion's hall, as well as the immortal tools and other items, you all can cultivate them. Of course, didn't I just say that the cultivation methods in the White Pavilions are the most basic? With my cultivation, I can only break the restrictions in these pavilions and obtain these cultivation methods. If your cultivation in the Immortal Tao reaches a higher level in the future, you can break the restrictions in the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple pavilions. Then, all of you can cultivate the higher level cultivation methods inside. Think about it. I only have the cultivation method in the White Pavilion. If you all can successfully cultivate the cultivation method in the Purple Pavilion and reach the purple cloud in the center of the throne, then, in this world, who will be a match for you? Her words filled everyone's eyes with hope. They all clenched their fists and looked like they were going to work hard. Right, I forgot that the cultivation of the Way of Immortality relies on the Yuan Qi of Heaven and Earth. The Yuan Qi of Heaven and Earth in the Immortal Mansion is abundant. However, I need to make a spirit gathering array for you all to help your cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and patted her forehead. A spirit gathering array? What's that? Nie Qianyu asked curiously. All of you, follow me. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and picked up Zhang Bairen. With a flick of her sleeve, the scene in front of everyone changed again. Although they were still floating in the air, it was pitch black above them. There was almost no light. Don't worry, watch me. Zhang Xiaohua said. She put Zhang Bairen down and took out the mansion guarding spiritual steel. It emitted a hazy light, illuminating the surroundings. This was the place where the phoenix was suppressed in the immortal mansion. Zhang Xiaohua put away the 9 immortal treasures and the mansion guarding spiritual steel. The wasteland formed by the Yuan Qi of Heaven and Earth was also destroyed. There was only some gradually increasing and chaotic Yuan Qi of Heaven and Earth left. After taking out the mansion guarding spiritual steel, Zhang Xiaohua patted the belt around her waist. Countless 5-colored chalcedony flew out from the belt. Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and thought for a while. Then, she placed her left hand on the mansion guarding spiritual steel. She formed another seal and hit the chalcedony one by one. As Zhang Xiaohua inserted the seals, the chalcedony gradually emitted a brilliant light. Go, after the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Zhang Xiaohua pointed his finger, and all the blue water chalcedony flew into the air. They were like stars in the night sky, arranged in a mysterious pattern. Then, Zhang Xiaohua did the same thing. She sent the other 4 types of chalcedony into the air. But the more she sent, the longer it took. When the last greenwood type chalcedony was in the air, Zhang Xiaohua's face was already pale. Zhang Xiaohua took out a primordial stone and replenished the primordial energy in his meridians. Then, he conjured a spell and spat a mouthful of blood onto the mansion guarding spiritual steel. The spiritual steel exploded with a bang, and a ray of rainbow light flew out and charged towards the five-element spirit-gathering formation that was already set up in mid-air. Go! Just as the seven-colored light hit the formation, Zhang Xiaohua pointed her finger and shouted. The seven-colored light immediately exploded like brilliant fireworks, scattering on the five-colored chalcedony of the five elements gathering formation. Hiss! A series of light sounds, as if a fuse had been ignited, the entire five elements gathering formation lit up. The chaotic yuan qi in the air was gradually attracted by the formation and projected towards it. Above Yao Mountain, the yuan qi of heaven and earth was also attracted by the immortal abode and guided into the formation. All right, it's done. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Looking at the depleted yuan qi in her meridians, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. She relied on her late-stage qi refinement cultivation and the help of the mansion-guarding spiritual steel to barely complete the five elements gathering formation. This, the inheritance of a sect, was really difficult. However, for the time being, Zhang Xiaohua's painstaking efforts were unknown. The five disciples looked at Zhang Xiaohua, not knowing what he was doing. When Zhang Xiaohua said it was done with a pale face, everyone was also at a loss. Looking at the chalcedony that was as bright as the stars, Nie Qianyu whispered, "Senior brother sect leader, are you creating stars?" Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down. Patting her forehead, she said, "This is the five elements gathering formation that I mentioned earlier. In the future, if you want to practice immortal arts, you can practice in this formation. It'll be twice the result with half the effort." "Is that so, then? Thank you, senior brother sect leader." Nie Qianyu looked at the people beside her and bowed. Forget it, forget it. When you know the importance of this formation in the future, it won't be too late to thank me. Zhang Xiaohua helplessly waved her hand. Zhang Bairen was the one who knew what was good for him. While everyone was talking, he had already run into the five elements gathering formation and very comfortably lay down to sleep. "Little black, little yellow, you two go too." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the two little things standing on Ji Xiaohua's shoulder. They were still a little afraid of her and thought to herself. The two little things were stunned, then immediately became happy. They flew over and rolled around in the vitality to play. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua recovered her true qi. She waved her hand and said, "Let's go. I've set up a restriction here. In the future, I'll give you a jade talisman to pass through. When it's time to practice, just come here." As she spoke, she held Bairen in her arms. The two little things were also afraid. They flew in front of Zhang Xiaohua, but they didn't dare to fly on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder anymore. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand why they had such a change. However, they still called her father and mother in their hearts. It was just that they were a little timid. As for Zhang Xiaohua, she didn't know how to ask and could only leave it at that. Returning to the side of the pond, the fine and soft things in the carriage had already been packed. Only the heavy things were waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to start. Zhang Xiaohua didn't delay. She hurried the carriage to the place that Guosufei had already chosen and unloaded them one by one. The small building in the immortal mansion didn't have a stove. Guosufei and Lu Qian walked around for a long time but still couldn't find it. In the end, they could only ask Zhang Xiaohua if she could build one herself. Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't have any objections. However, she couldn't use the mansion-guarding spiritual steel to create one out of thin air. She could only rely on Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong to build it up bit by bit. Then, Zhang Kai pulled Zhang Xiaohua to the side and whispered, "Xiaohua, here, can we open up the wasteland for farming?" Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly and laughed. "What's the matter? Father, why did you suddenly think of opening up the wasteland for farming?" "Hee, father has been farming all my life. I'm not used to being idle all of a sudden. Previously, when we lived in the Huanxi manor, we only ate and drank. We wandered around leisurely and didn't do any farm work at all. I'm really not used to it. Moreover, I've already looked at the back of the building just now. It's all extremely fertile land. If we plant crops, we'll definitely have a bumper harvest. At that time, our immortal mansion definitely won't be lacking in food and drink. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she smiled and said, "Sure, Daddy. The land here is ours. You can do whatever you want. Oh right, even if you want to raise some chickens and ducks, or feed some pigs and sheep, that's fine too. Just tell me." "That's great. Xiaohua, get 2 cattle first. I'll open up the land first. When spring comes." Zhang Kai said and looked at the sky habitually. Suddenly, he was stunned. "Here, why is there no sun here? How can we plant crops?" Of course, Zhang Xiaohua was delighted when she heard this. There were restrictions in Immortal Mansion. All kinds of wind, thunder, rain, and snow couldn't fall. Moreover, it was daytime every moment, there was no night at all. "Ha ha ha," Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Father, this place is almost like an immortal realm. It's like spring all year round. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect it, please tip it. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote." Chapter 1201. Like spring all year round? Zhang Kai was stunned. He was a native of Lu Town, and his footprints were all within 200 miles of Lu Town. How would he know that Rejuvenation Valley was like spring all year round? Zhang Kai waved his hand and said, "How can it be like spring all year round? There is no way to grow crops. It is only right to have 4 distinct seasons." Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. She nodded and said, "Yes, I will listen to you. Wait a moment. Let me see if this mansion guarding spiritual steel can change the restriction here." Then, Zhang Xiaohua took out the mansion guarding spiritual steel, put her hand on it, and closed her eyes. After a while, her face lit up and she opened her eyes and said, Father, it really works. It is only here. The chi of heaven and earth in other places is very abundant. If the restriction is opened, I am afraid it will be bad for the holy mansion." As she spoke, she flew up into the air. She made a gesture and threw the mansion guarding spiritual steel into the air. Then, she pointed with her finger. Several rays of light flashed out from the steel and hit the restriction in the air. Then, there was a sizzling sound, like boiling water being poured on snow. The milky white color above the holy mansion was gradually torn apart, revealing the blue sky, as well as the white clouds and the noon sun. Zhang Xiaohua put away the mansion guarding spiritual steel and landed from the air. She smiled and said, "Is this enough?" Zhang Kai looked at the sky as usual and nodded. "Yes, it is like this. This looks like living on the top of the mountain." That's good." Zhang Xiaohua snickered inwardly. He would not open all the seals on the immortal abode. If he did, all the heaven-earth yuan qi in the immortal abode would escape. All he needed to do was make some slight changes to the seal above the white pavilion, turning it transparent. Then, wouldn't the space above the lake become Zhang Kai's? As for the growth of the crops, Zhang Xiaohua didn't care. The immortal abode was full of heaven and earth yuan qi, so what crops wouldn't grow? Following Zhang Kai to the pond, Mr. Liu, Elder Yu, and Zhang Xiaolong had already set up a simple stove and were brewing tea. Seeing Zhang Kai coming over, Mr. Liu said happily, "In-law, quickly come and try it. The lake water here can also be used to brew tea, and it's not much different from the spring water in the Guozhuang house." Is that so? Zhang Kai quickly walked over, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. Sure enough, it was as sweet as syrup. He couldn't help but smile, indeed. Then he looked at the huge lake and said, in-law, there's so much water. I'm afraid we won't be able to drink it all in our lifetime. Not bad. Father, you won't have to worry about not having tea to drink in the future. Lu Qian said with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua also tasted a cup. Sure enough, the lake water was also full of heaven and earth yuan qi. Although it was a little less than the spring water in the Guozhuang house, there wasn't much of a difference in drinking it in the mouth. Everyone sat down and chatted, while Xiaohua Ji and the rest played with Zhang Bairen at the side. After chatting for a while, Guo Sufei thought of something. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, she hesitated for a moment before saying, Xiaohua, mother, has something to discuss with you. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and said, Mother, this will be our home in the future. If there's anything, please speak your mind. Guo Sufei smiled and said, this place is very beautiful. It's 10,000 times better than the Guozhuang house. What is there for mother to be dissatisfied with? It's just that. Zhang Xiaohua saw that her mother was a little hesitant, so she said, Mother, just say it, it's just that, in the Guozhuang house, your grandmother's grave, and Xiaohua Ji's mother's grave are all behind the original small courtyard. What mother means is that the scenery here is very good. The feng shui must be excellent. If we are lively here, don't let your grandmother and the others miss us in the Guozhuang house. But, this is the immortal's mansion. Mother is afraid. Mother, don't worry. Actually, I've already made up my mind. Once we've settled down, I'll move grandmother's coffins and Ji Xiaohua's mother's coffins here with my eldest brother and second brother. Since you've mentioned it today, I'll go with my eldest brother and second brother. Since we still need to buy cattle, let's do it together. Xiaohua, mother is just thinking about it. If there is anything inappropriate, just forget it. Guo Sufei dissuaded. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and replied, there's nothing inappropriate about it. The forest behind this building is very quiet, and it's not far from us. If you don't allow it, we'll bury grandma and auntie's coffins there. Mother and father go and have a look first. I will go with big brother and second brother. We will be back tomorrow. Guo Sufei quickly said, don't be so anxious. Mother just mentioned it first. How can I be anxious? We have all lived in Huanqi Mountain Villa for a long time. Grandmother must have been lonely for a long time. The sooner they are sent here, the sooner they will be happy. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said, let's go, big brother and second brother. Let's go and pick up grandmother. I will go too. Zhang Kai stood up and said, there are rules when coffins are moved out. How do you know this? Oh, that's fine. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and asked Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu to prepare 2 carriages. Then, Zhang Xiaohua and the other 3 said goodbye to everyone and took the 2 carriages down Yao Mountain. They didn't come back until noon of the 3rd day. In the 2 carriages were the coffins of grandmother and Xiaohua's mother. Zhang Xiaohua had already cast a spell on the coffins. There were also a few sturdy-looking cattle accompanying them. In these 2 days, Guo Sufei had already found the place to bury the coffins. Zhang Xiaohua and the others also came back with daily hoes and other tools. It didn't take long for the graves to be ready. Everyone followed the rules, burned incense, and kowtowed. They buried the 2 coffins again and cultivated the soil. Then, Zhang Kai was focused on organizing the land and preparing to cultivate. This time, when he went down the mountain to buy cattle, he also bought a lot of seeds. He wanted to do a big job. Zhang Xiaohu had left the Misty School for several days. It was time to go back. Zhang Xiaohua sent Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen down the mountain. Zhang Xiaohu still held Zhang Xiaohua and said, it's exactly 1 month before the 14th day of the first lunar month. You don't forget it. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I won't. Yao Mountain is very close to Wuzhua Peak. When the time comes, you come here first and I will go with you. Then, she took out a jade talisman from her arms and said, take this jade talisman. When you get here, just inject your true qi. Well, okay. Zhang Xiaohu took it and put it in his arms. Then, he said, by the way, if young Master Li, Chu Jing, and the others come back, what should I do? Just send Chu Jing here? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I have 2 sisters-in-law. Can't you let young Master Li meet Sister Qiutong? Send someone to follow young Master Li to bury Miss May's coffin and send them here. If you can't come, give this jade talisman to young Master Li. Oh, no, Chu Zhigao has the jade talisman I gave him. Ask him to come to Yao Mountain and crush the jade talisman. I will know. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had arranged it well, Zhang Xiaohu didn't say anything. He turned over and unloaded the horse from the carriage. The 3 of them said goodbye to Zhang Xiaohua and went straight back to the Misty School. Sure enough, half a month later, Li Jinfeng and the others came back. After reporting to their families that they were safe and buried Miss May's coffin, they went to Yao Mountain Immortal Mansion. Seeing such a beautiful and fairy-like scene, they were stunned for a long time before they came to their senses. At this time, by the lakeside, Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong had already tidied up a few plots of land. Some different seeds had already been sown, and the stove for cooking was also prepared. However, due to the large number of people, it was very troublesome to prepare the food. Seeing Li Jinfeng's weary face and hearing Li Jinfeng's story, Qiutong, who was very interested in Li Jinfeng, felt her face burning. She hid beside O Yen and didn't talk to Li Jinfeng directly. Li Jinfeng didn't know that Qiutong's attitude towards him had changed. First, he sighed. After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's explanation, he was overjoyed. However, when he saw Qiutong, he became silent again. He wasn't as calm and composed as he was in front of Mei Qinglian. Zhang Xiaohua was secretly observing from the side. She saw that the 2 of them wanted to say something, but they were shy and did not say anything. They were also thinking about each other. They often glanced at each other and then pretended not to notice. Then, they would glance at each other and then look away. It was like the feelings of a teenage couple. Zhang Xiaohua found it very funny, but when he thought of the sweet and distant relationship between her and him, Zhang Xiaohua missed the dream of being together with him in dire straits. I wonder, how is the discussion between the 3 immortal Dao sects, the Alliance of Righteous Dao, and the other sects of the pugilistic world? Will they attack the Tenryu sect? Zhang Xiaohua was very curious. The 3 immortal Dao sects and the Alliance of Righteous Dao were not as relaxed as Zhang Xiaohua. They were going to attack the Tenryu sect on a whim. They had lost many people in the fight for the Yaoshan immortal abode. Even the seniors of the immortal Dao sects were seriously injured. The 3 immortal Dao sects, the Alliance of Righteous Dao, and a few other large sects had discussed for 2 days at the foot of Yaoshan Mountain. They all felt that although the Heavenly King of the Tenryu sect had been seriously injured, the disciples below the Heavenly King level had not suffered any casualties. On the other hand, the various sects at the foot of Yaoshan Mountain had lost many high-ranking disciples and ordinary disciples. The strength of the various sects had decreased greatly. If they were to fight against the disciples of the Tenryu sect, they would not have much chance of winning. The most important thing was that although everyone suspected that the Tenryu sect had set up a trap, there was no evidence at all. Other than the Beidu school's headmaster who saw some black flags, even the Dalan Temple's master Tian Gang did not see anything. Since there was no justification for the attack, everyone's suspicions died down. In the past 2 days, many disciples from various sects had left, so there was no news of the tragedy. Therefore, Alliance Master Zhang San of the Alliance of Righteous Dao proposed that the various sects send their elite disciples to the Tenryu sect to investigate carefully to see if there were any clues left behind by the Tenryu sect. The various sects would return to their respective sects to recuperate and restore their strength. They would discuss the details after they found the Tenryu sect's flaws. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip me. Chapter 1202. Zhang Xiaohua's Beidou school was newly built and only had a few junior sisters and disciples. It was still far from being a big school, so of course, she didn't know about the news in Jianghu. While she trained her disciples, she also hoped that the various sects in Jianghu would work together to attack the Tenryu sect. Back to the Yaoshan immortal abode, Zhang Xiaohua used the immortal's guardian spirit steel to set up a spirit gathering array in the palace where the phoenix had undergone nirvana. It gathered the qi of heaven and earth drifting within the immortal abode, as well as the qi of heaven and earth in the air above Yaoshan. The concentration of qi of heaven and earth in the palace increased by the day. A month's time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. For the Misty School, it was just a short period of recuperation and preparation. But for the Beidou School, this month's time was absolutely crucial. It was an earth-shattering change. For the people of Jianghu, the path of immortality was an ethereal and wonderful hope. There was an insurmountable gap between the path of martial arts and the path of immortality. In order to overcome this gap, the various sects in Jianghu racked their brains to find a smooth path to the path of immortality. The path of immortality's incense sect, the Dalan Temple, and the Alliance of Righteousness's path of martial arts set aside their personal grudges and joined hands to prepare a secret location, hoping to find a way to inherit the path of immortality in the secret location. All of this was because of the qi of heaven and earth. The lack of qi of heaven and earth was the main culprit behind the path of immortality 10,000 years ago. With the support of Zhang Xiaohua's spirit gathering array and the gradual recovery of qi of heaven and earth, the Beidou school of Yaoshan immortal abode seized the opportunity to rise to the top of the path of immortality. Especially with the discovery of the Peiyuan pill, it was like Zhang Xiaohu's Dantian had Yang Haoya's True Yuan. It allowed the Beidou school's disciples to have their first strand of true qi in their dantians when they first started cultivating the Carefree Sutra. They were also able to sense qi of heaven and earth at the first moment. What was difficult for others to draw qi into their bodies was too easy for them. Could it be that, in ancient times, stepping into the path of immortality was an extremely simple matter? Or is it that the 6 disciples of my Beidou school are all rare talents? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the disciples sitting cross-legged under the spirit-gathering array. She pinched the beard that had grown out of their chins and fell into deep thought. Under the 5-element spirit-gathering array, Zhang Xiaohua's disciples, with the exception of Zhang Bairen who was still lying down and sleeping, were all sitting cross-legged, pretending to be serious in their cultivation. Nie Qianyu was the first disciple Zhang Xiaohua had taught the first level of the Carefree Sutra. Nie Qianyu had already started cultivating diligently when Zhang Xiaohua was spreading the scourge of the incense cult. However, the qi of heaven and earth in Rejuvenation Valley was still limited. Although Nie Qianyu could sense qi of heaven and earth, the amount of qi that she could draw into her body was still very small. She was far from being able to refine it into true qi. Under the spirit-gathering array, there was sufficient qi of heaven and earth to draw in. In addition, there was also a strand of true qi formed by the Peiyuan pill in her dantian. Under such circumstances, Nie Qianyu could easily draw the qi of heaven and earth into her body and refine it into her first strand of true qi. Before this, Zhang Xiaohua had also given Nie Qianyu a meridian-nourishing pill, which had perfectly refined Nie Qianyu's meridians. This was like adding wings to a tiger. Nie Qianyu had become the first disciple of Beidou school to set foot on the immortal Tao, and this had only taken Nie Qianyu 2 days. The second disciple to set foot on the immortal Tao had exceeded Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Zhang Xiaohua had originally thought that this person would be Shui Tian. Unexpectedly, the ordinary-looking Ji Xiaohua, who had never practiced martial arts, had never come into contact with internal energy, and had never been placed with high hopes, had set foot on the immortal Tao 15 days later than Nie Qianyu and 3 days earlier than Shui Tian Tian. This made Zhang Xiaohua go wild with joy. After all, this was still someone named Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was happy to think that he could achieve such an achievement. Seeing that Ji Xiaohua, who had no foundation in martial arts, had set foot on the immortal Tao 1 step earlier than her, Shui Tian Tian, who had always wanted to compete with Ji Xiaohua for the position of senior brother, became even more determined. However, it still took him 20 days to form his first strand of true qi in his dantian. In comparison, Chu Jing was neither hot nor cold. He set foot on the immortal Tao on the 22nd day. When Chu Zhigao and Chu Jing's grandmother learned of this, they ran to a corner of the lake, drew a small circle, burned some paper, and kowtowed with tears streaming down their faces, as if to comfort the ancestors of the Chu family in the immortal Tao. After the young disciples set foot on the immortal Tao, O Yan and Zhang Pinger showed no signs of breaking through for the time being. After another 5 days, on the 27th day, O Yan, who had no foundation in martial arts, set foot on the immortal Tao before Zhang Pinger. Zhang Pinger took 29 days to form her first strand of true qi in her dantian. Zhang Xiaohua thought of his discerning eyes and the fact that his disciples were all peerless talents. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel proud. If he knew that Peacock, Chen Chen, and Yuyan only had 18 days to stay in the inheritance palace of the incense cult, and that the 3 of them also set foot on the path of immortality within the time limit, what would he think? According to the rules of the incense cult, among these 6 disciples, only Nie Qianyu and Ji Xiaohua could be considered to have truly inherited the incense cult. And the other 4 were going to be eliminated? An Beta School Spirit Gathering Array, and Incense Cult's Spirit Gathering Array, was much stronger. From this, one could see how important the Immortal Mansion was to the 3 Immortal Dao sections. One could also understand why Master Tiangang, Reverend Shu Qing, and Reverend Hao Yun would risk their lives, in order to seize the Immortal Mansion, into their own hands. This, if the Immortal Mansion was in the hands of the incense cult, wouldn't they be able to create many Immortal Dao disciples in a short period of time? How could Reverend Jingyi be worried about her own inheritance? As for the incense cult, Misty School, and Shendao sect, the origin of the 3 Immortal Dao sects, what about the secret plane? If the incense cult lost the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, how could they not put all their energy into it? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was happily watching the 6 disciples under the Spirit Gathering Array absorb the Spirit Gathering Array into their bodies, and Zhang Bairen was sleeping soundly. The world's Spirit Gathering Array was gradually being absorbed along with his breathing, and Little Black and Little Yellow were also using a strange posture beside him. The world's Spirit Gathering Array was slowly being inhaled and exhaled by the 2 little things. In the Nanzhao town, which was hundreds of miles away from the secret plane, in the courtyard of a big family, Reverend Jingyi was sitting in a rather large central room, talking to Reverend Shu Qing, Reverend Xuezhen, Peacock, Chen Chen, and Yuyan. Reverend Jingyi frowned slightly and whispered, Yaoshan. Immortal Mansion, has there been no movement? Reporting to the sect leader, since the day Ren Xiaoyao took back the steps to Immortal Mansion, they haven't been put down, and no one has come down from Yaoshan. Reverend Xuezhen cupped her hands and said, Huh? That guy is actually practicing in seclusion? Chen Chen cried. Not necessarily. Reverend Jingyi shook her head and said, every time the steps to Immortal Mansion are used, the amount of World's Spirit Gathering Array is enormous. I think, if Ren Xiaoyao wants to enter and leave Immortal Mansion, there must be another simple way. It's just that, as for what method, it's not something we can recklessly guess. Sect leader, didn't Ren Xiaoyao warn us? Don't leave anyone near Yaoshan. If we eat the disciples of the incense cult and investigate nearby, I'm afraid we'll provoke him, and make him unhappy. Peacock said worriedly. It's not just the disciples of the incense cult who aren't afraid. The Dalan Temple, between the clouds and the water, and the Righteous Alliance, which one of them didn't send spies? Reverend Jingyi waved her hand and said with a smile, even if Ren Xiaoyao finds out, we can just say that this disciple is a registered disciple of the incense cult. When he finds out, she has already been expelled from the cult. What she did at Yaoshan is her own behavior, it has nothing to do with the incense cult. Sect leader is wise. Chen Chen heard this and laughed. That guy will have nothing to say. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about Yaoshan and Beidou school anymore. We were at Yaoshan, we were so angry, we tore our faces apart, and we even sacrificed Junior Shu Jie's life, but we still didn't gain any advantage. Instead, some nameless guy got ahead of us. I really don't know how he managed to control the entire immortal mansion. Reverend Shu Qing waved her hand and said. That guy is the best at stepping on dog shit. Chen Chen concluded. Oh right, Junior Shuezhen, is there any news from the Dalan Temple? Sect leader, ever since the monks of the Dalan Temple entered Baozhen, we couldn't find any trace of them. Our disciples didn't dare to go too deep, and after 10 days of investigation, we still couldn't find any news. It's not a big deal. Who would have thought that the disciples of the incense cult have already returned to Jianqi Lake, and we can still stay in Nanzhao town? We'll just wait until tomorrow night, and the Dalan Temple will appear at Wuxia Peak on time. Sect leader is wise, hiding in the city. That's right, I was thinking of finding a remote mountain village to settle down. What about the Righteous Alliance? Reverend Jingyi asked with a smile. The evil tiger gang in this area seems to be a small branch of the Righteous Alliance. Wouldn't Alliance leader Zhang San be like a fish in water here? He's long gone. Reverend Shuezhen laughed. Then. Misty School. What's Zhang Xiaohu doing? Sect leader, there's something strange about the Misty School. Reverend Shuezhen looked confused. I've sent disciples to inform Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, but both of them said they were busy with internal affairs and couldn't come in person. That's fine, I have some spies among the disciples of Wuming Hall, but they also disappeared without a trace. There's no news at all. It's really strange. Then, what about the immortal senior from the Misty School? Is there any news? No. My disciples didn't find anything useful. If it wasn't for my scruples, when we were in the secluded ground, would have captured Li Jian and the others and asked them what had happened to the ethereal sect. Please don't. Reverend Jingyi hurriedly waved her hand and said, to be able to restore the internal strength of Li Jian and thousands of other Misty School disciples. I'm afraid that even Master Tian Gang of the Dalan Temple can't compare to this level of cultivation. At this juncture, we'd better hide. Chapter 1203. Leader, it's strange. Since the Misty School has such a senior immortal, why didn't he do anything when the Misty School was destroyed? Even this Yaoshan immortal abode. He didn't appear. Could it be that he doesn't care about the Yaoshan immortal abode? Shu Qing Nun was surprised. This. Who knows? Nun Jingyi smiled bitterly. No matter whether he appeared or not, wouldn't Ren Xiaoyao have taken advantage of him in the end? If I knew this would happen, I would have let Shi Mujuan stab him to death on Lingxiang Peak. I'm afraid. Shi Mujuan is no match for Ren Xiaoyao. Peacock reminded her in a low voice. Isn't that so? Nun Jingyi gritted her teeth at the mention of this matter. Of all my calculations, I never thought that senior martial sister Jing Gang, Shi Mujuan and Yu Shuachuan were killed by this bastard. Sigh, it's not just leader. Although Elder Jing Gang and her two disciples have grudges against Ren Xiaoyao, but, when it happened, he always had an alibi. We were all confused by his strength and thought that he was just a brute with great strength. Who would have thought that he was a man of immortality? Suddenly, Nun Jing-yi seemed to have thought of something. Her expression was very interesting. Shu Qing-nun noticed it and asked curiously, "Leader? You? What did you think of Grand Elder?" I suddenly thought. Is Ren Xiaoyao the person who has a deep connection with the Misty School? Peacock and Chen Chen exclaimed and blurted out, "No. No way." Shu Qing-nun also shook her head slightly. "I think it's impossible too." Nun Jing-yi thought for a moment and said, "Ren Xiaoyao came from Rejuvenation Valley with Peacock. Ever since Ren Xiaoyao came, how many things have happened in my sect? The sudden change in Twilight Orchid, the death of Grand Elder Jing Gang, the tremor in Mount Jiuhua, the collapse of the sect-protecting formation. Yes, there were also the thousands of Misty School disciples at Shixin Peak recovering their martial arts. I wouldn't have dared to think about these things in the past. But they all happened in the short span of a few months. I don't believe that it has nothing to do with Ren Xiaoyao. Jingyi, every single one of the things you've mentioned is shocking and can't be done without great magical powers. According to what I know, the sudden change in the Orchid Dusk refinement, the shaking of Mount Jiuhua, and the collapse of the sect-protecting formation are all natural disasters. I'm afraid only immortals can do these kinds of things related to heaven and earth. As for the other two, they might be Ren Xiaoyao's doing." Shu Qing-nun nodded. "Leader. I think Ren Xiaoyao has only been at Shixin Peak for a little more than 2 months. To recover the martial arts of thousands of Misty School disciples. I don't think he has that much time." Peacock thought for a moment and said. "Also, who knows if the martial arts of the Misty School disciples were recovered at Shixin Peak or after they left Dianqi Lake." Chen Chen also added. "Actually, leader," Swift said softly, "whether Ren Xiaoyao is an immortal or not, that's another matter. Didn't you hear what Alliance leader Zhang San said? Ren Xiaoyao is only a martial artist. It's because he obtained the immortal mansion that he has so many magical powers." Jingyi Nun pondered for a moment and shook her head. "If Ren Xiaoyao killed Great Elder Jing Gang, all of this can be easily explained. If it wasn't him, then it's even more confusing. Many things can't be explained. But if Ren Xiaoyao is only a martial artist, and he borrowed the power of the immortal mansion, then what we saw in the immortal mansion can be explained. Sigh, let's not talk about it. Even if Ren Xiaoyao is the real culprit, we can't do anything if he hides in the immortal mansion of Mount Yaoshan. Leader is right. Master Jing Xian's death is as confusing as Master Jing Gang's death. At that time, Ren Xiaoyao hadn't come to our incense cult. It's not good to blame Ren Xiaoyao." Peacock agreed. "Everything depends on strength. Let's first deal with the matter of the secret plane. If we can find the method of inheritance in the secret plane this year, our incense cult will be able to cultivate more immortal disciples. In a few years, not only our incense cult, but also the Dalan Temple, Misty School, and even the Alliance of Righteous Path will have many immortal disciples. At that time, we'll be able to raise our voices and verify this matter with Ren Xiaoyao." Jingyi Nun said coldly, "Misty School's Zhang Xiaohu, has he left for the Five-Claw Peak?" "Leader, 5 days ago, I sent a disciple to Ethereal Heights to urge Zhang Xiaohu. I think he won't delay the gathering tomorrow. Of course, the secret plane is a great temptation for the 4 immortal sections. Zhang Xiaohu has no reason not to be tempted. Moreover, this is also a promise from him." Abbess Jing-yi suddenly thought of something and turned to ask, "That's right, where's Bai Yanxiu from Shuiyun Club? She's a very ambitious woman. About the secret plane, we have to be careful of her." "Leader, Bai Yanxiu went all the way south. After walking for 100 miles, she disappeared. I can't tell." Since there is no trace of them, that is extremely normal. If we let our disciples see their traces all the time, it would be more conspicuous if we tried to cover it up. Abbess Jing Yi laughed and said, only Changsheng Dashi, Zhang San, alliance leader Zhang San, and our cult were conspiring about the secret plane. Even Zhang Xiaohu only found out about it a month ago. Even if Bai Yanxiu's magical power is extensive, she definitely wouldn't know that after we left Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, we immediately made our move at Five Claw Peak. She must have hurried back with Immortal Hao Yun to heal. Yes, if Chen Chen didn't get the 9-heaven Black Lotus seed in Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, my injury wouldn't have healed as fast as us. Immortal Hao Yun and the others must still be worried about their injuries. Xu Qingnan said with a smile. That's right. In this way, apart from Beidou School, my fragrance cult has benefited the most from Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Jingyi Nun smiled and said, in addition to the heaven and earth handkerchief, the 9-heaven Black Lotus seed, 2 flying swords, several magic weapons, and even 3 immortal cultivation methods, yes, leader. This Ren Xiaoyao is definitely not a heartless person. Otherwise, he would never let us take these things away. Peacock nodded and said. Sigh, even if that's the case, senior sister, think about it again. In this Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, how many good things would there be? Chen Chen was quite envious. This guy is really lucky. No matter how many treasures there are, they're still his. What's there to be envious about? Peacock glared at her. That guy. Chen Chen narrowed her eyes and clenched her teeth tightly. It was as if she wanted to bite off more things from that guy in her heart. In the distant Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, that guy in Chen Chen's heart had already been bitten into 70 or 80 pieces. At this time, he was teaching Nie Qianyu some formation problems. To be honest, as a master, he was not very competent. Other than providing some cultivation methods, some elixirs, some cultivation experience, and some formation arrangements, he could not explain the other details of cultivation, things to pay attention to, and so on. After all, Zhang Xiaohua's method of cultivating the Carefree Sutra was rather strange. Who in this world would dare to try it? Even Zhang Bairen would not dare. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua knew his own situation. From the beginning, he had planned to let each disciple walk on their own path of cultivation. As the master, he only gave a little guidance. In this way, these 7 disciples would have 7 different paths. Fortunately, other than the Carefree Sutra and the orthodoxy of Fire Dragon Immortal, there were also many cultivation methods in the White Attic. They were not inferior to the inheritance of the Misty School. In addition to the red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple attic, there were also cultivation methods and artifacts that Zhang Xiaohua did not have the ability to obtain. This Beidou School's disciples could be said to have unlimited room for development and unlimited potential. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua, who was demonstrating the incantation to Nie Qianyu, felt his heart throbbing. It was as if there were countless invisible hands grasping his heart tightly and squeezing it into countless tiny pieces. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua was caught off guard. He screamed and fell into the void unknowingly. Senior brother sect leader. Nie Qianyu was anxious. Just as she was about to go forward, she saw the pale-faced Zhang Xiaohua quickly fly up again. His eyes were full of fear and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. He looked around in panic. Master! The disciples who were cultivating nearby were also awakened and ran over. All right, it's all right. Zhang Xiaohua straightened his body and took a deep breath. He waved his hand and said, I'm all right. You all can leave for now. This. Yes, Master. After hearing this, the disciples hesitated for a while and left. Byron and the 2 little ones also left. After everyone left, Zhang Xiaohua flew to the spirit gathering array and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. The sudden throbbing just now was very short. When Nie Qianyu cried out, the throbbing had already disappeared without a trace. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua stretched out his hands. The fingers on his left and right hands constantly moved, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, from simple to complex, and finally almost mysterious. Zhang Xiaohua's body gradually formed a faint shadow. The shadow was like a glimmer of light, gradually becoming clear. Looking at the gradually forming outline, it was really Zhang Xiaohua's Sky Dao Starry Sky, the increasingly clear hand of karma. And the movement of Zhang Xiaohua's technique was exactly the way of karma that he had been comprehending recently. With a loud bang, just when the hand of karma had a certain degree of outline, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved again. He could no longer control the qi between his fingers. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to withdraw his hands. The hand of light and shadow around him suddenly collapsed. Then, Zhang Xiaohua spat out a small mouthful of blood. His face was full of dispiritedness. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and sat cross-legged. He looked up at the spirit-gathering array that was not very rich in the qi of heaven and earth. He took out a small yuan stone from his arms and adjusted his breathing. After an unknown period of time, a faint brilliance appeared from the void and flew to Zhang Xiaohua. It stopped in front of Zhang Xiaohua and stopped moving. Chapter 1204. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and pinched the light with her hand. She scanned it with her divine sense and couldn't help but smile. What's wrong? It's already the 14th of the first lunar month. Alas, it's true. A few days ago, Mother and Father were still decorating the small building with lanterns and decorations, saying that it's the new year. This time, it's really fast. Second brother, wait a moment. I'll be there in a while. As Zhang Xiaohua spoke, she patted the light, and it flew away with a whoosh and disappeared. Alas, I really don't know what happened just now. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and thought to herself, I've never encountered such a situation before. The karma hand's incantation is really profound. I thought that with my cultivation in the late stage of qi refining, even if I can't comprehend half of it, I should be able to complete the incantation. At least, I should be able to understand where this throbbing came from. But I didn't expect that. Not only did I not complete the incantation, but I also suffered a backlash. If it wasn't for my shallow understanding of the karma hand, I'm afraid that I would have been seriously injured. Zhang Xiaohua thought and walked out of the round palace. Nie Qianyu and the others didn't leave. They just stayed outside and waited. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua come out, they all looked worried and went forward to ask. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Master is fine. It's just that there are some things that I don't understand. You don't have to worry. Then, she looked outside and said, You all can continue to cultivate like before. Master will go out for a while. I'll be back in 2 days. Okay, Master, be careful. Senior brother sect leader, be careful. Everyone bowed respectfully and flew back into the palace to continue cultivating. Seeing Little Black and Little Yellow, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. She wanted to call the two little things, but on second thought, the two little things looked very similar to their mother. Nun Jingyi and Nun Shu Qing would definitely recognize them. If they misunderstood, the orchid and mullein were thousands of lives. Even if she had 100 mouths, she wouldn't be able to clear her name. Little Black and Little Yellow. It was better not to bring them along. Little Yellow and Little Black seemed to have felt it as well. They paused in midair and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, and they followed the crowd into the palace. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in the spirit-gathering array was exactly what they liked. They would not be happy if they did not stay in there for a while longer. When Zhang Xiaohua appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohu and the others, everyone except Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. They immediately bowed and said, Congratulations on the establishment of Beidou School. Greetings, Headmaster Zhang. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was slightly stunned. Then, she flicked her sleeves and helped everyone up. She smiled and said, "We're all old acquaintances. There's no need to be so courteous." What surprised Zhang Xiaohua was that in addition to Zhang Xiaohu, there were also Hu Yuni, Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, Wen Wenhai, Lu Yueming, Xue Qing, Ant Qin, Chang'e, Chen Chen, and others at the foot of Yaoshan Mountain. Second brother. Are you all going to the secret plane? Since all of you are here, what about ethereal heights? Zhang Xiaohua asked in surprise. Of course we're going to the secret plane, but not all of us are going. It's still early now. We hid our whereabouts all the way and came here in several directions. Naturally, there are some things we need to discuss with Beidou School. Beidou School? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky and nodded. It's almost noon now. There's still some time before evening. Come on, please come to the palace for a chat. With that, she threw out the cross-shaped magic instrument and called everyone to come into the light circle. With a flash of light, everyone came to the Lingxiao Palace. Needless to say, the people of Misty School only woke up from the shock after a long time. Their eyes were filled with eagerness and awe. They looked at Zhang Xiaohua with more respect. Zhang Xiaohua sat on the central throne and smiled in a low voice. Everyone, the position in the Lingxiao Palace is determined by the profound cultivation. It's not that I don't want you to come close. Please forgive me. Sect leader Zhang, although your sect did not deliberately publicize the matter of the Yaoshan immortal abode, the unimaginable abnormality has long been spread among the disciples of various sections. The name of the Lingxiao Palace is also strange. My ethereal sect has already received the news from the pugilistic world. If we can all get close to the central throne, I'm afraid this immortal mansion would have been controlled by the Dalan Temple and the Xiangxiang cult. Hu Yuni bowed and smiled. Yes, Elder Hu is right. I didn't mean to be rude. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Oh right, Elder Hu, I wonder, does your Misty School have anything to discuss with my Beidou School?" Hu Yuni turned around and glanced at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Elder Hu, Xiaohua is this seat's blood brother. If it's related to this seat, then there's naturally no need for you to step forward. This seat only needs to talk to him. But if it's something related to the Misty School, Xiaohua has already helped my Misty School a lot." My Misty School. Ahem, to be honest, I can't repay him. So, it's not easy for me to talk about the matters between the Misty School and Beidou School. Master Zhang, my big sect leader means, if he asks, I'm afraid you won't agree to everything. If you were alone in the past, we would have just talked about it. But now you're the master of Beidou School and you have disciples. Your first consideration should be the Beidou School's interests. So, it's better for us to talk to you. Li Jian said with a smile. That's right. I also feel that Master Zhang is too good to my Misty School. If I can't be intimate with Beidou School in the future, I'll be really unhappy. Lu Qingyang didn't dare to speak loudly. I see. Zhang Xiaohua patted his head and thought, maybe I should change my attitude. I can't just be a little brother who helps others. So, he nodded and said, the two elders are right. Since you all represent the Misty School, then I should also consider myself as a member of Beidou School and not treat myself as Zhang Xiaohu's brother. That's right. In the Jianghu, brotherhood is precious, but compared to the inheritance of a sect, a person's life is too short. We should still put the interests of the sect first. Wen Wenhai also nodded and said, Yes, I underestimated you. Thank you for your advice, Hero One. Please wait a moment. As Zhang Xiaohua spoke, he waved his big sleeves and said loudly, Nye Qianyu, O Yen, wait a moment. After that, a light flashed and Yan and Nie Qianyu appeared out of thin air, standing right next to the people from Misty School. Yan and Nie Qianyu were slightly stunned when they saw the people from Misty School, but they still bowed to Zhang Xiaohua first. "Greetings, senior brother sect leader. Yes, I'm sorry to disturb your cultivation." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Everyone from Misty School wants to talk to my Beidou School. I am not experienced enough. One of you is the eldest senior sister, and the other is experienced in business. Help me make a decision." "Yes, senior brother sect leader." The two pretended to be serious and saluted. Then, they turned around and greeted the people from Misty School. Hu Yuni and the others had watched Yan grow up. At this time, when they saw Yan's appearance, they couldn't help but smile. Lu Qingyang even shouted, "Yanzi, are you cultivating? You can cultivate internal energy?" Yan smiled and said, "Yes, fifth brother. Senior brother sect leader has been kind enough to teach me the supreme secret of Beidou School. Now, I can be considered to have set foot on the path of immortality." Hu Yuni and the others were surprised. Apart from being surprised, they were also full of expectation and disbelief. Li Jian stuttered, "Yanzi. Beidou School was only established a month ago. You also just came to Yaoshan a month ago. How could you?" "Haha, second brother, these are the methods of our Beidou School's senior brother sect leader. I feel like I'm in a dream." Yan said with a smile. That's good, that's good. My third brother can rest in peace in the underworld." Hu Yuni's eyes were almost filled with tears. At the mention of Peng, Yan's expression turned gloomy. She lowered her head for a moment, then bowed and said, "Elder Hu, let's not talk about the past. May I know why your esteemed sect came here today, to discuss with my Beidou School?" Then, she apologized to Nie Qianyu, "Eldest senior sister, I'm very familiar with the Misty School. I may have overstepped my boundaries. Please don't take it to heart." Nie Qianyu hurriedly smiled and said, "Don't say that, junior sister. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Junior sister is in charge of all the chores in Beidou School. This is also senior brother sect leader's order. I'll just listen from the side. In the end, it's still up to eldest senior sister and senior brother sect leader to decide." Yan said modestly. Yan turned to Hu Yuni and said, "Beidou School is newly established. Everything is my first time. Please forgive me, Elder Hu." It's fine, it's fine. Who doesn't have a first time in their life?" Hu Yuni stroked his beard and said, "Since ancient times, heroes have always been young. In the future, the Jianghu should be yours. I'm old. I don't dare. Elder Hu, please enlighten me." Yan said. "Well, this time, I came to Misty School because I have 3 things to discuss with Beidou School." Hu Yuni said with a serious face. 3 things? Yan nodded. "Elder Hu, please tell me one by one." "Sect leader Zhang." Hu Yuni looked at Yan, then cupped his hands and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Actually, sect leader Zhang's kindness to Misty School is like a new life. To be honest, my Misty School's conditions to Beidou School are somewhat belittling. Even if these conditions are not discussed with Beidou School, as long as Beidou School needs my Misty School to do something, my Misty School should agree to it." Didn't Elder Hu say it just now? In the past, I was the one who helped my second brother, so it can be considered I's own matters. These matters, everyone is well aware of them. Just use them as the basis for the cooperation between our 2 sections. There's no need to mention them again." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. "Sect leader Zhang's breadth of mind. I admire you." Hu Yuni nodded and said, "I remember that when sect leader Zhang took Shui Tian in as your disciple, you asked Tian about the fist techniques she used to practice in Misty School. After my investigation, I confirmed that there are a total of 321 disciples in the Young Eagle Hall of Misty School who practiced Beidou School's fist techniques under Zhang Qingyue and Shui Tiantian's guidance. Furthermore, there are still 303 disciples alive. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote monthly and recommend at Chidian.com. Chapter 1205. Seeing that Yen was somewhat puzzled, Hu Yuni continued, Beidou School is newly established, and there's only sect leader Zhang and 7 disciples in the school. This really doesn't match the reputation of Beidou School. My Misty School has nothing to congratulate you on. These 302 disciples will be sent to Beidou School as ordinary disciples. Firstly, it's a congratulatory gift, and secondly, it's a bit of repayment for sect leader Zhang's kindness to my Misty School. Oh. Yen stared blankly for a moment, then her face immediately lit up with joy. She said happily, Elder Hu's gift is very good. It can be said to be timely assistance. However, these Kitty Hawk Hall disciples have been nurtured by Misty School since they were young. Elder Hu, doesn't your heart ache if you give them to my Beidou School all of a sudden? Yen Zi's words are very true. These 302 disciples were all people I took away from Misty Mountain Villa in the past. These many years, I've been living with them day and night, and I have deep feelings for them. I indeed have high hopes for them. However, if these disciples are compared to the great kindness that Beidou School has shown to my Misty School, the difference is too great. Only by giving these disciples to Beidou School and expanding Beidou School's strength can I express my Misty School's gratitude. That's right, Elder Hu. These 302 Kitty Hawk Hall disciples have been nurtured by Misty School since they were young. Since they were young, they've regarded Misty School as their sect. Now that they've suddenly come to Beidou School, I'm afraid, it won't be easy to restrain them. Yen asked calmly. Hu Yuni nodded and said, Yen Zi's question is indeed good. However, these disciples are still young, and most of them are about the same age as Shui Tiantian. They've been living outside Misty Mountain Villa for the past few years, and their feelings towards Misty School are a lot weaker than those of ordinary disciples. Of course, I'm not saying that they don't have Misty School in their hearts. It's just that people strive for greater heights, and water flows to lower depths. Beidou School stands at the forefront of the path of immortality and occupies Mount Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. If they know that they can cultivate an immortal mansion, I'm afraid, not everyone will fight to the death. Yen nodded slightly. Also, with the relationship between sect leader Zhang of the Misty School and sect leader Zhang of your sect, I'm sure they'll be able to accept the transfer from the Misty School to the Beidou School. Elder Hu said with a smile. Sect leader Zhang, to be honest, there are some drawbacks in sending young disciples here. If it were any other sect, our Misty School would never dare to do such a thing. It's easy to cause misunderstandings. Wenhai cupped his hands and said, however, I'm thinking the same thing as you, Elder Hu. Beidou School doesn't lack anything except for manpower. As for the development of Beidou School, if we only rely on Miss Nya, Shui Tian, and the others, I'm afraid we won't be able to develop even a little bit in the next 10 years. Elder Hu made this suggestion, and gang leader Zhang also agreed. I think it's really feasible, so I made the suggestion. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohu's smiling face and knew that this guy must know that she had the soul-absorbing pill and wasn't afraid of spies, so she agreed. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua did not care about what tricks the ethereal sect had up their sleeves. After all, in this immortal abode, with the mansion guarding spiritual steel in hand, everyone could only surrender and be manipulated. Zhang Xiaohua still had a lot of trust in Wenhai. Seeing Wenhai's explanation, she nodded slightly and said, I understand what Swordsman Wen said. Since it's the Misty School's kindness, I won't be disrespectful. Hee, that's great. Wen Wenhai said with a smile. As for the handover of the 302 disciples, let Yan be in charge after the secret plane. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Thank you for your trust, sect leader Zhang. Elder Hu cupped his hands and said, only if sect leader Zhang accepts these 302 disciples will we have the face to discuss the second matter with sect leader Zhang. Elder Hu, what's the second matter? Please enlighten us. Yan nodded. Speaking of the second matter, it has something to do with Valley Master Nya of Rejuvenation Valley. Elder Hu glanced at Nye Qianyu and said with a smile. What about Rejuvenation Valley? Nye Qianyu asked curiously. A month ago, Rejuvenation Valley visited our Misty School and formed an alliance with our Misty School. Oh, of course, our Misty School isn't a member of their Yuli alliance. It's a mutually supportive relationship. Hu Yuni explained, when I heard Valley Master Nya mention the relationship between Rejuvenation Valley and the incense cult, I suddenly had an epiphany. I want to form a complementary relationship with Beidou School, just like Rejuvenation Valley and the incense cult. Zhang Xiaohua raised her eyebrows. Nye Qianyu asked, Elder Hu, what are your plans? It's simple. Every year, our Misty School can help Beidou School select young disciples with outstanding aptitudes and send them to Beidou School until Beidou School has the ability to select disciples. What does our Beidou School have to do? Yan asked after a moment of contemplation. Every year, your school needs to help our Misty School promote 5 disciples to step onto the path of immortality. 5 disciples? Yan shook her head and said, how many immortal path disciples are there in the pugilistic world? Your Misty School wants our Beidou School to promote 5 immortal path disciples every year. That's impossible. Yan didn't report this to Zhang Xiaohua. Instead, she directly denied it. Hu Yuni thought for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, actually, what our Misty School can do for Beidou School is too little. We can only show the strength of our Misty School in the next few years. When the Beidou School's young disciples are fully developed, our Misty School won't be able to catch the eye of Beidou School. So, overall, I'm afraid that our Misty School won't have too many immortal path experts. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Just as she was about to agree, Yan said, Elder Hu, that's not right. As the saying goes, small streams flow long. Our Beidou School's disciples are all focused on cultivation. I'm afraid that we won't interfere much with worldly affairs. If our Misty School does a good job, we might be able to hand over everything to the Misty School in the future. Elder Hu was overjoyed when he heard this. He smiled and said, if that's the case, the number of disciples per year can be reduced to 4. 2. Yan said, our Beidou School still has its own disciples. 2 is indeed too little. How about 3? Elder Hu said earnestly. Yan turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua. She seemed to be satisfied and wanted Zhang Xiaohua to make the decision. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I'll allow this, but there are still some other conditions. Approved? Hu Yuni was stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. How many immortal path disciples could there be in the pugilistic world? Beidou School could actually let 3 Misty School disciples enter the path of immortality every year. Not to mention 5 years, in just 3 years, 9 disciples would enter the path of immortality. This was comparable to the incense cult. Zhang Xiaohu didn't reveal Hu Yuni's bottom line in advance, but judging from his surprised expression, it was obviously beyond his expectations. Yes, I'll allow it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, not only that, everyone in the Misty School in the main hall, as long as it's possible, I can help you enter the path of immortality. Wen Wenhai, Lu Yueming, and Xue Qing's faces were flushed. They knew that Zhang Xiaohu was about the same age as them. If Zhang Xiaohu could enter the path of immortality, then so could they. Li Jian and the others were already old, so Zhang Xiaohua's words were obviously meant for them. Hu Yuni, Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, and Madame Qin were also overjoyed. The incense cult and Between the Clouds and the Water both had methods to enter the path of immortality through martial arts. Beta School must have some methods as well. Thank you, sect leader Zhang. Everyone bowed. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. I's help isn't without conditions. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, the things you need to raise your cultivation to the path of immortality must be provided by your Misty School. Also, the techniques and pills used by the 3 disciples must also be provided by your Misty School. This. Hu Yuni and Li Jian were at a loss for words. They didn't know that 3 things were needed for 3 disciples to enter the path of immortality, so they could only turn to look at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, these conditions, my Misty School agrees. After all, these things need a lot of money, so there's no reason for Beta School to pay for my Misty School. Since sect leader Zhang agrees, then it's easy to handle. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and smiled. Zhang Xiaohu glared at him but didn't say anything. Seeing that the 2 factions had reached an agreement, Yan was also happy. She asked, then what's the 3rd suggestion, Elder Hu? Oh, this 3rd suggestion isn't anything special. It's just an addition to the first 2 suggestions. It's the icing on the cake. Hu Yuni thought for a moment and said, if sect leader Zhang doesn't have any objections to the first 2 suggestions, my Misty School and Beta School would like to further form an alliance. Under the premise of complementing each other, we can advance and retreat together in the Jianghu, going through thick and thin together. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He had previously told Zhang Xiaohu about this relationship, hoping that Beta School and Misty School could become close brothers, just like he and his second brother. However, he had only said it casually back then. Moreover, Beta School hadn't been established yet, so it was easy for him to say it without thinking about the consequences of his words. Now that he heard Hu Yuni and Yan's negotiation, Zhang Xiaohua realized that his previous thoughts might have been too simple. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's frown, Yan couldn't make a decision. She thought for a moment and said, Elder Hu, can you elaborate further? Hu Yuni also said seriously, actually, this 3rd suggestion is something we suddenly thought of before we came. Since our Misty School's sect leader Zhang and your sect leader Zhang are blood brothers, we dare to make this suggestion. I can't explain it in detail, but if our Misty School is in danger of being wiped out, I hope that your sect leader will lend us a helping hand. Our Misty School will also take responsibility for all of your sect's trivial matters in the Jianghu. When Yan heard this, she frowned. This exchange seemed to be extremely disproportionate. The Misty School had only helped Beta School with a simple matter, but in exchange, they had asked for Beta School's help when their own sect was about to be wiped out. This really didn't make sense. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote monthly and recommend at Chidian.com. Chapter 1208. Seeing Yan's hesitation, Hu Yuni smiled and said, actually, Beta School seems to be at a disadvantage, but, if you think about it carefully, under the leadership of sect leader Zhang, our Misty School's strength has increased greatly. Other than the Dalan Temple, the Incense Sect, the Righteous Alliance and the Tenryu Sect, no other sect has dared to provoke us. We won't be facing such a crisis for many years, but your sect can come to our Misty School at any time. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Elder Hu is right. Although our Beta School has been established, our strength is limited. Elder Hu must have seen the future of our Beta School and thought of this alliance. Moreover, in the Jianghu today, after the Battle of Yaoshan Immortal Abode, the strength of the various sects has been greatly affected. Not to mention the small sects, among the large sects, the Righteous Alliance has lost the strength to compete with the Misty School. If we talk about sect annihilation, I'm afraid the Misty School won't be in the same situation as before. Then, Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohu and said, as long as my second brother is the sect leader of the Misty School, I may not care about the ordinary crisis of the Misty School, but, when it comes to sect annihilation, how can I not take action? Sect leader Zhang is right. This old man knows, but, life is limited. As long as sect leader Zhang is in charge of Yaoshan Immortal Abode, you can say this, but, what about the future? My Misty School has been around for tens of thousands of years, and the Beidou School has been around for at least tens of thousands of years. The future is not something we can think of. This old man is doing this because I want the Misty School and the Beidou School to be in harmony for generations, and to be an alliance forever. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and shook her head. Harmony for generations, an alliance forever, this is too difficult. Your Misty School's founder, Yang Haoya, and the Incense Sect's founder, Yu Mingxin, their relationship is extraordinary. Even the Shendao Sect's founder, Wan Wuxin, came from the same place as those two founders. Their relationship is needless to say, their thoughts back then, weren't they the same as yours? But, what happened to the Shendao sect? What happened to your Misty School? Anyone in the Jianghu who has some sort of inheritance knows this very well. Elder Hu, do you think that we can do better than them? Sect leader Zhang is right. Actually, when this old man came, I also thought about a lot of things. But, everything depends on one's effort. If this old man doesn't do it now, in a few years, or even 10 years, I won't have the chance to do it again. If we just rely on the relationship between the two sect leaders, I'm afraid, it won't be very reliable. For both the Beidou School and the Misty School, this is extremely unrealistic. Hu Yuni said sincerely, so, this old man knows that this matter is a bit ridiculous and unrealistic. But, for my Misty School, this old man is willing to do this stupid thing. No matter what the relationship between the Misty School and the Beidou School is in the future, this old man has tried his best. This old man has no regrets. Good, Hu Yuni's words made Zhang Xiaohua's blood boil. She stood up and said, Elder Hu, this old man has tried his best. This old man has no regrets sounds very pleasing to my ears. Although my Beidou School's starting point is very high, but, after all, it's congenitally deficient and has a weak foundation. These are exactly what the Misty School has. If my sect and your sect can learn from each other's strengths to make up for our weaknesses, we'll be able to complement each other. Oh Yan, this matter is settled. Discuss it with Elder Hu later and see what to do. Yes, senior sect leader. Oh Yan was extremely happy when she heard this. Also, as for the new disciples, you'll see how to recruit them and how to operate them. These things should be handled by Hall Master Shui, right? You'll have to communicate with him. Yes, I won't let the two sect leaders down. Shui Qing bowed and said. Hu Yuni's face was flushed. He said somewhat embarrassedly, Sect leader Zhang, this old man has a small request. Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, Elder Hu, please speak. How is Shui Tian now? He has been by my side and has always been guided by me. Now that he suddenly left, I'm a little worried. I thought it was something big. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and waved her hand. A ray of light flashed, and Shui Tian appeared in front of everyone sitting cross-legged. Tian, yes, master. Shui Tian opened his eyes and was stunned when he saw everyone from the Misty School. However, he still bowed to Zhang Xiaohua and said, May I know why master has called this disciple over? Misty School's elder who missed you and wanted to come and see you. Grandmaster. Shui Tian turned around and looked at Elder Hu's familiar face. His eyes were wet as he bowed and said, Greetings, Elder Hu. Good child, get up, get up. Hu Yuni's eyes were also red. He helped Shui Tian up and asked, Tian, are you all right? Reporting. Grandmaster, this disciple, is fine. Shui Tian finally couldn't help but call out, Grandmaster. Then, he felt that it was inappropriate and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was only smiling and didn't mind, he was relieved. As long as you're fine. You don't have to be too greedy for cultivation. You're still young. Slowly build your foundation. Don't be like before. Keep the hatred in your heart, Grandmaster. Shui Tian couldn't help but cry. He knelt down and kowtowed. Grandmaster, this disciple is really sorry. You treat this disciple like family. But this disciple is unscrupulous and fed you poison. This disciple deserves to die. Sigh, don't mention the past anymore. Hu Yuni sighed. This isn't your fault. It's all Shui Yupeng's fault. He was blinded by greed and used you as a tool. What crime have you committed? But, he's still this disciple's father. This disciple thinks about it day and night. I don't have the face to see Grandmaster again. Actually, thinking about it again, Shui Yupeng had no choice but to do this for your safety. This old man. Sigh, forget it. He's already gone. My poison and serious injuries have been cured by your master. You don't have to blame yourself too much. This old man has no son and has always treated you like a grandson. As long as you're doing well in Beidou school, this old man is happier than anything else. Speaking of which, during the years when Hu Yuni led the Misty School's disciples to exile, he had been carefully cultivating Shui Tian, treating him as the future hope of the Misty School. After a long time, he naturally developed feelings for him. Although Shui Yupeng's scheme was involved in the end, it was impossible for Hu Yuni to resent Shui Tian. This disciple knows. This disciple is very happy in Beidou school. Shui Tian said with tears on his face. Suddenly, as if he had something fun to share with the adults, Shui Tian couldn't hold back the joy on his face. He looked at Hu Yuni and said, Grandmaster, this disciple has something to tell you. Seeing how Shui Tian seemed to be hiding an excellent toy and wanted to show it to Hu Yuni in hopes of receiving his praise, Hu Yuni's heart softened. He recalled how Shui Tian would always show off to him when he was young before he mastered a move. Hu Yuni's tone became even more benevolent. What's wrong? Tian. What kind of martial art did you master? Yes. Grandmaster. Shui Tian was just about to say something when he thought of something. He quickly turned around and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know and only nodded slightly to express her agreement. Only then did Shui Tian turn around and say with a smile, when this disciple was following Grandmaster always said. If this disciple mastered martial arts in the future, would be able to inherit the Misty School's immortal path and step onto the immortal path. You also said that your greatest wish was to let this disciple step onto the immortal path. To revitalize the Misty School. Sigh, that's right. If that wasn't the case, I wouldn't have almost fought with sect leader Zhang and let the Righteous Alliance take advantage of me for nothing. Hu Yuni sighed and said, at that time, my body was already on the verge of death. If I didn't make arrangements for you, my Misty School would never be able to rise again. However, fortunately, sect leader Zhang is the pillar of my Misty School. This old man has long been relieved. Grandmaster, this disciple has already stepped onto the immortal path a few days ago. Shui Tian said with a smile. Hu Yuni was stunned and immediately became ecstatic. Tian, you're also a person of the immortal path? Yes, Grandmaster, this disciple is stupid. I even entered the immortal path after senior brother Ji. It's nothing. Shui Tian said shyly. Ji Xiaohua? Hu Yuni was even more shocked. He also stepped onto the immortal path. However, he immediately felt that it was inappropriate and immediately cupped his hands at Zhang Xiaohua. Sect leader Zhang, this old man's tone is a little reckless. It's because I've seen Xiaohua before. He doesn't have any foundation in martial arts at all. That's why I'm so surprised. Hehe, it's fine, it's fine. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Then, Sect leader Zhang, how many of your disciples have yet to step onto the immortal path? Li Jian suppressed his surprise and couldn't help but probe. Hehe, in my Beidou school, other than martial nephew Zhang Bairen who's still young, the other 6 disciples have already reached the immortal path. Nie Qianyu said proudly. This. Everyone in the Misty School, including Zhang Xiaohu, looked at each other. It had only been a month since the Beidou school was established, and it had already cultivated 6 disciples of the immortal path. And these disciples were all known by the Misty School. No wonder, they easily agreed to cultivate 3 disciples of the immortal path for the Misty School every year. It's so easy for the Beidou school. Xiaohua, you're too unkind. Zhang Xiaohu said with a frown. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote monthly and recommend at Chidian. Com. Chapter 1209. He, second brother, this is a matter between Beidou School and Misty School, not a private matter between you and me. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and nodded. Master Zhang is right. That's exactly what we should do. Since Master Zhang approves, it's easy to do. Let Nie Qianyu and O Yen communicate with you about these things. We're all family. Just do what we've been doing for the past decades and let the disciples worry about the future. Zhang Xiaohua touched her chin and said, by the way, it's almost time. Are elderly and others going to the secluded plain? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, Elderly has just recovered from his injury and his internal strength has not fully recovered. This time, he just came to talk about cooperation with Beidou School. He definitely can't go to the secluded plain. Then he pointed to Aunt Qin and Xue Qing and said, Hall Master Qin and Hall Master Xue also came to talk about things. They won't go. Well, in this case. Elderly, are you going back now, or, Master Zhang, I haven't been to Holy Realm Dweller's mansion yet. How about I stay here for a few more days? Hu Yuni said with a smile. Of course, Tian also misses you very much. You can go back with my second brother after the secluded plain. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, An. I'll have to trouble Hall Master Xue and Hall Master Qin with many things. Let's strike while the iron is hot and draw up a charter for future operations. Everyone in Misty School was overjoyed. The earlier they formed an alliance with Beidou School, the earlier the Misty School could improve their strength, and the earlier they could set foot on the path of immortality. Well, second brother, shall we go now? Zhang Xiaohua got up and asked. Let's go. Chang'e and Chen won't go. It's only a day's work in the secluded site. I'll see my parents when I come back. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, by the way, Xiaohua, you'd better dress up like a senior who had a relationship with my Misty School. The Fragrance Cult and the Dalan Temple both have immortal masters. If my Misty School doesn't have any, I'm afraid there will be some twists and turns in the secret plane. Sure. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. In any case, they all know that there is such an expert of the immortal Tao. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand. Aunt Qin, Xue Qing, and the others disappeared and were sent to the side of the lake. Then, he sent Zhang Xiaohu and the others to the foot of Yao Mountain and said, "Wait here for a while. I will wash up and dress up now." Sure enough, within a few minutes, a handsome Taoist Panan with a moderate figure appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohu and the others. Li Jian and the others had only heard about it from Zhang Xiaohu, but they had never seen him. At this time, they only felt that it was incredible. Just now, he was Zhang Xiaohua, but in a moment, he became a completely different person. Zhang Xiaohu seemed to be used to it. He glanced at him and said, "Taoist Pan, this place is not far from the secluded site. We still need to cover our tracks. I'm not familiar with this road. Deputy Gang Leader Wen and Deputy Gang Leader Lu have been there before. Please lead the way. What do you think?" "Well, I'll listen to Gang Leader Zhang's instructions," Zhang Xiaohua whispered. Then, Zhang Xiaohua took out a few jade talismans and handed them to everyone. He smiled and said, "I have a feeling that this secluded site may not be safe, and there may be something that I can't take care of. This is the jade talisman of the Way of Immortality. I just learned it recently. It's quite magical to use. Take it. Take them. If you encounter any danger, just crush them. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be able to protect you for 2 hours." Everyone took it and was stunned. The jade talisman looked like a rabbit. Zhang Xiaohua's face was burning. He whispered, "Hey, this jade talisman is not very successful. If it's perfect, it should look like a rabbit. Is it really a rabbit?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "I thought I was wrong." Then, he carefully put the jade talisman into his arms and said, "A rabbit is not bad. It's better than an ingot." Second brother, Zhang Xiaohua shouted. The others were puzzled, but seeing Zhang Xiaohu's treasured look, they also carefully put away the jade talisman. "Let's go." Zhang Xiaohu ignored Zhang Xiaohua and looked around. He waved his hand and said, "Vice Gang Leader 1, please lead the way." At this time, the sky was getting dark and the evening mist was heavy. Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, Wen Wenhai, Lu Yueming and Zhang Xiaohu used their qinggong to hide their presence and went to 5 Claw Peak. Zhang Xiaohua hid her figure and followed Zhang Xiaohu's back. The night had already fallen, and the round moon was gradually moving towards the sky. Tonight was a clear and sunny day. Under the water-like moonlight, the 5 Claw Peak pierced straight into the night sky. A chilly wind blew past, blowing the withered grass and yellow leaves into the air. A few afterimages flashed past, and then their silhouettes appeared in the moonlight. Below the Thumb Peak, on a large piece of flat land, Zhang Xiaohu and the others stopped next to a crouching ox rock. Reporting to sect leader Zhang, "It's here." Last time, lay practitioner Yanming said it was next to this crouching ox rock. Looking at the crouching ox rock, which was exactly the same as it was a few years ago, Wen Wenhai couldn't help but feel emotional. He pointed at the rock and said to Zhang Xiaohu, "Good." Zhang Xiaohu looked at the sky and asked, "It's already past 9, where are the people from the Dalan Temple and Incense Cult?" Before he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua whispered something to him. "Oh. Understood." Zhang Xiaohu nodded slightly, looked around, and jumped onto the crouching ox rock. He sat down cross-legged, as if he was regulating his qi circulation. Li Jian and the others were in a protective position, surrounding the crouching ox rock. After half an hour, a slight rustling sound came from the east. When Zhang Xiaohu opened his eyes, he saw several Dalan Temple monks in monk robes had quietly appeared not far from the crouching ox rock. Under the moonlight, they were Master Changsheng, Great Master Changgung, Master Changxing, and 3 skinny monks. Zhang Xiaohu had already received information that these 3 skinny monks were Master Tiangang, Master Yuandao, and Master Yuanming. He immediately felt deep veneration for them. He jumped up from the crouching ox rock and went forward to salute them. Zhang Xiaohu from the Misty School greets Master Changsheng and all the other masters. Master Changsheng and the others floated in the air and arrived at the scene. When they used their divine senses, they noticed Zhang Xiaohua standing not far behind Zhang Xiaohu. When they saw Zhang Xiaohu coming over to salute them, only Master Changsheng put his palms together and smiled. Sect leader Zhang, you're early. I wouldn't dare. I'm a junior in Jianghu. Since I've been summoned by my seniors, of course I have to wait early. Zhang Xiaohu said respectfully. Although the Dalan Temple was one of the participants in destroying the Misty School that day, Zhang Xiaohu did not directly confront the Dalan Temple. There were not many monks that day, and Master Changsheng had a good reputation in Jianghu. He did not allow Zhang Xiaohu to be disrespectful. Amitabha, Master Changsheng chanted the name of Buddha. He then raised his head and said, "How should I address all of you? Why haven't I seen you before? My name is Panin. I've been cultivating in seclusion. I'm a nameless itinerant cultivator. It's normal that the elders don't know I. Because I have an old relationship with the seniors of the Misty School, I also received some favors from the seniors of the Misty School. By chance, I found out that the Misty School was in trouble. That's why I lent a helping hand. However, I don't care about worldly affairs. The affairs of Jianghu are intertwined with gratitude and grudges. It's hard to say who's right and who's wrong. Your grudges. I don't care. Fellow Taoist, you're very generous. Thousands of people from the Misty School, all of them recovered their martial arts. Even I feel ashamed of my inferiority. How can I be a nameless itinerant cultivator? However, I don't know if the Misty School has passed down any immortal cultivation techniques for generations. Master Tian Gang said in a low voice. Master Tian Gang's name is well known throughout the world. I've admired you for a long time. However, I don't like fighting and lack the desire to win. Master. I'm afraid we're not fated to meet. Just as they were talking, another voice sounded, Master Panin, you live up to your name. I've admired you for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and saw a group of people slowly approaching from the mountain path not far away. They were the Misty School's disciples who had arrived earlier. Looking at Nun Jingyi, who was speaking, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "You're just a piece of trash. How can you live up to your name?" Nun eyes admiration, but I can't accept it. While they were talking, the Misty School's disciples had arrived. They were Nun Jingyi, Nun Shuqing, Nun Xuezhen, Peacock, Chen Chen, and Yuyin. Fellow Taoist, your name has spread throughout Jianghu before the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. I don't know how many people admire you, but I wonder, why didn't you come to the fight for the Immortal Mansion? If you did, I'm afraid that the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion wouldn't belong to Beidou School anymore. The appearance of the Immortal Mansion can only be obtained by the virtuous. I have never dared to consider myself virtuous, and I'm used to cultivating in a quiet place. As for the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, it's better to keep it, as bait for others. Hearing this, Master Tian Gang, Nun Shuqing, and the others' faces changed slightly. The Yaoshan Immortal Mansion wasn't just their bait, it was the bait for the entire Jianghu. All the sects in Jianghu were defeated at Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. If there was any sect that benefited, other than the Beidou School, it would be the Misty School that didn't participate in the fight for the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion at all. Nun Jingyi stood not far away, coldly looking at Zhang Xiaohu, and calmly said, "Sect leader Zhang, it's only been a few months since we parted at Mo Sun Gong. Are you, well?" Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohu smiled, but didn't go forward. He cupped his hands and saluted, "Ever since I left Lingering Fragrance Peak, I've been very well. Thank you for your concern, Nun. As for the grudge between the Misty School and the Incense Cult, I don't think I need to say anything. I've already told the inner sect disciple you sent, so there's no need for me to repeat myself. Hehe, sect leader Zhang's methods are good. Even I admire you greatly. In addition, this sect leader Panan behind you is actually playing with the incense cult in the palm of his hand. I truly admire you. Nun Jing-yi, do you think my misty school's torment is light? Lu Qingyang shouted, if it weren't for my sect leader Zhang's wisdom and courage, my misty school would be. Chapter 12:10. Cough, cough. Zhang Xiaohu coughed softly, and Lu Qingyang's voice immediately softened. Hehe, I've already told you about the misty school at Lingering Fragrance Peak. The reason behind it isn't as simple as you think. If you're talking about torment, there are also people like Master Longevity from the Dalan Temple. You can ask them too. Sigh. Sect leader Zhang, I feel guilty about what happened in the past. Everything was used by others. I'm sure sect leader Zhang already knows about it, but I don't want to explain. Master Longevity smiled bitterly. Hehe, alright, the mastermind from back then is here. Nun Jing-yi said softly. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohu had already sensed something. From the side of the Crouching Ox Rock, in the forest to the south, a few figures were also flying over with lightness skills. It was Alliance leader Zhang San from the Alliance of Righteous Sects. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Li Jian and the others narrowed their eyes when they saw the familiar figures. Lu Qingyang's fists were already clenched. Cough, cough. Master Longevity coughed and said softly, Sect leader Zhang. Today is a big day for the 4 sections. Don't delay the great cause of the Misty School because of some small matter. Of course. Our ethereal sect has always prioritized the big picture. How can we create more trouble at this time? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu looked at Nun Jing-yi and Master Longevity and said with a smile. Oh right, sect leader Zhang, how are Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng? How are my thousands of Wuming Hall disciples? This time, when our inner disciples went over, they actually avoided meeting them. I'm surprised. Nun Jing-yi suddenly asked. Hehe. Nun, you're really forgetful. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng admire our Misty School's legacy and specially joined our Misty School. They've always relied on the inner disciples in spreading fragrance cult. When they came to our Misty School, they became the masters. Right now, they're carefree on Misty Peak. How can they have the time to care about you? Zhang Xiaohu had already thought of a countermeasure. When she heard this, Nun Jing-yi almost exploded in anger. You. Nun Jing-yi's voice grew louder. Abbess. Today is a big day for the 4 sections. Don't delay the great cause of the incense cult because of some small matter. Abbess, please conduct yourself with dignity. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Abbess Jingyi and said with a smile. You. Nun Jingyi's lips trembled. Cough cough. When Master Longevity saw this, he quickly coughed a few times. He turned to Alliance leader Zhang San and said, Alliance leader Zhang San, why, are you late? Sigh, Master. Alliance Master Zhang San looked at the 5 inner force experts beside him and smiled bitterly. Ever since we parted ways at Yaoshan Mountain, our alliance has been hiding nearby. But Bai Yanqiu from between the clouds and the water seems to have sensed our presence. He has been searching for our whereabouts all this time. If it was before, our alliance might not have been afraid. But now? Our alliance did not bring enough manpower, and there are also immortal experts between the clouds and the water. Our alliance can only endure. Between the clouds and the water, actually sensed something? Master Longevity was slightly stunned. He immediately released his divine sense and looked for a while. He then turned to Master Tian Gang and asked, Master, is there anything strange around here? Master Tiangang shook his head slightly. Master Longevity let out a sigh of relief. He knew that Alliance leader Zhang San did not have an immortal divine sense. If he was being followed, he might not know. Master Tiangong's divine sense was the strongest among all of them. If he did not sense anything, then it must be nothing. All right, the people of our 4 sects have gathered. Let's go to the secret plane according to our original agreement. Master Longevity waved his hand and said, no matter what grudges there were between our 4 sects, before we come out of the secret plane, there must be no friction. Everyone knows that Beidou school has taken the initiative in the Yaoshan immortal abode. This secret plane is the key to the revival of our 4 sections. If anyone messes up this important matter, the other 3 sects will join forces to punish them. Alliance leader Zhang San stood not far from Zhang Xiaohu. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but after hearing Master Longevity's words, he swallowed his words. Let's go. Master Longevity waved his sleeves and took the lead. Master Tiangang and the others also floated in the air and followed. Then, the incense cult followed. Alliance leader Zhang San was about to move when he heard Zhang Xiaohu say in a low voice, does the martial arts sect have to walk before the immortal path? As he spoke, he leaped up and used the ethereal steps, which was comparable to the levitation technique. He lightly brought Li Jian and the others with him. You! Alliance Master Zhang San was furious. Just as he was about to regain some of his dignity, he felt a frosty gaze sweep past Zhang Xiaohu. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's handsome face, he jumped. Taoist Pan? Alliance leader Zhang San almost groaned. Humph. Zhang Xiaohua snorted coldly and used the levitation technique. Her body floated in the air and followed behind Lu Yueming, heading towards the direction of the ring finger of 5 Claws Peak. This. Alliance leader Zhang San was a little dumbfounded. Looking at their backs, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and touch his chest a few times. Then, he waved his hand and said in a low voice, let's go. Everyone's qigong was excellent and they even had the levitation technique. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the dense forest in the middle of the ring finger peak. The dark and silent forest was like a monster that had not moved since ancient times. It was lying there quietly. Even the brilliance of snow could not cover the forest. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the forest. She felt that the forest was exactly the same as when she first came. There was nothing special about it. However, when her divine sense swept past every jujube tree, a trace of uneasiness was transmitted from her divine sense to her heart. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She thought of the indescribable throbbing in her heart before the Misty School's visit. She couldn't help but be shocked. She thought to herself, could it be that, tonight's trip, is a great omen? The more she thought about it, the more mysterious the jujube forest became in her eyes. Faction leader Zhang, this jujube forest. I'm afraid there's something strange about it. Zhang Xiaohua said in a low voice, with eyes cultivation, it's difficult to see the truth of this place, if it's possible. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to finish, Master Chongsheng said in a low voice, everyone, this place is an ancient divine array. If you don't have the map that leads to the array, no matter what your cultivation is, as long as you enter the forest, you'll definitely die. There are records of this place in the ancient books of the Dalan Temple. It's also very clear that you should never take the risk to enter. You're right, Master Chongsheng. Our incense cult also has similar records. Moreover, this sheepskin scroll has been lost tens of thousands of years ago, so we've all put this forest at the back of our minds. Now that the map has reappeared, it's time for our 4 schools of immortal Tao to revive. Nanjing Yi nodded. Alright, according to the ancient books, this forest's array can only be opened under the morning sun on the 15th day of the first lunar month. At any other time, it's a dead array. Therefore, we'll have to wait here until tomorrow morning to enter the array. Master Chongsheng continued, by the way, someone from the Misty School entered the array a few years ago. Is this old monk's words true? Reporting to Master Chongsheng, our vice-faction leader Wen Wenhai entered this array a few years ago. It's exactly as you said. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Wen Wenhai and stepped forward. That's good. Since someone from the Misty School has entered, tomorrow morning, let's invite the Misty School to be the first to enter. What do you all think? Everyone hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Well, since someone from the Misty School has entered, I wonder if you can tell us in detail about the layout of the secret plane? Master Chongsheng asked with a smile. Master, after we enter, if there are treasures, how should we distribute them? We haven't finished discussing these matters, yet you want the Misty School to provide information. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Oh? Master Chongsheng was stunned. Nun Jingyi said apologetically, since faction leader Zhang didn't want to see us, we could only send our inner disciples to pass the message. We haven't told faction leader Zhang the specific details yet. Yes, Master Chongsheng nodded slightly and said, according to the ancient books, the secret plane is quite large. Some places have their own universe. It's far from the size of the mountain we see now. Therefore, when the 4 sects enter, we'll divide whatever we see equally. If we can't divide it equally, the sect that wants to get the remaining items will have to compensate the other 3 sections. As for the items within the restriction, it'll depend on each sect's actions. Whoever has the ability to take more will take it based on their ability. After he finished speaking, he said to Zhang Xiaohu, faction leader Zhang, what do you think of this method? Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. He looked at Master Chongsheng, Great Master Chonggung, and Master Chongxing behind him. Well, there were also 3 skinny and shriveled masters. He felt bitter in his mouth. Was there a need to say more? The inside was full of immortal Dao restrictions. The Dalan Temple had come prepared. Of course, they would take the lead. However, thinking about the unpredictable Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohu cupped his hands and said, of course, the secret plane? We have to rely on our own strength to fight for treasures. If we walk behind others, we'll only be blind. Then, he glanced sideways at Alliance leader Zhang San. At this time, Alliance leader Zhang San had already calmed down, as if he hadn't heard anything. He raised his head to look at the dense forest under the moonlight, his eyes full of admiration. Well, would vice-faction leader Wen please explain a little? Master Chongsheng said with a smile. Yes, please wait a moment. Zhang Xiaohu turned his head and gave Wen Wenhai a look. Thus, Wen Wenhai whispered about the last time they entered the dense forest. The process wasn't very detailed, and the objects inside were also vague. What? Is there only such a small place? Master Chongsheng frowned. Are there only those old medicinal herbs inside? Nun Jingyi was also shocked. Speaking of medicinal herbs, there were many in Yulon Grand Canyon. Her incense cult didn't need to mess around here. Reporting to the 2 seniors, this is indeed what this disciple saw back then. As for any restrictions, formations, or other immortal Dao methods, this disciple doesn't know. I reckon that Yenming Jusher back then might not know either. Wen Wenhai said with a wry smile. Well, that's indeed true. Master Chongsheng and Nun Jingyi both nodded. After a while, Master Chongsheng asked apologetically, faction leader Zhang, this old monk has overstepped. I wonder, what did faction leader O obtain in this secret plane back then? Chapter 12:11. Humph, you destroyed the Tan family, Yenming Villa, and Wan Jianfeng. What, you don't know anything? Lu Qingyang coldly snorted. What? Jianghu is filled with grudges and vengeance. If you don't have strength, don't be blinded by greed and go looking for treasures. Otherwise, you'll only end up with your family destroyed. Nun Jing-yi also coldly snorted. Actually, I just want to confirm whether or not this jungle is worth the risk. Master Changsheng pulled a long face and asked. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, actually, it's nothing. It's just a few qi-generating pills and a few bone-strengthening pills. Hee, in addition to this, your school seems to have another jade box. Nun Jingyi laughed. Zhang Xiaohu calmly said, inside that jade box is a sword manual. My Misty School had already arranged for the young Eagle Hall disciples to practice it before Boss O passed away. Nun Jingyi nodded slightly. It seemed that this sword manual, she knew about it. Yes, O Peng, and the other's explosive increase in internal strength, should be the effect of this qi-generating pill. Master Changsheng also nodded. Since this kind of pill is in the small house, there might be more hidden in the array. That's right, Vice Boss Wen, in the small house, what else is there? Nun Jing-yi asked again. This. When Wenhai thought for a moment, then looked at Zhang Xiaohu and said, there's nothing in the house. Apart from some incense burners, a jade table, a square table, and 3 chairs, there's nothing else. At this point, when Wenhai seemed to have thought of something and said excitedly, that's right, on the wall on the right, there are 3 portraits hanging. It's just that they're too old to be seen clearly. Portraits? Not only was Nun Jing-yi surprised, but Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing far behind them, was also surprised. Who are the people in the portraits? Nun Jing-yi asked nervously. This, one seems to be a swordsman with a saber, another seems to be a scholar with a folding fan, and the last seems to be a masked woman. When Wenhai thought for a moment and said, is the woman holding something in her hand? Nun Shuqing asked. Oh, it seems, it's a long whip. Nun Jing-yi and Nun Shuqing's faces were filled with joy. Seeing Wenhai's confusion, they couldn't help but sneer, that scholar with the folding fan is your Misty School's founder, Yang Haoya. You don't even know how to kowtow in front of him. This is really blasphemy against your founder. Me? Wenhai's expression changed. But, thinking that it was impossible for the other party to lie to him, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, our Misty School's immortal inheritance has been lost for a long time. It's normal that Deputy Faction Leader Wen has not seen the portrait of Founding Master Yang. Could it be that all the inner disciples of your school have seen the portrait of Founding Master Yu? Ancestral Master Moon? Nun Jing-yi was slightly stunned. She looked at Zhang Xiaohu in a different light. You actually know the name of the founder of the incense cult? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said nothing. Alright, since we know that there's a portrait of the founder of the Immortal Path in the secret land, then, there must be something extremely important inside. We have a reason to take the risk and enter. Master Changsheng laughed and looked around. He walked to the north side of the forest and sat down cross-legged. The other masters also sat down next to him. Nun Jing-yi saw this and smiled. She led Peacock and the others to the opposite side of the Dalan temple and sat down. When she was seated, she didn't forget to say in a low voice, Faction Leader Zhang, all the inner disciples of the incense cult have seen the portrait of Founding Master Yu. Oh? Zhang Xiaohu was taken aback. Then, he remembered what Zhang Xiaohua said about the manor beside the carefree lake. I'm impressed. Zhang Xiaohu cupped his hands and led Li Jian and the others to form a triangle with the other 2 factions. Faction leader Zhang San couldn't get a word in edgewise. He waited for the 3 factions to sit down before finding a place to lead his disciples. However, when he saw Zhang Xiaohu not far away, he sighed and ordered his disciples to go first. He then walked to the side of the Misty School's disciples. What are you doing here? Lu Qingyang asked angrily. This humble one has something important to discuss with faction leader Zhang. Faction leader Zhang San looked at Zhang Xiaohu behind Lu Qingyang and whispered. There's nothing to discuss. The Misty School and the Righteous Alliance are mortal enemies. Lu Qingyang scolded. There's no such thing as an eternal enemy in this Jianghu. How can there be an eternal ally? Faction leader Zhang San chuckled and said, this humble one is just proposing a deal to faction leader Zhang. If faction leader Zhang doesn't agree, just listen. There's no need to take it seriously. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohu stood up and cupped his hands. Faction leader Zhang, there's really nothing to discuss between our two factions. If it weren't for the importance of this forest, we wouldn't have come at all. Since faction leader Zhang knows the importance of this forest, what if this humble one uses the things in the forest to make a deal with your faction? Faction leader Zhang San smiled. Zhang Xiaohu pretended to be surprised and said curiously, the things in the forest are extremely important. Could it be that the Righteous Alliance has something more important than these things? If faction leader Zhang is interested, this humble one will say it. Otherwise, this humble one will turn back. Faction leader Zhang, please speak. This lord really wants to hear it. Zhang Xiaohu smiled. Well, it's like this. The things in the secret plane, the Righteous Alliance owns 25% of them. If faction leader Zhang agrees to this humble one's deal, this humble one will give faction leader Zhang 10% of them. What do you think? Seeing that faction leader Zhang San was somewhat reluctant, Zhang Xiaohu's eyes narrowed and he asked curiously, what do you need this lord to do? It's very simple. This humble one wants faction leader Zhang to return the thousands of disciples of the Righteous Alliance. What do you think? Bah! Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to speak, Lu Qingyang spat out thick phlegm and scolded, those are thousands of disciples. They're already the disciples of the Misty School's Martial Arts Hall and Great Martial Arts Hall. You just touched your lips and you want me to return them to you? Moreover, we still don't know what's in the secret plane. How can those things be compared to these disciples? That's right, faction leader Zhang. You see, this lord hasn't even opened his mouth and Elder Lu has already seen that this deal is unfair. What else do we have to talk about? Zhang Xiaohu smiled. Faction leader Zhang San was slightly anxious and said in a low voice, faction leader Zhang, at first glance, this deal is indeed inappropriate. But think about it again. Although my thousands of disciples have already become the disciples of your two halls, but, can you be at ease with them? Don't you still have to take out a lot of people to supervise them? Moreover, you still don't feel at ease letting them go. Rather than feeling this uncomfortable, it's better to directly let them go and return them to this humble one. Wouldn't it be better to obtain the treasures in this secret plane? Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's face reveal a strange smile, he continued, moreover, although the number of these thousands of disciples is large, they're not of one mind. They can't be compared to the disciples cultivated by your Misty School. If you obtain some treasures in the secret plane, such as the chi-generating pill that you just spoke of, then all of a sudden, you can cultivate your trusted disciples into top-notch experts. Wouldn't that be much more convenient than using these thousands of disciples? As Elder Lu said just now, who knows how many treasures there are in this secret plane? Look at the posture of the Dalan Temple and then look at the posture of the cult of incense. Faction leader Zhang, don't you think that there's a huge secret in this secret plane? If our two factions don't work together, then wouldn't we be eaten up by the other two factions until nothing is left? Of course, this humble one can't guarantee that there are enough treasures inside that can be compared to the thousands of disciples. However, for the thousands of useless disciples, I think that faction leader Zhang should take this risk. Zhang Xiaohu revealed a thoughtful expression. Seeing this situation, Alliance leader Zhang San added fuel to the fire. Faction leader Zhang, this is a ladder that our alliance is handing to your noble faction. We know that your Misty School's strength has increased greatly, and our righteous alliance has suffered heavy losses. However, if our righteous alliance stacks everything on a single throw and attacks your Misty School with all our strength, do you think those thousands of disciples you've recruited will listen to you or to our alliance? This. Zhang Xiaohu pretended to panic. Of course, this is just our alliance's assumption. If we really do this, our righteous alliance will suffer heavy losses. I'm afraid that we won't be far from being destroyed. This isn't something that our alliance wants to see. Presumably. Faction leader Zhang won't do this and let the Dalan Temple and the cult of incense reap the benefits. Alliance leader Zhang San laughed. 20%. Zhang Xiaohu seemed to understand Alliance leader Zhang San's meaning. He also knew that Alliance leader Zhang San would fight to the death, so he called out decisively. Alliance leader Zhang San was stunned, then laughed softly. Faction leader Zhang is indeed a smart person. No wonder even Abbess Jingyi had to suffer at your hands. However, our righteous alliance only has 25% in total. I don't think there's any hope for those formations and restrictions, so 20% is really too much. Alliance leader Zhang San, these are thousands of disciples. If it were a few hundred, I would have agreed long ago. Why would I waste my breath here? If it were a few hundred, our alliance wouldn't have come here and lowered our face to make this deal with you. Forget it, who told our alliance to be in the wrong first? 15% is our bottom line. If you don't, we'll turn around right now. Alliance leader Zhang San turned around and was about to leave. Don't. Zhang Xiaohu pulled Alliance leader Zhang San back and laughed. 15% it is. To be honest, these thousands of disciples are troublesome in my Misty School. If the Righteous Alliance takes them back, I'll be more than happy. Alright, faction leader Zhang San is straightforward. Let's clap our hands and make an oath. Alliance leader Zhang San raised his right hand. Zhang Xiaohu also raised his right hand. Just as they were about to clap hands, Li Jian reminded them, faction leader Zhang San, you must consider this carefully. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. Alliance leader Zhang San raised his hand, and their palms collided. Alliance leader Zhang San retracted his right hand and cupped his hands. Once this matter is settled, our alliance will send a disciple to receive them. I hope faction leader Zhang San won't go back on his words. You. Zhang Xiaohu retracted his right hand, and a look of regret appeared on his face. Alliance leader Zhang San chuckled and returned to his disciple's side. He seemed to have a card up his sleeve, and knew that Zhang Xiaohua would definitely agree to it, however. Zhang Xiaohua, who was at the side, was already overjoyed. Chapter 12:12. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu's remorseful face and his whispered explanation to Li Jian and the others, Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. After these thousands of disciples returned to the Righteous Tao Alliance, they would become the backbone of the Righteous Tao Alliance. If they were to nurture their own team one by one, in a few years, the Righteous Tao Alliance would already belong to Ethereal Sect even without Ethereal Sect attacking. The Dalan Temple and the Incense Cult seemed to know that the leader of the Alliance of Righteous Sects, Zhang Xiaohu, had something to discuss with the Misty School. Therefore, they lowered their heads and regulated their breathing, ignoring the whispers between Zhang Xiaohu and the elders of the Misty School. Beside the quiet forest, the low, intermittent chirping of insects served as a foil to the mystery of the forest. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She extended her divine sense and scanned the area 1,000 feet around the four sects. She seemed to have found something. 1,000 feet away, there was a large area of rocks. There were no trees, and the huge rocks reflected the moonlight slightly. Wherever the cold wind blew, the grass between the rocks swayed. There was nothing else. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the area and found that it was normal. However, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and he felt that there was something wrong. Hero 1, cough, Vice Sect Leader 1, about 1,000 feet north of here, is there a large area of rocks? Zhang Xiaohua asked in a low voice. About that, reporting. Elder, I came here at night from Index Finger Peak. I didn't check the surroundings. Wen Wenhai said apologetically. Is there anything strange there? Zhang Xiaohu asked. No. Zhang Xiaohua was about to answer when her expression suddenly changed. She hurriedly said, I have something to do. I'll come back later. As she said that, she put her hand in Zhang Xiaohu's hand and turned around to cast the flying spell. She left on her own. Zhang Xiaohu stared blankly for a moment. Pinching the soft object in his hand, he immediately knew that it was the extremely precious sheepskin scroll. He casually stuffed it into his bosom without a trace. Then, he heard the elder behind him ask in a displeased tone, Sect Leader Zhang, where did fellow Taoist Pan go? Now is the time to cover his tracks. Why did he leave? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. He couldn't say that it was midnight and his brother needed to sleep, right? He could only say, I'll let you know, Grandmaster. Panan. Taoist priest discovered that something was amiss 1,000 feet away. He personally went to take a look. What? 1,000 zhang away? Master Longevity sucked in a breath of cold air while Nun Jing-yi cried out in alarm. What? Am I wrong? Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. He turned his head and asked Wen Wenhai, what did you say just now? Sect Leader, Taoist Panan just asked me if I passed by 1,000 feet away from here. He felt that there was something wrong there. Master Tiangang, Master Yuan Dao, Master Yuan Ming, and Nun Shuqing all had ugly expressions. Standing here, one's divine sense could see 1,000 feet away. That was a waste of time. Moreover, he knew the flying spell. This Taoist priest Panan. Which generation's senior master was he? Nun Jingyi's face turned green when she thought of 1,000 feet away. She couldn't understand when the Misty School had such a senior who had such a deep relationship with them. Master Longevity looked into the distance at Zhang Xiaohua, who had long disappeared, and said in a low voice, with this senior's help, this trip to the secret plane will be safe. Then, everyone sat down in their respective places. However, after waiting for a long time, the full moon had already set in the west. Zhang Xiaohua still hadn't returned. Nun Jing-yi wanted to get up several times, but when she saw that Master Longevity didn't move, she restrained herself. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore. Just as she was about to get up, Master Longevity also stood up. The two of them looked at each other and walked to Zhang Xiaohu. They cupped their hands and said, Sect Leader Zhang, we know that your sect's Taoist priest Pan's cultivation is profound and there won't be any problems with him going to investigate. However, he's been gone for a long time. I'm afraid, there might be some mishap. If we go to help, what do you think? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly in his heart. What could he say? He could only nod and say, I'm also surprised. Did something happen to Taoist priest Pan? It's only 1,000 feet away. If something happened, there would have been a commotion. I don't think it's anything urgent. Maybe Taoist priest Pan saw the beautiful moonlight tonight and hid in a corner to admire it. That's also possible. At this point, he saw the strange expressions on the two's faces and immediately said, although I'm also worried, my cultivation is shallow and I don't dare to go. What if I trouble the elders of the Dalan Temple and the incense cult? I'm also worried that something might go wrong. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to finish speaking, Master Longevity waved his hand. Great Master Changgung and Master Chongqing floated up into the air and went straight to the south, 1,000 feet away. Since the two great masters have gone, I'm relieved. Zhang Xiaohu stopped nagging. 1,000 feet away was actually not far. Just as Zhang Xiaohu stopped talking and turned to look to the south, everyone frowned slightly. They wanted to know what Taoist priest Panin had discovered. Suddenly, two extremely bright lights came from 1,000 feet away. Then, there was a faint cry of surprise, followed by a rumbling sound. Hearing this familiar rumbling sound, Master Longevity's expression changed immediately. Shendao sect? That's right, it's between the clouds and the water. Master Jing Yi also gritted her teeth. This Bai Yanqiu is really everywhere. Changgung, Chongqing. Master Tiangong's expression also changed. Master Yuandao waved his hand and pulled out the demon-subduing pestle from his back. Master Yuanming also threw his hand, and the Mao bead also turned into the size of a plate and flew into the air. However, before the two of them could fly 100 feet away, they heard a voice in the distance. Don't worry, great masters. We'll come. Wasn't that the voice of Bai Yanqiu between the clouds and the water? The two great masters, Yuandao and Yuanming, paused in the air for a moment before flying back to stand beside Master Tiangang. They didn't put away the demon-subduing pestle in their hands and the Mao bead in the air. Master Longevity and Master Jing Yi looked coldly at Bai Yanqiu, who was flying over from afar, and Changgung and Chongqing, who were captured by Hao Feng and Daoist Hao Yu. They didn't say a word. When Bai Yanqiu flew closer, he cupped his hands and smiled. So the incense cult, Dalan Temple, and Misty School, other than my four immortal Dao sects, between the clouds and the water are all saber-rising. Why is the Righteous Alliance also here? Today's moonlight is beautiful, but how did this barren mountain attract the most famous four immortal Dao sects in Jianghu? Bai Yanqiu, my Dalan Temple's Changgung and Master Chongqing. How are they? Master Chongqing couldn't help but ask when he saw the two great masters being captured and their divine sense blocked by Hao Yun. It's nothing. They just suffered some minor injuries. Bai Yanqiu chuckled. Our disciples between the clouds and the water were admiring the moon, but these two great masters came to disturb us and disturbed our mood. Daoist Hao Yun just punished them slightly. The mountain river map. Master Jing Yi clenched her teeth. That day on Mount Yao, Bai Zhangmen used the mountain river map to hide the figures of the disciples between the clouds and the water. He wanted to seize the initiative when the immortal mansion of Mount Yao appeared. Who knew that the immortal mansion wasn't on Mount Yao, but in the void above Mount Yao? Bai Zhangmen's mountain river map exposed his whereabouts. Why didn't I think of that? This mountain river map is the best at hiding one's aura. With the surrounding terrain, even the divine sense of the immortal path can't detect it. Master Jing Yi is really brilliant, but I also didn't expect that these two monks would suddenly appear when we were hiding well. Where's Master Panin? Zhang Xiaohu asked in a timely manner. Master Panin? Bai Yanqiu was stunned. He shook his head and said, Master Panin flew away from us. Zhang Xiaohu frowned and turned to look at Master Chongqing, expressing his innocence. At this time, Master Chongqing didn't want to investigate further. He only sneered and said, between the clouds and the water captured two great masters of my Dalan Temple. Do you want to declare war on my Dalan Temple? I wouldn't dare, Bai Yanqiu replied with a smile in his eyes. I'm not talented. I know that my words carry little weight, so I have no choice but to ask the two great masters to be my bargaining chip. As long as Master Chongqing agrees to my conditions, I'll immediately release the two great masters. Master Chongqing sneered, my Dalan Temple can be easily coerced? Bai Yanqiu, what do you want? Please say it quickly. If it's feasible, we can agree to it. You should leave as soon as you get the benefits. Otherwise, our 4 sects will join forces and destroy your descendants between the clouds and the water. Hehe, Abbess Jing-yi, why are you so angry? What else could I have come here for? I just want to enter the secret land with you and get some benefits. What secret land? Bai Zhongmen, what is he talking about? Why can't I understand? Master Jing-yi laughed. Is that so? Master Jing-yi, you're not being honest. You're bullying my descendants between the clouds and the water. Have they ever been destroyed? Bai Yanqiu laughed and waved his hand. Ping-er, come here. Ping-er. Everyone was stunned. From afar, a figure slowly walked over using qinggong. Looking at the figure, his qinggong was very poor. Presumably, his martial arts weren't high either. However, when that person walked into the arena, the Righteous Alliance's alliance leader Zhang San shouted, "Situ Ping? You're actually a disciple of Between the Clouds and the Water?" Then, Misty School's Wenhai was also shocked, "Leader Situ?" Then, he shook his head and said, "Ah, I really didn't expect it. Everyone, who do you think this person is?" It's the leader of the evil tiger gang, Situ Ping, who was led by Wan Jianfeng's disciple, Ma Xiangyang, when Wenhai and Yanming Jusher entered the forest for the first time. How could it be you? Situ Ping, you actually dared to deceive this old man? Alliance Master Zhang San repeated this sentence. When he joined forces with the incense cult and the Dalan temple to force O Peng to death, he had already lost sight of Situ Ping. At that time, he had sent many people to look for him, but there was no news. Later, when the Righteous Alliance took over the Misty School, there was no need for Situ Ping to exist anymore. Thus, he threw this person to the back of his mind. What he didn't expect was that Situ Ping would appear when he least expected it. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 12-13. Situ Ping, you're the leader of the evil tiger gang, but you're also a disciple of Between the Clouds and the Water. You told us about Wan Jianfeng, the sheepskin scroll, and the forest. Was it by Yanqiu's order? When we confronted the Dalan temple and the incense cult, we couldn't find you. Were you taken away by Between the Clouds and the Water? Alliance leader Zhang is indeed a smart person. It's exactly as you said. However, the Evil Tiger Gang and the Evil Tiger Mountain Villa have been used by the Alliance of Righteous Sects for a long time. I miss them very much. I've always wanted to go back and see if they're still the same as before. Bai Zhongmen, you're too calculative. Alliance leader Zhang San sighed. Alliance leader Zhang San is too kind. Ping only found out about it by chance. That's why he hurriedly reported it to me. If I had known about it earlier, you wouldn't have been here. Actually, Bai Zhongmen didn't have to use so many tricks. He could have just destroyed the 4 sects and obtained the 4 sheepskin scrolls. Alliance leader Zhang San said, puzzled. That's what I thought, but... Alliance leader O of the Misty School and Yang Ruping are both descendants of the Immortal Path sects. If I acted rashly, Between the Clouds and the Water would have been exposed. If your 3 sects caught wind of this, with the strength of your 3 sects, Between the Clouds and the Water, would I still be safe and sound? She then said hatefully, to be honest, I've also done a lot of tricks in the other 3 sections. Unfortunately, my luck wasn't good. None of the sheepskin scrolls fell into the hands of Between the Clouds and the Water, so, today, I had no choice but to do this. This. Alliance leader Zhang San gritted his teeth. He had been plotting since he got the information about the sheepskin scrolls from Situ Ping, as well as the secret of the Immortal Path. The destruction of the Misty School was also part of Bai Yanqiu's plan. Now that the incense cult, the Dalan temple, and the Misty School were greatly weakened, the alliance of righteous sects was even more miserable. This was all thanks to Bai Yanqiu of Between the Clouds and the Water. How could he not bear a grudge? Bai Yanqiu of Between the Clouds and the Water was the instigator of the decline of the alliance of righteous sects. Needless to say, Bai Yanqiu had been labeled as such by alliance leader Zhang San. Then, alliance leader Zhang San said coldly, "What? Bai Zhangmen, what do you mean? You've been plotting for so long, involving the famous 4 sects in Jianhu, and now you've captured the 2 masters of the Dalan Temple. Are you planning to take the treasure for yourself?" Alliance leader Zhang San, you're exaggerating. How can I, Between the Clouds and the Water, have such a big appetite? Between the Clouds and the Water is not the Beidu School, and this secret plane is not the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. How can I, the leader of this sect, take all the treasure for myself? Then Bai Yanqiu looked at Master Chongsheng and Nanjing Yi, and said with a smile, Between the Clouds and the Water is also a big sect with immortal inheritance, so we're also qualified to enter this secret plane. I don't have many requests, I just want to enter the secret plane with the alliance of righteous sects and the Misty School, and have the same treatment as them. This. Nanjing Yi was a little hesitant. She looked at Master Chongsheng and said in a low voice, the 2 masters Chonggung and Chongxing are in the hands of Between the Clouds and the Water. Master, please make the decision on this matter. Master Chongsheng pondered for a moment, and told her about the agreement between the sects, and said, if Between the Clouds and the Water joins, each sect should get 20%, Master Chongsheng. You can't say that. Between the Clouds and the Water doesn't have a sheepskin scroll, how can she get 20%? I'm afraid 5% is already a lot. Alliance Master Zhang San shouted. 5%? Bai Yanqiu sneered, Alliance Master Zhang San has a good plan. Could it be, that you're treating Between the Clouds and the Water like a beggar? Then how many places do you want? Alliance Master Zhang San also sneered. 20%. Bai Yanqiu glanced at Chongxing and Chonggung, and said decisively. Between the Clouds and the Water wanted 20%, so the other 4 sects naturally also wanted 20%. The alliance of righteous sects wanted to give the Misty School 15%, so the alliance of righteous sects only had 5% left. How could Alliance Master Zhang San agree? 20%? Alliance Master Zhang San laughed so hard that his waist almost bent. He pointed at Bai Yanqiu, shook his head, and said, you're really imaginative. Seeing Alliance Master Zhang San laugh, Master Chongxing frowned, thought for a moment, and said, Alliance Master Zhang San, how about this? My Dalan Temple will give up 5% to make up for your alliance of righteous sects losses. What do you think? Oh. So that's how it is. Alliance Master Zhang San was stunned, then nodded slightly, and said with a smile, if Master Zhang San says so, our alliance of righteous sects will naturally agree. Hearing this, Master Chongsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to ask Bai Yanqiu to let them go, he heard Alliance Master Zhang San say, but our alliance of righteous sects fell at the hands of Between the Clouds and the Water. If they get the benefits, how will our alliance of righteous sects have a place to stand in the future? So, please understand, Master Chongsheng. Today, I can't agree to let Between the Clouds and the Water enter the secret ground. Zhang San. Master Chongsheng scolded, don't you dare challenge this old monk's bottom line. Bai Yanqiu was also shocked. He looked at the few martial arts disciples of the alliance of righteous sects with interest, and said slowly, Alliance Master Zhang San, you. Aren't you afraid of being killed by the elders of Between the Clouds and the Water? With just these few martial arts disciples? Of course, Between the Clouds and the Water has the ability to do so. Our alliance of righteous sects also has no power to fight back, but can the Dalan Temple agree? Can the Incense sect agree? Can the Misty School agree? Then, he bowed to Master Chongsheng and said, "Master, I'm afraid that I've made things difficult for you. However, without my parchment, I'm afraid that this secret ground is just a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water." Then, as if he thought of something, he slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, look at my memory. Where did I hide the parchment? I really forgot about it. But, it's true. Other than myself, no one else knows where it is hidden. If I really forgot this secret ground, I'll never be able to enter it again. Oh, I remember again. Master Chongsheng, when we leave the secret ground tomorrow morning, won't the Dalan Temple, the incense sect, and the Misty School escort me to a safe place?" The elders' faces were ashen, Nun Jing-yi was deep in thought, and Zhang Xiaohu looked on coldly. Bai Yanqiu was in a difficult position. There was only the sound of the wind blowing. The moon was also covered by the thick dark clouds that were blown by the wind, and no light could be seen. The wind gradually became colder. Little by little, the small snowflakes that were like grains of salt slowly fell down. After an unknown period of time, Master Chongsheng sighed, stepped forward and said, "How about this, Bai Zhangmen? You also know that without the parchment of the Righteous Alliance, none of us can enter the secret ground. If Alliance Master Chongsheng doesn't want your sect to enter, can your sect wait outside? My Dalan Temple can give 20% to your sect, leaving only 5%. Bai Yanqiu narrowed her eyes, as if the snowflakes had hit her eyelashes. She thought for a moment, looked up at the sky and said, "This damn weather, why is it suddenly snowing?" Master Chongsheng didn't answer, but Bai Yanqiu murmured again, "It should be early in the morning now. In another 2 hours, the sky will be bright. If we can't find a place to enter the forest when the sky is bright, I'm afraid that even with the parchment, we won't be able to enter the forest." Master Chongsheng's face changed again, and he said coldly, "Bai Zhangmen, what do you mean?" Bai Yanqiu stroked her hair and said with a smile, "What can I mean? I'm just reminding Master that tonight is a cloudy day, and there's heavy snow. The sunlight may not appear, and we may not be able to find a place to enter the forest." "Bai Zhangmen, you're mistaken. This is us, the 4 sections. It doesn't include between the clouds and the water." Alliance Master Chongsheng said fearlessly. Then, "Bai Zhangmen, do you think 20% is too little?" Master Chongsheng suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, "Yes, it's a little too little. We between the clouds and the water are also from a large immortal sect, and we also rushed into the forbidden ground and the formation. Master won't let us enter the secret ground, so what does this so-called 20% mean to us between the clouds and the water?" Bai Yanqiu said frankly. "Bai Zhangmen, please speak frankly." Master Chongsheng lost his patience. "Alright, since Master wants me to speak frankly, then I won't be polite." Bai Yanqiu said as she stretched out her hand and made a 5 sign. 50%? Master Chongsheng shook his head, "The Dalan Temple only has 25%. This 50%. I definitely can't agree." "Huh, Master, you're mistaken." Bai Yanqiu said with a smile like a flower, "The 50% I'm talking about is 50% of all the treasures that the Dalan Temple obtained in the secret ground." "Roar!" Master Chongsheng roared like a lion raising its head, "Bai Zhangmen, you've gone too far." A gust of wind blew from Master Chongsheng, blowing straight toward Bai Yanqiu. The sound also shook Bai Yanqiu's head slightly. Just as Bai Yanqiu moved slightly, Master Chongsheng moved. He stretched out his hand, and his 5 fingers directly grabbed toward Bai Yanqiu's face. "Be careful, Master." Daoist Xiaofan, who was beside Bai Yanqiu, reminded. As soon as Master Chongsheng roared, Bai Yanqiu felt that something was wrong. Without waiting for him to open his eyes, his body floated up and flew backward. Seeing this, Master Chongsheng's body did not change. He urged the vital energy in his meridians and also floated up. Then, a suction force appeared between his 5 fingers out of thin air, covering Bai Yanqiu's face. Bai Yanqiu was even more shocked when he saw this. He blurted out, "Dragon-controlling hand?" Actually, how could this be an ordinary dragon-controlling hand? When the suction force covered Bai Yanqiu's face, an indescribable throbbing appeared in Bai Yanqiu's heart. It was as if the palm was gradually expanding, so big that it grabbed Bai Yanqiu's entire gaze. This is bad. Seeing Master Chongsheng use such a method, how could Bai Yanqiu not know how powerful it was? As his body retreated rapidly, he was about to take out a Dharma artifact from his back. However, Master Chongsheng's palm was right in front of Bai Yanqiu's face. Bai Yanqiu did not even have time to retreat. How could he have the time to take out a Dharma artifact? Chapter 12-14. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked by the sudden change. Before he could see the fight between Master Chongsheng and Bai Yanqiu clearly, he heard a 7-colored brilliance flash beside Bai Yanqiu, followed by a miserable scream. When Zhang Xiaohu focused his gaze, he saw a 7-colored ring flashing past Master Chongsheng's chest. It was Master Tiangang's will of expansion. When Master Yuandao and Master Yuanming took out their respective magic tools, Master Tiangang also took out his wheel of mortal evolution. However, he hid his traces and stayed close to the ground, so that Master Daoist Xiaofan of the Water Cloud sect would not notice him. Now that he saw Master Chongsheng take action, how could Master Tiangang not know that this matter could not be settled peacefully? With a hand seal, the mortal will flew up. Daoist Xiaofan had just warned Bai Yanqiu and did not expect that the mortal wheel would fly into his back from the ground. How powerful was the mortal wheel? As soon as it came into contact with Daoist Xiaofan, it immediately drilled into his flesh. Not to mention that Daoist Xiaofan did not have a protective light shield. Even if he had one, it would have been damaged if he was caught off guard. As a result, the wheel of mortal expansion spun and flew out from Daoist Xiaofang's chest. Daoist Xiaofeng loosened his grip and Grandmaster Chongsheng fell to the ground. Grandmaster Yuanming pointed his finger and the Maomu pearl shot towards Daoist Xiaoyu, who was still holding Grandmaster Chonggung. Junior brother, Xiaoyu was right beside Master Chonggung. Seeing that Master Chonggung was killed by the wheel of expansion before he could save him in time, his eyes were already wide open. He shouted with a ruthless look in his eyes. Seeing the Mao pearl flying towards him, his hand moved slightly and a defensive jade talisman was shot out. His other hand reached out slightly and grabbed Great Master Chonggung's throat. Then, he exerted force. Great Master Chonggung's head tilted and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was dead. Grandmaster Yuanming originally wanted to save Grandmaster Chonggung, but he didn't expect Daoist Xiaoyu to be so ruthless. He didn't care about his own life and wanted to kill Chonggung. He couldn't help but grit his teeth, and fiercely activated the true qi in his meridians. Grandmaster Yuanming's injuries hadn't healed yet, and now that he activated his true qi, his meridians were injured again. The mola pearl suddenly expanded, and with a bang sound, it hit Daoist Xiaoyu's back with extreme speed. Master Xiaoyu's defensive light barrier had not been completely released. After being hit by the Mao pearl, it immediately shattered into pieces and dissipated in the air. Master Xiaoyu also spat out a large mouthful of blood. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. However, Master Xiaoyu stubbornly held on. He waved the lightning hammer in his hand and a bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air, flashing towards the Mao pearl. Just as Master Yuanming was about to use the Mao pearl to save Great Master Chonggung, Master Yuandao also waved his demon-vanquishing pestle and directly flew to Master Chongsheng's side. At this moment, Nun Shuqing was shocked. She also waved the plain cloud white flag in her hand and countless small white lotuses appeared around Master Chongsheng, protecting him tightly. Then, when he saw Daoist Bright Moon snapping Daoist Chang Gung's throat, Daoist Yuan Dao roared, "Go!" The demon fall pestle immediately turned into a stream of light and slammed towards Daoist Bright Moon. "How dare you!" Master Hao Yun shouted from the side. His tone was also filled with grief. He threw a small black shadow in his hand upwards. Dong! A huge tremor came from that black shadow, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Heaven-shaking drum? Seeing this, Master Tian Gang laughed instead of getting angry. This heaven-shaking drum has already been damaged. What's there to show off? It's a pity that you don't have the heaven-shaking hammer. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to beat this heaven-shaking drum. We would have to avoid it. Master Tian Gang laughed loudly. The mortal wheel whistled as it flew towards Master Hao Yun. Is that so? Master Hao Yun laughed nastily. He reached into his bosom and took out a short object that was only 3 inches long. Heaven-shaking hammer? Master Tian Gang was slightly stunned. It was obvious that he had never seen a heaven-shaking hammer before. At this moment, the mortal wheel also approached Master Hao Yun's body. Back to Master Chongsheng and Bai Yanqiu. Master Chongsheng clawed at Bai Yanqiu's face. A powerful gravitational force was born from Master Chongsheng's palm. Bai Yanqiu was greatly shocked and quickly retreated. However, Master Chongsheng's levitation technique was only slightly better than Bai Yanqiu's. The 5 fingers were getting closer and closer to Bai Yanqiu's face. When he retreated, Bai Yanqiu's hair that was coiled into a bun on top of his head also scattered. Beautiful hair like clouds was originally a kind of beauty. However, at this moment, it became Bai Yanqiu's shortcoming. That strand of black hair fell into Master Chongsheng's hand. A ruthless look appeared in Master Chongsheng's eyes. He wrapped his fingers around the black hair and gently pulled it back. Ouch! A scream came out of Bai Yanqiu's mouth. However, no matter how painful it was, Bai Yanqiu did not dare to stop. Bai Yanqiu stretched out his left hand and was about to use his true energy to cut off the hair. At this moment, she only felt the strength in Master Chongsheng's hand suddenly increase. She did not dare to hesitate anymore and fiercely shook her head. Suddenly, a large strand of hair was pulled out from Bai Yanqiu's scalp by Master Chongsheng. With a whoosh, Bai Yanqiu sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, with a bang, Bai Yanqiu felt that he seemed to have bumped into someone from behind. Bai Yanqiu did not think too much and grabbed that person with his backhand. Lord Sect Leader! That person exclaimed. It was Situ Ping, who had hidden here because he saw a conflict. Bai Yanqiu did not care who she was. He used his strength and shook it forward, blocking Situ Ping's head in front of Master Chongsheng's hand. Then, with the force of Situ Ping's forward push, Bai Yanqiu's figure flipped and floated far away, while Master Chongsheng was blocked in front of Situ Ping. Amitba! Excellent! Master Chongsheng chanted the name of Buddha. He was merciless. Before Situ Ping could breathe, he pointed his finger. Situ Ping's head was easily torn apart like a watermelon. Situ Ping's corpse fell to the ground. Ha ha ha! Bai Yanqiu, who had escaped far away, laughed loudly and said, "A monk is merciful. Master Chongsheng, you have broken your vow to kill. Subduing demons and eliminating devils is the mercy of Buddha. This old monk has never abstained from killing. Bai Yanqiu, hand over your life." Master Chongsheng was really angry. Seeing that Bai Yanqiu was far away, he took off the prayer beads hanging in front of his chest and threw them into the air. The prayer beads also expanded with the wind, covering Bai Yanqiu like a fishing net. Hee hee! Bai Yanqiu laughed coldly. He took out a bow from somewhere. It was the heaven-shaking bow that she used in the Huayu Palace of the Spreading Incense cult. Seeing Bai Yanqiu draw the bow, he did not knock an arrow. He released his fingers, and with a bang, a ray of red brilliance appeared from the bowstring. It went straight toward Alliance Master Zhang San, who was dumbfounded. You! Master Chongsheng was slightly angry. Just as he was about to use the prayer beads to block Alliance Master Zhang San, he saw a black shadow as fast as lightning flash in front of Alliance Master Zhang San. It hit the red brilliance. With a bang, the brilliance scattered. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a long whip that looked like a python. One end of the long whip was in Abbess Jingyi's hand. Good, Abbess Jingyi, look after Zhang San. Master Chongsheng was overjoyed. He activated his true qi and cast the spell in his hand. The prayer beads whistled and covered by Yanqiu's head. After Abbess Jingyi defeated by Yanqiu's attack, she stood in front of Alliance Master Zhang San. With the peach blossom whip in her hand, she looked around and shouted, "Junior Sister Xuezhen, bring the disciples of the Spreading Incense cult over and protect the disciples of the Righteous Alliance." Then, she shouted to Zhang Xiaohu, "Sect Master Zhang San, the situation is critical. I'm sure you can see that Sect Master Zhang San is a person who has stepped into the path of immortality. The people of the Righteous Alliance are protecting Sect Master Zhang San. If anything happens to Sect Master Zhang San, none of us will be able to enter the secret ground." Zhang Xiaohu looked around and then looked at the battle not far away that he could not participate in. He nodded slightly. Thus, the disciples of the Spreading Incense cult quickly walked to the left side of the Righteous Alliance disciples with swords in hand. The people of the Misty School also walked over to the right side of the Righteous Alliance disciples. However, they were still some distance away from the Righteous Alliance disciples. One could see the dissatisfaction in their hearts. 3 Zhang to the left of Master Chongsheng, Master Yuandao's demon subduing pestle flew towards Daoist Hao Yu. The lightning hammer in Hao Yu's hand had just sent Master Yuanming's Mola Pearl flying. It was already too late for him to activate his true qi. He had no choice but to turn around and use the lightning hammer to strike the demon subduing pestle. A huge force came from the demon subduing pestle, causing Daoist Hao Yu's arm to go numb and his body to retreat a few steps. Io, not good. Without waiting for Daoist Hao Yu to stabilize his body, the Mola Pearl in his divine sense came crashing down towards Daoist Hao Yu's head. Daoist Hao Yu did not dare to be negligent. Lowering his hands, his body squatted on the ground and exerting force with both hands, his entire body shot out like an arrow in the dark night, sticking close to the ground and flying towards the right, but at this moment, Daoist Hao Yu's face suddenly changed. He tried his best to stop his body and head towards another direction. But just now, he had used all his strength. How could he move away just because he wanted to? With a pu sound, the demon subduing pestle transformed into a flying sword and appeared in the darkness. It was the demon subduing pestle that Daoist Hao Yu had blocked earlier. Master Yuandao pointed at it and buried it in the direction where Daoist Hao Yu's body was retreating. Daoist Hao Yu was caught off guard and was struck by the demon subduing pestle. That demon subduing pestle had pierced right into Daoist Hao Yu's head, smashing it into pieces. Although Daoist Hao Yu was already dead, his rapidly moving body did not stop. Sticking close to the ground, he slid for a long distance. At this moment, the sky was already bright. The salt-like snowflakes were gradually getting bigger. A thin layer of grayish-white snow covered the ground. Daoist Hao Yu's body cleared away the layer of snow on the ground, revealing the withered grass under the snow. His blood stains had dyed the withered grass red. At this moment, a dong sound of a drum sounded. It was like a shock to everyone's heart, causing everyone's heart to jump for no reason. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect it, please tip it. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote. Chapter 12-15. This Master Yuan Dao and Master Yuan Ming joined hands to kill Daoist Hao Yu and were about to deal with Bai Yanqiu when they heard this drum. They unconsciously looked at each other, their eyes filled with horror. Dong! Another sound followed. Everyone's heart was still beating along with the sound of the drum, and many people's faces were flushed red. Just as the drum sounded, Master Tiangong's mortal wheel also arrived in front of Daoist Hao Yun. However, the vibration of the drum seemed to have set up a layer of invisible defense around Daoist Hao Yun. When the mortal wheel came into contact with the invisible restriction, it couldn't fly any further. It tried several times, but it couldn't fly even an inch closer. Thump, 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 thump. One sound, two sounds, one sound after another, the drumbeats became more and more concentrated, and the faces of the people present became bright red. First, they started to jump along with the drumbeats. It was as if everything in the field was controlled by the drumbeats. Quick, break his defense, or else we'll all die from heartbeat. Master Tiangang shouted. Woo, woo, two consecutive sounds rang out. The mola bead and the demon subduing pestle flew over, each striking the restriction formed around Daoist Master Hao Yun. No light could be seen, but no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to break through. Pa! With a clear shout, Nun Jingyi's whip flew over again, and lashed around Daoist Hao Yun. Nun Shuqing, who had just rescued Master Chongqing, moved the plain cloud-white flag in her hand, and countless small lotus flowers appeared around Daoist Hao Yun. Each flower emitted a bright light, and disappeared in a flash. Daoist Hao Yun, who was holding the heaven-shaking drum and heaven-smashing hammer, had a green light flickering on his face. His forehead was already covered in sweat, but when he activated the heaven-shaking drum, he saw the death of his two junior brothers, and his eyes were filled with anger. Now that he saw the various magic tools attacking him, he knew that today would be the end of a life and death struggle. After the green light faded from Daoist Master Hao Yun's face, the beating of the drums became even more intense. Dong dong dong, dong 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 dong. Among the people present, those with profound cultivations leapt into the air and clenched their teeth, desperately striking the magic tools in their hands towards Daoist Master Hao Yun. Those with shallow cultivations used their hands to cover their ears and circulated all the power in their bodies to resist the beating of the drums. However, the sound of the heaven-shaking drum did not seem to be heard by the ears, but directly struck their hearts. In the Righteous Alliance, several martial arts experts were lying on the ground, their bodies rolling non-stop. Their hands were covering their ears, and their teeth were grinding. It was as if all the blood in their bodies had gathered on their faces. Their faces were red, as if they were about to bleed. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The Righteous Dao Alliance members could no longer hold on. After this loud sound, blood slowly flowed out from their 7 orifices. The hands that were covering their ears also slowly loosened. Their eyes that were filled with fear opened wide as they stared blankly at the falling snowflakes in the sky. Gradually, they lost consciousness. Looking at the Righteous Alliance's Alliance Master Zhang San, he could no longer hold back. When the Righteous Alliance members fell to the ground, he immediately sat down cross-legged, and silently circulated his heart technique, circulating the inner strength in his body to resist the beating of the drums. But, the heaven-shaking drum was a famous weapon of the immortal path. Even Master Tiangang would be wary of it. How could martial arts' inner strength resist it? Seeing his heartbeat quicken and his face bleeding, Alliance Master Zhang San panicked. He immediately reached into his clothes and took out a scarlet-red triangular flag. The strange red color of the flag was extremely obvious in this snowy night. Holding the flag in his left hand, Alliance Master Zhang San took out a green stone with his right hand. He bit his tongue, and with a pu sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the flag. After absorbing the blood, the flag suddenly emitted a blood-red light. Following which, a faint red and black smoke was formed. The moment the smoke appeared, Alliance Master Zhang San threw the flag into the air, and held the stone in his left hand. His right hand moved slightly, and his mouth muttered. The smoke followed Alliance Master Zhang San's fingers and slowly expanded, gradually enveloping Alliance Master Zhang San within it. On the left side of the Righteous Alliance, the disciples of the Fragrance sect, Peacock, Chen Chen, and Yuyan, were all red in the face. They gritted their teeth and their bodies trembled slightly. However, they still sat cross-legged. The weak qi in their bodies circulated rapidly, barely resisting the terrifying beating of the drums. Nun Xuezhen, who was sitting next to the three of them, was just as relaxed. She was also sitting cross-legged, but she first covered her ears with her hands, and then she took them down again. Just as she was about to adjust her breathing, she couldn't help but stretch out her hands and cover her ears again. After a few times, blood gradually seeped out of her mouth and nose. On the right side of the Righteous Alliance, the disciples of the Misty School had already felt that something was wrong when Taoist Master Haoyun took out the heaven-shaking drum and the heaven-smashing hammer. They immediately sat cross-legged. Zhang Xiaohu sat at the front, circulating the Kunpeng transformation mantra in his meridians. The mantra of the Kunpeng transformation mantra was the most important thing about fighting in the air, flapping one's wings, and trying to compete with the heavens. As for this shocking drum sound, it was like a hurricane in a dark rain. Wave after wave, Zhang Xiaohu still had a sliver of leeway to resist it. As for Li Jian and the others, although their internal energy was high, they were unable to resist the beating of the heaven-shaking drum. After a few beats, they were already bleeding from their ears and noses, rolling on the ground. They were not much stronger than the disciples of the Righteous Alliance. With a loud dong, just as the hearts of the Righteous Alliance disciples were shattered, Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, Wen Wenhai, and Lu Yueming's bodies also shook violently. Large mouthfuls of blood flowed out from their noses and mouths. Their eyes and ears were also bloodshot. Zhang Xiaohu also jumped along with the beating of the drum. His hands involuntarily went to cover his ears, but just as his hands passed by his chest, he suddenly remembered the rabbit jade talisman that Zhang Xiaohua had given them at Yao Mountain. At this time, he couldn't care about anything else and shouted, "Elderly, quickly, Xiaohua gave me the jade talisman." As he spoke, he took the jade talisman from his chest. Without even looking at it clearly, he immediately exerted force in his hand. With a "pa" sound, the jade talisman that didn't look like a rabbit was crushed. A faint golden light flashed and a thin layer of light appeared around Zhang Xiaohu. With the formation of the light shield, the deafening beating of the drum gradually decreased. In the end, although the sound of the drum was deafening, it could only be heard in the ears and could no longer directly penetrate into Zhang Xiaohu's heart. Sigh, Zhang Xiaohu let out a sigh of relief. When he hurriedly looked back, he couldn't help but be shocked. At this time, Li Jian had already crushed the jade talisman and was in the process of forming a light shield. However, Lu Qingyang and the other two were already vomiting blood. Although they had already taken out the jade talisman, they didn't have the strength to crush it. Zhang Xiaohu didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly helped them crush the jade talisman one by one. Only when he saw the three faint golden light shields rise did he breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Li Jian also stood up and hurriedly went over to check the pulse of the three people. Only then did he feel relieved. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu and the three people lying on the ground, his eyes were full of complex emotions. Dong 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 dong. A series of rapid drum beats. At this time, in the ears of Zhang Xiaohu and Li Jian, it was no different from the usual drum beats. On the side of the fragrance cult, Senior Nun Xuezhen screamed and vomited a large mouthful of blood before falling to the ground. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Peacock and the other two also began to bleed from their 7 orifices, Righteous Tao Alliance. In the red and black mist, Alliance Master Zhang San's face was pale and his facial features were somewhat ferocious. His 7 orifices, were also oozing blood. Pu. 3 inaudible sounds of blood spurting out were already covered by the sound of the heaven-shaking drum. However, the person who spurted out blood was not someone else, but Tao Master Hao Yun, who was beating the heaven-shaking drum. These 3 mouthfuls of blood were spat out on the heaven-shaking drum. The heaven-shaking drum absorbed the 3 mouthfuls of blood essence, and its brilliance became even brighter. It slightly expanded by half. As for Tao Master Hao Yun, who spurted out the blood essence, after a flash of green, his face suddenly became pale and he seemed to have become thinner and weaker. Reverse blood corroding essence? Master Tian Gang shouted, "Quick, Yuan Dao, use the demon subduing pestle to attack. This brat is already strong on the outside but weak on the inside. We need to hold on for a while longer. Even if we can't kill him, the backlash from the heaven-shaking drum will definitely kill him." Master Tian Gang's words were extremely true. The heaven-shaking drum and the heaven-breaking hammer were ancient divine weapons. They were not something that ordinary Qi practitioners could wield. This was also the reason why Tao Master Hao Yun did not take out the heaven-shaking drum earlier. Just the heaven-shaking drum alone. Tao Master Hao Yun would not be able to recover his Yuan Qi for several months after using it, not to mention the heaven-breaking hammer. Tao Master Hao Yun was also injured. If not for the fact that Tao Master Hao Yu and Tao Master Hao Feng were both killed, he would definitely not have used the heaven-shaking drum at the same time. Seeing that Master Tian Gang and the other great enemies were not injured and only a few ordinary disciples of the Righteous Alliance died, Tao Master Hao Yun could not help but feel anxious. He knew that he could not hold on for long. He immediately used a secret art similar to the reverse blood corroding essence, channeling all of his Yuan Qi into the heaven-shaking drum. When Master Yuan Dao and Master Yuan Ming heard Master Tian Gang's words, they forcefully suppressed the blood in their chest and also circulated their qi. With a wave of their hands, the demon-subduing pestle slammed down like a mountain. The Mao Pearl was like a full moon as it struck towards Tao Master Hao Yun's back. Master Tian Gang's will of evolution also spun rapidly, crashing towards Tao Master Hao Yun's chest. At the same time, Nun Shu Qing unfurled the plain cloud white flag and many small lotus flowers also attacked Tao Master Hao Yun. Nun Jingyi's 7 orifices were bleeding slightly and her limbs were weak. She held the peach blossom whip in her hand. Just like Master Changsheng, who was bleeding from his 7 orifices, she attacked by Yanqiu. "All of you, go to hell." Tao Master Hao Yun roared loudly. His face rapidly shrunk and his entire body's qi essence was flowing away. With a wave of his right hand, he raised the heaven-breaking hammer in his hand and struck towards the heaven-shaking drum. Master Tian Gang's face was as red as blood. At this moment, it was slightly pale. He knew that this strike contained all of Tao Master Hao Yun's cultivation. Regardless of whether other people lived or died, this Tao Master Hao Yun would definitely die. However, if this strike hit the heaven-shaking drum and the sound of the drum spread out, how many people would survive, would be hard to say. Chapter 12-16. Thinking of this, Master Tian Gang looked at Taoist Master Hao Yun, who was struggling to hit the heaven-shaking drum with the heaven-breaking mallet as if he was lifting a heavy object. He also shouted loudly and quickly formed a seal with his hands. From afar, it looked like a blooming lotus flower. "Quick!" Master Tian Gang pointed his finger and the mortal wheel that was about to reach Taoist Master Hao Yun's chest suddenly jumped up and disappeared. Then, it appeared below Taoist Master Hao Yun's heaven-breaking mallet. With a wang sound, it charged towards the heaven-breaking mallet. Bang! The 2 magic treasures collided with each other. The mortal wheel was sent flying horizontally far away while the heaven-pounding hammer was also knocked up. Of course, it was only knocked up half a foot. Daoist Master Hao Yun's arm moved again and the heaven-breaking mallet continued to strike. Just as the heaven-breaking mallet was about to hit the heaven-shaking drum, bang sound was heard as the Molu Pearl hit Daoist Master Hao Yun's back. Daoist Master Hao Yun's body moved slightly and with a series of crackling sounds, all the lotus flowers on the plain cloud white flag exploded. Finally, with a boom sound, the demon-subduing mallet that was as light as a feather fell on Daoist Master Hao Yun's head. At this time, the drum was silent and the heaven-shaking drum's defense was gone. Daoist Master Hao Yun's body had been broken through by the Mola Pearl and the plain cloud white flag. Daoist Master Hao Yun's body was already dried up and weaker than an ordinary person. At this time, the heaven-breaking mallet was only a finger's distance away from the heaven-shaking drum. That was close. Seeing the demon-subduing mallet succeed, everyone was overjoyed. They put away their magic tools and no longer spoke. They took out pills and sat down cross-legged to adjust their breathing. The heaven-shaking drum and the heaven-breaking mallet quietly floated in the air. No one went to collect them. The three disciples of the aroma religion were pale but they seemed to have calmed down. Only Nun Xuezhen was lying on the ground and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. At the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohu and Li Jian had already rescued Wen Wenhai, Lu Yueming, and Lu Qingyang. At this moment, they were staring coldly at the Righteous Alliance's alliance leader Zhang San, who was shrouded in a cloud of reddish-black smoke. Their eyes were filled with indescribable shock. Not far away, Bai Yanqiu was not affected by the sky-shaking drum because he had taken precautions in advance. He fought alone against Master Longevity and Nun Jingyi, and originally had the upper hand. However, Daoist Master Hao Yun was smashed into meat paste, and the sound of the drum stopped. Bai Yanqiu immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. Seeing that he could not hold on, Bai Yanqiu waved his hand, and a signal flew into the air. He then sneered and said, "You immortal Dao experts are now seriously injured. This sect leader wants to see which martial Dao disciple cut off your heads. You." At this moment, Master Longevity and Nun Jingyi finally realized that under Bai Yanqiu's mountain and river map, there must be many immortal Dao or martial Dao experts on the same level as Liang Zhangxiu and the others lying in ambush. Now that they were injured, killing dozens of them was not a problem. However, it was impossible to kill hundreds or thousands of them. Seeing the change in Master Longevity and Nun Jingyi's expressions, Bai Yanqiu was very proud. But, after waiting for a while, no one came. 1,000 feet was not very far away, and, at this time, the sky was already bright. It was almost dawn, and they could already see things 1,000 feet away. What's going on? Bai Yanqiu was very proud and did not find it strange. It was like extreme joy begets sorrow. However, before Bai Yanqiu could turn around to look at the mountain and river map 1,000 feet away, her eyes casually fell on the corpse of Reverend Hao Yu, who was flying close to the ground. At this time, Reverend Hao Yu's head was shattered. It should have been a mess of flesh and blood. The ground where Reverend Hao Yu's body brushed past should also have a trail of blood. However, what Bai Yanqiu saw was a dried-up lump where Reverend Hao Yu's head should have been. She could not see anything. There was not a single trace of blood on the withered grass and snow behind the corpse. Bai Yanqiu's heart trembled. Her body immediately floated in mid-air and looked around in horror, as if she had seen a ghost. Reverend Hao Yu's corpse was not far ahead. It should be Reverend Hao Feng. Reverend Hao Feng's chest was cut horizontally by the Yen fan wheel. He should have been dripping with blood and looked very bloody. However, at this time, Reverend Hao Feng was lying there diagonally. Beside him, there was already a thick layer of snow, but it was still pure white. It was as if there was no blood at all. Tenryu sect, Bai Yanqiu hysterically screamed in mid-air. At this time, she was extremely convinced by Zhang Xiaohua's words. The Dalan Temple, Chuanxiang Sect, Misty School, the Righteous Alliance and Between the Clouds and the Water were already here. If there was someone who had the strength to spare, if it was not the Tenryu sect, who else could it be? And the disciples between the clouds and the water that she brought with her did not heed her signal to come out. Was there even a need to say the result? Seeing Bai Yanxiu flying in mid-air in horror and hearing Bai Yanxiu's terrified scream, although Master Chongsheng and Nun Jing-yi did not notice the abnormality of the corpse on the snow, their hearts jumped. Before they could ask, they heard a shrill laughter from the mountain map that was 1,000 feet away from Bai Yanxiu. Following that, Sakura, dressed in black and wearing a cloak on his head, appeared from 1,000 feet away with a few people dressed in strange clothes and dozens of ordinary-looking disciples of the Tenryu sect. In the middle of the dozens of disciples was a woman dressed in purple. This woman had big eyes, thick eyebrows, a beauty mark on her left chin and a dimple on her right cheek. This was the dream that Zhang Xiaohua had been thinking about day and night. Sakura? It's really you. Seeing this, Bai Yanxiu couldn't help but laugh. Beidu School sect leader Ren said that the trap under Yao Mountain was set up by your Tenryu sect. We didn't believe it and thought that you were already hiding in the Tenryu sect to recuperate. Now, it seems that we have all fallen into your trap. Sakura's figure floated in the air and he said shrilly, "What? Master Tian Gang, Master Yuan Dao, Master Yuan Ming, and Nun Shu Qing are all seriously injured. If they don't retreat to recuperate, how can I go back?" Then, looking at the corpses on the ground from afar, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He smiled and said, "If I leave, how can this place be lively? How can Yao Mountain be lively?" Seeing Sakura approaching, Bai Yanxiu didn't dare to stay any longer. After weighing the pros and cons, he turned around and flew to Master Chongsheng and Nun Jing-yi's side. Seeing that Master Chongsheng and Nun Jing-yi were still confused, Bai Yanxiu pointed to the Righteous Alliance's disciples on the left and reminded them, "Master, can you see if there is any blood under the bodies of the Righteous Alliance's disciples? See if they are the same as the corpses under Yao Mountain." Only then did Master Chongsheng and Nun Jing-yi understand. With just a glance, they knew that the corpses of those disciples were the same as the dried corpses without blood on Yao Mountain. "Oh! Alliance Master Zhang. You." Seeing the abnormal corpses of the Righteous Alliance's disciples, everyone also saw Alliance Master Zhang San's scarlet flag and the black and red fog around it. When Alliance Master Zhang San saw this, he knew that he couldn't hide the secret, so he smiled and said, "This is the immortal cultivation method that Xing Town's Ma family offered to our alliance. Our alliance's cultivation isn't deep enough, so we don't dare to embarrass ourselves in front of everyone." Immortal cultivation method? Master Chongsheng frowned and looked at Nun Jing-yi. Both of them looked at each other in surprise. Ha ha ha! Sakura, who was far away, seemed to have heard them and shouted, "Alliance Master Zhang San, welcome to our Tenryu sect. What immortal cultivation method is this? It is the supreme cultivation method of our Tenryu sect." Nonsense! Alliance Master Zhang San almost jumped up. Your demonic sect's cultivation method. Does it need vitality stones? Who said that demonic sect's cultivation method doesn't need vitality stones? Sakura laughed sharply and took a few steps forward. Sakura, you. How did you know about this place? Master Chongsheng shouted angrily. This is the inheritance of our immortal Dao ancestor. Ha ha ha, Chongsheng, oh Chongsheng, don't forget that you're Dalan Temple. Although it's also a immortal Dao sect. It's different from Fragrance Cult, Misty School, and Shindao sect. Your inheritance is different from theirs. Sakura replied. What's more, my Tenryu sect's ancestor Sakura also stayed in this forest before, so why can't my Tenryu sect know about this place? Then, he clapped his hands and said, since your Shindao sect has Situ Ping, why can't my Tenryu sect have Situ Liang? As he said this, a disciple walked out from the crowd. Ah! Situ Liang. You're actually a disciple of the Tenryu sect? Others didn't recognize Situ Liang, but how could Bai Yanxiu, the head of Between the Clouds and the Water, not recognize him? That's right, this disciple is indeed a disciple of the Tenryu sect. Bai Zhangmen, your Shendao sect's threshold is too high, this disciple can't pass it, so I can only become a disciple of the Tenryu sect. Situ Liang sneered. Bai Yanxiu's face turned green and red. Back then, by chance, Bai Yanxiu met Situ Ping and Situ Liang. She chose Situ Ping to be a disciple of Between the Clouds and the Water and sent him to the evil tiger gang to be Wan Jianfeng's spy. She threw Situ Liang to the side, but she never would have thought that Situ Liang was already a disciple of the Tenryu sect. Alright, Bai Zhangmen, it's not that I want to scold you, but you've been planning for so long, yet you're so overcautious. You didn't even dare to deal with O Peng from the Misty School. If you did it earlier, how would you be in such a predicament today? I have to say. You're speaking to here, he paused for a bit, then continued, you're really too soft-hearted. I was far away in the northwest, but I still received the message sent by Situ Liang. If it wasn't for some unforeseen circumstances, I would have come here personally. Since you didn't participate in the excitement of the secret plane last time, this time. Don't disappoint me, okay? Sakura revealed a mocking smile. Humph, how can your Tenryu sect meddle in my affairs? What unforeseen circumstances did you have? Don't decline, if your Tenryu sect had come earlier, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess Between the Clouds and the Water. Bai Yanxiu also sneered without any trace of politeness. Right now, she was all alone and had already disregarded her own life, so how could she still have any fear toward Sakura? If I have any matters, why would I need to inform you? Sakura said proudly. Looking at Bai Yanxiu who was Between the Clouds and the Water, as well as Tenryu sect Sakura, Master Chongsheng and Nun Jing-yi were both speechless. That's right, everyone was scheming. But none of them succeeded. Chapter 12-17. After a long while, Master Chongsheng sighed. He looked at Nun Jing-yi, Alliance Master Zhang San, and Zhang Xiaohu. Then, he looked at Master Tian Gang, Master Yuan Dao, Master Yuan Ming, and Nun Shuqing, who had yet to recover from their injuries. He took a step forward, put his palms together, and chanted, Amitabha, Sakura, you've been plotting for a long time. You just want to find the sheepskin scroll and go deep into the forest to find the inheritance. Just as you said, my Dalan Temple is not a sect founded by the three ancestors of the immortal Tao. But since my Dalan Temple has the sheepskin scroll and has the right to enter the secret area, it's not impossible for your Tenryu sect to enter as well. Moreover, the three immortal Tao sects and my Dalan Temple may be different from your Tenryu sect, but we haven't had any fierce conflicts for tens of thousands of years. Today, although we're all injured, we may not necessarily lose to your Tenryu sect. This old monk is not talented, but I still want to make a deal with Sakura. When Sakura heard this, he was slightly stunned. With a strange smile on his face, he said, Master, please speak. Master Chongsheng repeated the method of sharing the profits that he had told Alliance Master Zhang San just now. Without waiting for Sakura to answer, he turned around and asked Alliance Master Zhang San, Alliance Master Zhang San, what do you think of this old monk's suggestion? Alliance Master Zhang San was now alone, and his hatred was mostly added to by Yanxiu Between the Clouds and the Water. Now that the strength of the four immortal Tao sects had been greatly reduced, if they fought with the Tenryu sect again, it would most likely be a lose-lose situation. He himself was very likely to be killed by the Tenryu sect. Who in this world was truly unafraid of death? At this moment, Alliance Master Zhang San also gave up the idea of using the sheepskin scroll to threaten Master Changsheng. He only nodded slightly. Great Master's understanding is beyond my expectations. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. Take out the sheepskin scrolls and let me see if you really have the so-called sheepskin scrolls. I'll see if you really have the qualifications to enter the jungle. Grandmaster Changsheng frowned slightly and became cautious. He shook his head and said, "Of course we have sheepskin scrolls. However, you don't seem to have one. What right do you have to look at our sheepskin scrolls?" Ha ha ha. Indra laughed shrilly. According to the records of my Tenryu sect, the method of entering and leaving the forest has already been destroyed. Where did you get the sheepskin scroll? Are you sure that the sheepskin scroll can enter the secret plane? Then, he looked at Situ Ping and said, "If I didn't know that the method to enter and exit the secret area was long gone, how could I not pay attention when Situ Liang reported the mysterious actions of Situ Ping and the others to the Tenryu sect?" What? The method to enter and exit the forest has already been destroyed? Grandmaster Changsheng was slightly stunned. He turned his head and looked at Nanjing Yi, then looked at the Misty School. "I used this sheepskin scroll to enter the secret plane personally a few years ago. When Wenhai's injuries had already recovered. He was already able to stand up." He cupped his hands and replied, "Furthermore, I have already told Grandmaster Changsheng and the others about what I saw in the secret plane." There really is such a magical sheepskin scroll? Indra's tone was a bit hesitant. Then, he asked, "Can you let me take a look?" "Of course not. Indra, your Tenryu sect is trying to gain something without risking anything. It's better for you to follow behind us. There will be benefits for you guys anyways. Why are you in such a hurry?" Nanjing Yi was a bit dissatisfied. However, looking at both sides, she still said calmly, "Hee, is that sheepskin scroll with you guys?" Indra seemed to be worried. He asked casually, "It might not be with me. However, if I don't say it, then no one will know where the sheepskin scroll is. Then, no one will be able to enter the secret plane." Alliance Master Zhang San said quickly. "Really?" Indra laughed. "If that's the case, then, that's great." Before he finished speaking, Indra waved the hand hidden in his sleeve. A faint black line that was almost invisible to the naked eye shot towards Alliance Master Zhang San. "How dare you!" A shout came from behind Grandmaster Changsheng. It was none other than Grandmaster Tian Gang's voice. Along with his voice came the Wheel of Buddha's radiance. The Dalan Temple's technique was indeed the nemesis of the Heavenly Dragon sect. The Wheel of Buddha's Dharma artifact was also worthy of being the Dalan Temple's famous Dharma artifact. Before the Wheel of Buddha's Dharma artifact could reach Alliance Master Zhang San, the radiant Dharma artifact had already dispersed the black lines. Indra saw this and his expression changed slightly. He seemed extremely uncomfortable. "Indra, what are you doing?" Grandmaster Changsheng was furious. He also raised the Buddha beads in his hand. Hearing Grandmaster Changsheng's question, Indra looked up to the sky and laughed. "Bai Yanqiu from the Shundao sect wants to enter the secret plane with you guys. Do you think my Tenryu sect is the same as her? To tell you the truth, the things in this secret plane, my Tenryu sect doesn't care about them at all. What I want to do today is to destroy this sheepskin scroll. None of your disciples from the 4 immortal Dao sects can enter the secret plane." Everyone was stunned. It turned out that the Tenryu sect was actually planning to destroy the sheepskin scroll. "Heh, I understand." Grandmaster Changsheng laughed. Presumably, in this secret plane, the 3 ancestors of the immortal Dao sects must have left behind a method to restrain the Tenryu sect. Moreover, this method is extremely vicious. Maybe it can even wipe out the descendants of the Tenryu sect. So, Benefactor is hiding nearby and waiting for us to enter the secret plane to destroy the sheepskin scroll? Cut the crap. Indra waved his hand and shouted, "Go! First, kill Zhang San from the Righteous Alliance. Then, capture the people from the Misty School alive. I want to see how your Dalan Temple and incense cult can enter the secret plane without these two sects." When Grandmaster Chongsheng heard this, he looked at the disciples of the Tenryu sect who were pouncing over like tigers and wolves. He threw his Buddha beads and chanted, "Amitba. Shanzai, Shanzai. Watch how I subdue demons. Old bald donkey." Upon seeing this, Sakura stretched out his hand that was hidden in his sleeve. His pale and slender hand was holding a palm-sized magic tool that was shaped like a horse head zither. However, the horse head zither that was commonly seen had strings and a lifelike horse head on top of the zither. However, in Sakura's hand, not only did it not have strings, the horse head was also a horse skull. That zither was even surrounded by a faint black fog. Zhu Xin. Grandmaster Chongsheng narrowed his eyes and said, "This Zhu Xin. I have admired it for a long time, ha ha ha, old bald donkey, then let Zhu Xin have a taste of your heart." Indra laughed shrilly. The horse's head zither suddenly jumped into the air. The faint black fog spread slightly and an extremely soft sound shot towards Grandmaster Chongsheng. "Indra, your opponent is me." Seeing this, Grandmaster Tiangang threw the wheel of evolution. The Buddhist magic weapon lingering around the Buddha light flew towards the horse's head zither. "I knew you would make a move. However, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Indra muttered and made a gesture. 3 wisps of black fog separated from the horse's head zither and wrapped around the wheel of evolution. Before Indra made his move, he had already ordered his disciples to kill Alliance Master Zhang San and capture the disciples of the Misty School alive. The disciples of the Tenryu sect had already received their leader's order. They waved their weapons and shouted as they rushed towards Alliance Master Zhang San. At this time, Alliance Master Zhang San was surrounded by the disciples of the Incense sect. Peacock and the others had taken the Yuhuandan pill and their injuries had been suppressed. Nun Xuezhen had also slowly regained consciousness, but she was too injured to get up. Seeing the disciples of the Tenryu sect attacking, Peacock, Chen Chen, and Swift all drew their weapons and went up to meet them. On the right of Alliance Master Zhang San were the disciples of the Misty School. Similarly, Wen Wenhai, Lu Yueming, and Lu Qingyang's injuries had also been greatly alleviated. Zhang Xiaohu and Li Jian's bodies were not seriously injured. Seeing the disciples of the Incense sect protecting Alliance Master Zhang San, although they were extremely unhappy, they had to draw their weapons and step forward to meet them. Although the disciples of the Incense sect and the Misty School were injured earlier, they were still first-class experts, especially Peacock, Chen Chen, and Zhang Xiaohu. The weapons in Peacock and Chen Chen's hands were the magical weapons they obtained from the Yaoshan Immortal Abode. Their cultivation levels were still low and they could not control the flying swords. However, by infusing their vital energy, they were able to force the sword light out by more than 4 feet. It was a terrifying sight. The jade water sword in Zhang Xiaohu's hand was also about 1 foot long and the sword light rushed out to meet the disciples of the Tenryu sect. With a wave of his sword, the disciple could not dodge in time and the sword light cut through the copper rod. There was no sound at all and the copper rod was cut in half. Zhang Xiaohu's swordsmanship changed again and the sword light pierced towards the disciple's throat from a strange angle. The disciple hurriedly dodged, but when he saw that he was more than 2 feet away from Zhang Xiaohua, the sword light would not be able to pierce him. He subconsciously let down his guard. However, at this time, the sword light that swept past the disciple's throat suddenly increased and became more than 3 feet long. It had slashed through the disciple's throat. The disciple didn't even have time to react before a flash of blood appeared. Blood continued to flow out from his throat and his body collapsed on the ground. He was dead, and the blood that flowed out slowly seeped into the ground. From where his blood seeped into, strands of black gas appeared from the ground. Zhang Xiaohu's figure did not change. The sword light of the broken water sword in his hand swallowed and spat out as he fought with the other disciples of the Tenryu sect. Li Jian and the others did the same. They waved their weapons and fought with Zhang Xiaohu and the disciples of the Tenryu sect. When the remaining heavenly kings of the Tenryu sect saw that Sakura had made his move, they also floated up and took out their magic weapons. They howled and flew towards Master Yuandao and the others. The one flying in front was Maharaga of the Tenryu sect. His hands were empty except for a small whip made of grayish-white bones in his right hand. When he got closer, Maharaga waved his right hand, and the small whip made of white bones transformed into a 2-foot-long whip made of white bones. The whip made an ear-piercing sound that was like the howling of a malicious spirit. It directly pierced one's mind. The whip stirred up a gust of wind and attacked Master Changsheng from all directions. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 12-18. When Master Longevity saw Maharaga's white bone whip coming, he took a deep breath and swung the Buddhist beads in his hand. The beads shimmering with Buddhist light spun and met the attack. The head of the white bone whip hit the edge of the Buddhist beads first. The Buddhist light expanded and dispersed the snake-like black gas coming out of the whip. The white bone whip seemed to be extremely afraid of the Buddhist light and quickly retracted. But after retracting about half a foot, it suddenly wrapped around the side of the Buddhist beads and inserted itself into the middle of the beads as if it had a mind of its own. Before the white bone whip could wrap around the Buddhist beads, there were a few crisp pops. The 108 tiny Buddhist beads suddenly scattered and spun separately. They formed a formation and collided with the white bone whip. At this time, the white bone whip had already been surrounded by the Buddhist beads. It couldn't dodge in time. With a few crackling sounds, the white bone whip was hit by several Buddhist beads, causing the white bone whip to flicker with a black brilliance. The black gas on the whip also lessened a little. "Ha, old monk Longevity, you really have some skills. You are indeed worthy of being the abbot of the Dalan temple." Maharaga laughed wildly. After saying a few words, he formed a seal with his right hand and quickly muttered a few words. A few needle-like objects flew out of his hand and pierced into the white bone whip in midair. The moment the needles entered the white bone whip, it was as if a fuse had been ignited. The entire white bone whip suddenly grew 30% bigger. The white bone whip was like an explosion, expanding to about 10 feet and wrapping around the 108 Buddhist beads. When Grandmaster Changsheng threw out his Buddha beads to fight Maharaga, Grandmaster Yuandao's demon subduing pestle also flew up. It picked up a heavenly king behind Sakura and slammed him down. However, before the demon subduing pestle could land, a tall and thin heavenly king jumped up and shouted, "Demon subduing pestle? Hee, that's exactly what I want to meet." With that, the heavenly king flew into the air. He didn't take out any magic weapon, but he stretched out a fist. Although the heavenly king was thin and small, his fist was the size of an alms bowl and looked black. With a bang, the fist collided with the demon subduing pestle. The heavenly king's body was smashed down 3 feet and almost fell to the ground. And the demon subduing pestle was also bounced back. This Master Yuandao, who had always believed in the power of the demon subduing pestle, was dumbfounded. This was the demon subduing pestle that had smashed Daoist Hao Yun into meat paste, but it was actually bounced back by the heavenly king of the Tenryu sect with his fist. For a moment, Master Yuandao actually forgot about the demon subduing pestle in the air and let it in the air. Ha, as heavy as a mountain, the demon subduing pestle is just so. As the heavenly king laughed, his body flew up again. When he was 4 feet above the ground, his heroic spirit was unleashed. With a tisk, he tore off his shirt and cloak, revealing his upper body and head. This heavenly king was skinny and not as muscular as Kong Jian. The bronze color of his skin was slightly darker. On his skin, a lifelike dragon was entrenched on this heavenly king's body. The ferocious dragon head was tattooed on this heavenly king's head. Dragon King? Master Yuandao saw this and couldn't help but gasp and blurt out. The Tenryu sect's Dragon King had always been strong and had the strength of 1 dragon and 9 elephants. He had never heard of it, but had never personally experienced it. Seeing what the Dragon King had done just now, was it not even more terrifying than the legends? Monk Yuandao, I have long heard of your reputation as a disciple of the guardian of the Dalan Temple. Today, I would like to see it for myself so that the world will know that the one with great strength is the one who is respected in the Tenryu sect. The Dragon King roared and flew up again. He clenched his fist at the dragon claw with the dragon tattoo. When he swung his fist, a faint black light flashed at the dragon tattoo. Then, a faint black gas floated out and hit the demon-subduing pestle that was still tumbling. Master Yuandao came to his senses and his eyes narrowed. He flew up and waved his hand. The demon-subduing pestle flew back to his hand. Master Yuandao waved his hand and the demon-subduing pestle made a sharp sound as it hit the Dragon King's fist. Master Yuandao didn't forget to mock the Dragon King. I will show you that the demon-subduing pestle can subdue a demon like you. Ha ha ha. The Dragon King laughed and the momentum of his fist didn't change. The two of them started fighting. The Dalan Temple only had Master Yuanming left. The Molu Pearl flew in the air and shone brightly. There were still 2 heavenly kings from the Tenryu sect attacking. When they got close, Master Yuanming turned to look at Nun Shuqing and Nun Jingyi. He pointed his finger and the Molu Pearl shone brightly and covered the 2 heavenly kings. Hee, old monk Yuanming, do you think that you can withstand the 2 of us? One of the heavenly kings flipped his hand and pulled out a white magic tool from his back. With a casual slash, a fishy wind followed that white, blade-like magic tool and attacked the Mao Pearl. Azura blade? You mean Azura? Master Yuanming laughed. I have long heard that Azura Heavenly King's Azura blade is the sharpest. I would like to see how your Azura blade will split my Molu Pearl. Ha ha ha, old monk Yuanming is indeed powerful. It really is this Heavenly King. Azura Heavenly King laughed loudly. The Azura blade suddenly shone with a dark red brilliance. A wave of ghostly wails and howls came from the Azura blade. Then, a blood-like scarlet mist came from the Azura blade and collided with the Molu Pearl. With a pu sound, the Molu Pearl was trapped in the bloody mist of the Azura blade. It was as if it was in a quagmire. Then, with a pang sound, the Azura blade struck the Molu Pearl. With a schwa sound, the Molu Pearl shone brightly and opened up a space of 3 feet around the bloody mist. However, this brilliance wasn't as bright as when Master Yuanming took out the Molu Pearl. Master Yuanming caught Azura. Nun Jingyi and Nun Shuqing of the Tenryu sect looked at each other. One waved her peach blossom whip while the other waved her plain cloud-white flag. A whip formed by peach blossoms and a lotus flower formed a brilliance and rushed towards the last heavenly king. The last heavenly king looked extremely dark and was abnormally skinny. However, he was also extremely short. He probably only reached Zhang Xiaohua's waist. However, the dark and skinny heavenly king held an extremely rare magic weapon. It was a pitch-black fork that was longer than the heavenly king's height. The front part of the fork was a ghost head with a ferocious expression. A tongue came out of the ghost head's mouth. The tongue split into 3 parts. They were the 3 prongs of the fork. Hee, 2 old ladies. The heavenly king chuckled, as if he didn't care about Nun Jingyi and Nun Shuqing at all. He waved his trident, and a pitch-black fog was emitted from it. The tip of the trident shone with a cold light. I was originally looking for Bai Yanqiu. Since you're here, I'll let you have some fun first. Great Yiksha. You're just the last of the 8 divine dragons of the Tenryu sect. What's there to be proud of? Nun Shuqing saw the Heavenly King's magic weapon and immediately knew his identity. She sneered. The masters of the Tenryu sect were all caught by the masters of the Dalan temple. A weakling like you can only be caught by the women of the Tenryu sect. It's only because your Tenryu sect lost people under Yao Mountain that there's no one else. Otherwise, I can deal with you alone. There's no need for the hierarch of the Tenryu sect to do it personally. The great Yiksha seemed to be extremely lecherous and easily angered. After hearing these words, he flew into a rage. His thin and small body suddenly leaped up and dodged the peach blossoms of the peach blossom whip. He pushed his trident forward 3 times and 9 streaks of black gas shot out from the tip of the trident towards the 2 nuns. As for the great Yiksha himself, he waved his trident around himself and countless streaks of black gas shot out, blocking in front of the white lotus on the plain cloud white flag. When the countless white lotuses came into contact with the black mist, it was as if they had met their nemesis. Puff, puff, puff. They all exploded and disappeared. At the same time, the black mist rippled and gradually became thinner. Nun Jingyi smiled when she saw that she had successfully angered the great Yiksha. Her wrist moved slightly and the peach blossom whip suddenly changed its direction. It went from top to bottom and hit the black mist above the great Yiksha's head. Crack, crack, crack. The countless peach blossoms on the peach blossom whip cracked, and the black energy above the great Yiksha's head exploded. The great Yiksha was shocked, and he said anxiously, "This old woman also has such a technique?" As she spoke, she raised her trident and thrust it straight at the peach blossom whip. Nun Jingyi didn't shrink back. The peach blossom whip followed like a shadow and collided with the trident. With a muffled sound, the peach blossom whip was sent flying into the air by the trident. Nun Jingyi's face turned slightly red at first, but then it quickly faded, revealing a ghastly pale face. The trident was also shaken away diagonally. The brilliance of the trident's tip was extremely dim. Shock appeared on the great Yiksha's pitch-black face again. Actually, in a battle of the immortal Tao, most people used immortal artifacts to mobilize the qi of heaven and earth to activate the immortal artifact's power. It was very rare to use the immortal artifact's body to fight. However, there wasn't enough qi of heaven and earth at the moment. If she only used the immortal artifact's power, the effect would be greatly reduced. It wouldn't be as powerful as when the immortal artifact's body collided. However, this kind of collision would hurt the immortal artifact's cultivation the most. Nun Jingyi's attack just now had sent the great Yiksha's prongs flying and caused him to suffer a great loss, but she herself had also suffered a slight injury. The great Yiksha suffered a great loss and the light of his prongs dimmed. His pitch-black face was filled with shock and heartache. In his opinion, the peach blossom whip was a woman's immortal artifact and its body couldn't compare to the prongs of his prongs. However, when it collided, not only was his prongs damaged, but his cultivation was also shaken. The great Yiksha took a few deep breaths and suppressed his roiling qi and blood. His fighting spirit was even higher. He muttered and used the Tenryu sect's secret technique. The prongs of his prongs hummed and the ghost face at the prongs seemed to come alive. The prongs of his prongs moved slightly and the black mist that seeped out gradually solidified. "Old woman, watch Grandpa's power." The great Yiksha roared and swept the prongs of his prongs. His body suddenly flashed and he stabbed at Nun Shuqing's body. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote monthly and recommend at Chidian.com. Chapter 12-19. In this way, the heavenly kings of the Tenryu sect fought against the Dalan temple and the incense cult. The disciples of the Tenryu sect fought against the Misty School, the incense cult, and the leader of the alliance of the righteous sects, Zhang San. Only Bai Yanqiu, between the clouds and the water, was left in front of the dense forest of 5 Claws Peak. He held the sky-shaking bow in his hand and looked blankly at the people in the field. Meng, who was standing not far away, was wearing a purple dress, and several disciples of the Tenryu sect who were armed and on guard around her. Bai Yanqiu. Logically speaking, he should have picked up the sky-shaking bow and directly dealt with the remaining disciples of the Tenryu sect. He could even capture Meng and use her as a hostage. The saintess of the Tenryu sect was a person who was slightly inferior to the Sakra. If Bai Yanqiu could capture her, would the Sakra not stop? However, there was only Bai Yanqiu in between the clouds and the water. Leader Zhang San had made it clear that as long as between the clouds and the water entered the secret plane, he would never take out the sheepskin scroll. The Dalan temple and the incense cult were the main culprits who killed the 3 immortals between the clouds and the water. At this time, they had revealed their true intentions and certainly would not have any chance with between the clouds and the water. As for this dense forest, Bai Yanqiu definitely could not enter. Since he could not enter the dense forest, how could Bai Yanqiu continue to work for the path of immortality? She stared blankly at the arena, looking for an opportunity to decide the outcome of the battle. She wanted to see if there was an opportunity for her to take advantage of. She was thinking about whether she should make a move or not, and which side she should help. She also had to consider whether she would be killed if she made a move. Perhaps, the best thing to do right now is to run away. Bai Yanqiu thought, looking left and right. However, when he saw Meng Hao off in the distance, he couldn't help but be surprised. Bai Yanqiu had never seen Meng between the clouds and the water. She had only heard from the disciples of the sect that she was a disciple of the inner sect, Xia. The first time she saw Meng was at the martial arts assembly of the Huayu Palace of the Cult of Fragrance. At that time, Meng was very cute. She was standing beside Zhang Xiaohua, like a cute and lovable little bird. At that time, Bai Yanqiu already knew that Meng was the holy maiden of the Tenryu sect. She was terrified and didn't dare to stare at her for too long. Between the clouds and the water wasn't on par with the Tenryu sect. She was really afraid that Meng would vent her anger on her for being captured. Of course, although she didn't look closely, she still had a deep impression of the holy maiden of the Tenryu sect, the one and only holy maiden of Jianghu. Should I, capture her? Bai Yanqiu's previous thought arose again. Perhaps I can gain some benefits from this. While Bai Yanqiu was lost in thought, Meng seemed to have sensed something. She turned her gaze away from the battle in the field and met Bai Yanqiu's gaze. Bai Yanqiu was shocked. She felt that Meng's eyes were filled with endless bewitchment and mockery. It made her feel as if her divine sense was being sucked in. Bai Yanqiu stumbled in her panic. It took her a lot of effort to shift her gaze away. She didn't dare to look in Meng's direction again. She thought to herself, the Tenryu sect's cultivation method is so domineering. This Meng has only been back for a few days. How could she have improved her cultivation by so much? Does this Tenryu sect saintess specialize in the cultivation method of intimidating one's mind? Meng Hao smiled when she saw that Bai Yanqiu had tactfully avoided meeting her. It was as if Bai Yanqiu was just a clown fish that couldn't make a big wave no matter how hard he tried. She then looked at the sky. There was no frown. She then looked at the people fighting in the field. Although there were many ordinary disciples in the Tenryu sect, their martial arts were inferior to that of Zhang Xiaohu and the rest. Peacock and the rest seemed to be handling the situation with ease. However, because they were injured by the sky-shaking drum, they didn't have time to heal their injuries. Once they started fighting, it was obvious that they weren't in good condition. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, there weren't many casualties. Looking at Master Tiangang, Sakura and the rest, it was different from the fight between the immortal Dao seniors at the foot of Yao Mountain. At the right time, the various sects couldn't choose which sect would be the first to enter Immortal's abode. According to the rules of Jianhu, the one with the biggest fist would be the first to enter Immortal's abode. Although it was said that they wouldn't show mercy, the leaders of the various sects didn't make a move. Only the seniors of the various sects used their immortal Dao skills to fight for the sake of the future agreement and the reputation of the various sections. If it wasn't for the Tenryu sect's sneak attack, the Dalan Temple lost Master Yuanwu, the Incense sect lost Abbess Shu Jie, causing the Incense sect and the Dalan Temple to have a grudge. Abbess Shu Qing changed sides and challenged the Dalan Temple together with Between the Clouds and the Water. Later on, the nirvana of the phoenix attracted the vital energy of heaven and earth, triggering the bloodthirsty emotions of the crowd. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been bloodshed at the foot of Yao Mountain. Today, the heavenly kings of the Tenryu sect finally found such a good opportunity to gather everyone from the immortal Dao here. Moreover, the immortal Dao had internal strife, causing everyone to be injured. The Tenryu sect had the upper hand in terms of strength. The Tenryu sect had the intention to finish this battle in one fell swoop, so they didn't show any mercy at all. The heart executioner in Sakura's hand was already spewing out black gas from the 7 apertures of the skull. The black gas was like a spirit snake, winding around the mortal wheel and slowly entangling it. The Dalan Temple's technique was the nemesis of the Tenryu sect's technique, and the faint Buddha's light was also the nemesis of the black gas. Early on, when Master Tiangang and Sakura were fighting, the black gas that Sakura released was purified by the faint Buddha's light and disappeared between heaven and earth without a trace. However, after fighting for a while, the Buddha's light was only a little bit. Master Tiangang was injured twice, and the magic power in his body was already somewhat exhausted. Sakura was also strange. Previously, he was injured by Master Tiangang, and that injury was caused by both of his hands passing through his body. At this moment, it seemed that Sakura was using some kind of secret technique of the Tenryu sect, so it was impossible to see the injury from a month ago. The black gas in the heart executioner became more and more concentrated, and it almost enveloped the entire mortal wheel. Moreover, the black gas was like silk that entangled the mortal will tightly. Master Tiangang felt as if the mortal will had fallen into a quagmire. His divine sense was already somewhat unable to move the mortal will flexibly. And the most terrible thing was that the reason why the heart executioner was called heart executioner was because this horse-head zither could make a mournful sound like a ghost's cry, and it was like a sharp sword that pierced into the opponent's heart. Master Tiangang might not have been able to care about this kind of sound attack if it was on a normal day. However, just an hour ago, the ancient divine weapons, the sky-shaking drum and the sky-breaking hammer, had appeared here. Under the desperate urging of Master Hao Yun, these killing weapons had already injured Master Tiangong's heart meridian. If he could meditate for a few years, Master Tiangong's heart meridian might be able to recover, and he wouldn't be afraid of the heart executioner then. However, when it rains, it pours. Master Tiangang had just killed Master Hao Yun when Sakura came and used the heart executioner to attack Master Tiangong's heart meridian. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Master Tiangang already felt a dull pain in his heart meridian, which had already affected the use of his magic power. If we fight for another 2 hours, I'm afraid I'll really fall in the hands of Sakura. Master Tiangang thought in his heart, but then he suddenly realized, the Tenryu sect may not only want to destroy the sheepskin scroll. They only need to destroy the operation of the 4 sects to enter the secret land, and we can only wait until next year to enter the secret land again. And we're all injured, so they have enough time to deal with us and destroy the sheepskin scroll. They have a whole year's time. Maybe, in the secret land, there really is a secret left by the immortal Dao's 3 ancestors to deal with the Tenryu sect? Master Tiangang suddenly realized. Tisk. Thinking of this, Master Tiangang felt an incomparable pain in his heart meridian. It was so painful that Master Tiangang almost cried out. He took the time to look at the sky. Although it was still covered with dense clouds and snowflakes, the sky was already bright. Master Tiangang felt that there was not much time left until the first ray of sunlight rose. But, the whole sky is covered by clouds, how can the sunlight pass through? Master Tiangang thought of this question for no reason. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence was injected into the wheel of divination with Master Tiangong's incantation. Master Tiangong's eyes suddenly lit up. The wheel of divination was the same as Master Tiangong's eyes. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the wheel of divination. While the surrounding rings were rotating rapidly, the cross in the middle suddenly broke away from the ring and shot toward Sakura like lightning. Sakura was startled. He flicked his hand and a wisp of black silk was formed. It guided the black gas that came out of the heart executioner and formed a net in front of the cross-shaped lightning. When the lightning touched the black gas net, it made a sizzling sound. The black gas was like snow that was poured with hot water, and it instantly melted. Sakura was surprised. He pointed his finger and more black gas wrapped around the lightning. However, the lightning didn't stop there. It kept forming a net of black gas, and it was about to shoot in front of Sakura. Puff! Sakura frowned. He had no choice but to open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of black gas. The black gas gradually turned into the shape of a short sword in the air, and it quickly blocked in front of the lightning. The lightning seemed to have exhausted its strength. It was blocked by the black gas and stopped. Hee hee, old bald donkey, what else? Before Sakura could sneer, the lightning suddenly split into two. One of the two halves was even faster, and when Sakura wasn't paying attention, it shot toward the skull of the heart executioner. With a pop sound, the skull was actually pierced through, turning into a few white pieces that floated in the air. The black gas within the skull suddenly burst out, enveloping the surrounding area. Old bald donkey. Sakura was furious. Just as he was about to pick up the pieces floating beside the zither, a kind of vigilance suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. He didn't think and didn't care about the pieces. He immediately soared up and was about to float away. However, at this moment, at the place where Sakura Xiaofan was ambushed by Master Tiangang, the same pair of white jade-like palms appeared in the same posture. It was Master Tiangang who used the Wheel of Evolution to make the final attack, attracting Sakura's attention. As for himself, he didn't care about the corrosion of the heart executioner's black gas. He forcefully channeled his magic power and went deep into the black gas. Using the same method, he heavily injured Sakura again. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote. Chapter 12-20. You. Sakura's blood-curdling screams shook the 9 heavens. That was anger, that was grief, that was a kind of remorse and guilt. Sakura had calculated everything, but he didn't expect that great Master Tiangang would actually, also imitate Taoist Master Hao Yun, disregarding everything, and actually rushed into the black gas that was incomparably poisonous to great Master Tiangang. And he himself, actually had this old bald donkey stabbed into the same part of his body twice. Just as Master Tiangang was about to wave his hand and destroy Sakura's body again, Sakura had already moved. Like a black wind, he instantly disappeared from Master Tiangong's hand. Master Tiangang was already seriously injured, and with the sharp pain in his heart meridian, his true qi stagnated, and he immediately fell to the ground. How could he continue to pursue Sakura? While Sakura and Master Tiangong's battle was progressing, the battles of several people beside them were also beginning to take shape. The one closest to Master Tiangang was Master Longevity. Master Longevity had already spread out his Buddhist beads at the very beginning. The 108 small Sarira Buddhist beads shone with boundless Buddhist light. Although the white bone whip was extremely powerful, and after several head-on clashes, the dozens of Sarira Buddhist beads dimmed, but the Buddhist beads lived up to their reputation as Buddhist holy objects. Under Master Longevity's control, they formed different arrays, attacking and defending well, and still managed to suppress the sharpness of the white bone whip. Seeing that he was already at a disadvantage, Maharaga's expression was extremely ugly. His eyes darted around, and a resolute look appeared on his face. At that moment, the white bone whip lashed down, and the Buddhist beads turned into a shield formation to meet it. Just as the white bone whip touched the Buddhist beads, Maharaga opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Then, he tapped with his fingers, and a small blood-shaped array instantly formed. Once the blood array was formed, it immediately shot toward the white bone whip and stuck to the shaft of the white bone whip. Crunch, crunch, crunch. After the white bone whip stuck to the blood array, a blood-red color spread out. After it turned completely blood-red, it immediately turned into countless tiny blood-red beads that whistled toward Master Longevity and the 108 Sarira Buddhist beads. Bang! 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 Dozens of crisp sounds rang out. It was the sound of the bones and the Sarira beads colliding and exploding. Every time it rang out, Maharaga's face lost a bit of color. Every time it rang out, Grandmaster Longevity's face also turned a bit paler. Dozens of blood-colored bones penetrated the Buddhist Sarira beads and shot straight towards Master Longevity. Seeing the white bones close in on him, Grandmaster Longevity clenched his teeth and waved his sleeves. It was the heaven and earth sleeve ability, and he wanted to collect the dozens of white bones. Unexpectedly, just as he collected the white bones into his sleeves, Grandmaster Longevity's expression changed drastically. Popping sounds came from his sleeves, and the white bones in his sleeves actually exploded. Grandmaster Longevity hurriedly flung his sleeves, and the white bones in his sleeves flew toward Maharaga along with the explosion. Ha ha ha, old bald donkey, do you know what it means to reap what you sow? Maharaga grinned viciously and waved his hand nonchalantly. Several streams of faint black chi stopped the remaining dozen or so skeletons in front of him. But, just as Maharaga was mocking Grandmaster Longevity, one of the skeletons suddenly moved. It flew through the black chi Maharaga had set up and shot right into Maharaga's chest. You! That small sword pierced right through his chest. When Maharaga saw it with his divine sense, he realized that it was the Dalan Temple's magic weapon, the demon-slaying sword. The demon-slaying sword, why is it in your hands? Maharaga asked in panic as he used the Tenryu sect's secret technique to stop his wound. That demon-slaying sword was the absolute nemesis of the Black Chi. All the magic weapons of the Tenryu sect were extremely afraid of it. Cough, cough. Grandmaster Longevity had just laughed a few times when he started coughing again. Presumably, his injuries were also very serious. After coughing a few times, Grandmaster Longevity straightened up and said in a low voice, "This old monk is the abbot of the Dalan Temple. Isn't this old monk the one who uses all the magic weapons? Grandmaster Yuanwu has passed away. Isn't this demon-slaying sword left behind by this old monk?" As he spoke, he pointed his finger. His face was slightly flushed, and the demon-slaying sword returned. The battle between Grandmaster Tiangang and Indra, as well as the battle between Grandmaster Longevity and Maharaga, was spectacular. However, the battle between Dragon King and Yuan Dao was the most entertaining. The Dragon King was so engrossed in the battle that he tore off all his clothes, leaving only his private parts to cover. The Dragon King's body was painted with a huge dragon from head to toe. As the Dragon King twisted and turned in the air, the dragon seemed to come alive. As the saying goes, dragons follow the clouds and tigers follow the wind. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, thin black clouds appeared around the Dragon King's body. Following those black clouds, the dragon on the Dragon King's body expanded and shrunk in the clouds, abnormally vigorous. Pung, pung, pung. The whole place was filled with the sounds of the Dragon King and Grandmaster Yuandao's demon-slaying pestle colliding. The Dragon King's body was also unusual. His fists were even weirder and did not match the Dragon King's slender body. However, these fists did not seem to be made of flesh at all. Perhaps, these fists were the magic weapons that the Dragon King had been refining all this time. The demon-subduing pestle was something that Zhang Xiaohua had encountered before. Even with Zhang Xiaohua's divine strength, she did not dare to face the demon-subduing pestle head-on. She could only use the Great Wisdom Sword to deal with it. As for the Dragon King, he had been using his fists to fight the demon-subduing pestle from the beginning to the end. Moreover, as time passed, the true energy in Grandmaster Yuandao's body gradually dried up. The demon-subduing pestle became lighter and lighter, while the Dragon King's fists became stronger and stronger. Every time, the demon-subduing pestle would be blown away by the wind from the fists. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, Grandmaster Yuandao could not help but have other thoughts. He flicked the sweat on his forehead and glanced at the Dragon King. Seeing that the Dragon King was excitedly raising his fist and exerting more force on the demon-subduing pestle, Grandmaster Yuandao flicked his sleeves lightly. Then, he took a deep breath and shouted, "What a good Dragon King, this old monk." However, before he could leap up, he fell to the ground. "Ah!" The Dragon King shouted, "Old bald donkey, hurry up and get up. This daddy has not had enough yet." As he spoke, he swung his fist and flew towards Grandmaster Yuandao. But just as his fist was about to reach Grandmaster Yuandao's chest, a thin black ray of light suddenly appeared and pierced into the Dragon King's back. This black ray of light was the black needle that Grandmaster Yuandao had used the Heaven and Earth box to collect from Daoist Master Hao Yun. Since he knew that Daoist Master Hao Yun was the culprit who injured Grandmaster Yuandao, how could Grandmaster Yuandao return it to him? To think that he would be able to use it here today. Old bald donkey, when did you learn to be so despicable? The Dragon King did not care about the attack at all. He had cultivated the Tenryu sect's secret technique and his entire body was tempered like a magical weapon. The tiny black ray of light would not be able to pierce through his skin. But, that's just how things are. When you think it's impossible, it just happens. That tiny black ray of light flashed and disappeared into the Dragon King's skin. Ah! The Dragon King let out a cry of shock and immediately rolled on the ground. He activated the secret technique in his body and tried to force the black ray of light out. But, this black ray of light was a mysterious object. Back then, Grandmaster Yuandao had died under this black ray of light. Even though Grandmaster Yuandao did not have the secret technique to refine it and did not have the ability to control the black ray of light, once it entered the Dragon King's skin, it immediately flowed through the Dragon King's blood vessels and into his heart. Grandmaster Yuandao was overjoyed when he saw the Dragon King panicking. He immediately jumped up from the ground and waved his hand. The demon-subduing pestle came crashing down like a mountain. The Dragon King roared and straightened his body. He raised his fist and with a loud bang, the demon-subduing pestle was sent flying. However, the Dragon King's face changed. The black ray of light that he had blocked earlier was now moving closer to his heart. Good, Grandmaster Yuandao seemed to know that the Dragon King was in an awkward position. He used what little spiritual energy he had and slammed the demon-subduing pestle down like a mountain. The Dragon King could only retreat as he fought. Grandmaster Yuanming was perhaps the most stable of the Grandmasters in the Dalan Temple. In other words, he was the only one who could fight evenly with the Tenryu sect's Heavenly King and was at a slight disadvantage. The Azura Heavenly King of the Tenryu sect had always been known for his battle prowess. He was also a bloodthirsty and cruel person. The Asura saber in his hand was passed down from the ancient Sakra Buddha. In the past 10,000 years, it had drunk the blood of countless people and reaped the lives of countless people. When the Asura saber was swung, it was filled with the pungent smell of blood, and the faint wails of countless vengeful spirits could be faintly heard. Grandmaster Yuanming did not have many magical instruments. The Mao bead was one of the few magical instruments in the Buddhist sect. However, Grandmaster Yuanming did not have any great supernatural powers and could not use the power of the Mao bead. He could only use his spiritual energy to drive the Mao bead to strike like a pellet. Of course, this method could not compare to the true power of the Asura saber. Fortunately, the Mao bead shone brightly and suppressed the blood and black energy of the Asura saber. Grandmaster Yuanming also held his ground. The Mao bead did not fly more than 10 feet away from him. The Buddha's light protected his entire body firmly. He did not seek to make any mistakes. Therefore, although Grandmaster Yuanming was at a disadvantage, he was not in any danger in the time it took to smoke a cigarette. Beside Asura was Wuxia King. The ghost face's three-pronged trident was being used smoothly. Endless black energy was spat out from the ghost face's tongue, tightly entangling Nun Shuqing and Nun Jingyi on the opposite side. However, although there was a lot of black energy and it was extremely corrosive, the plain cloud white flag lived up to its reputation. Every time it waved, countless white lotuses would appear and block the black energy. Although the white lotuses were not as useful as the Buddha's light of the Dalan temple, the white lotuses would constantly explode and annihilate most of the black energy. As for Wuxia King's trident, Nun Jingyi was not afraid at all. Her peach blossom whip danced and turned into peach blossoms. The peach blossoms changed formations, and she always had endless methods to block the trident in front of the two, rendering Wuxia King's attacks ineffective. However, there was still one thing that made Nun Jingyi and Nun Shuqing angry, and that was Wuxia King's abnormal lecherousness. Although the two nuns were rather old, Wuxia King's mouth was still flirtatious. He rambled on, and his words were very unpleasant. The two nuns became more and more furious. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. Chapter 12:21. Shu Qing, your body is not bad. You can even withstand my soaring pole strike. TSK, when you were young, you practiced a lot. You are getting stronger as you get older. Wuxia King laughed and said, Jingyi, your move is not good. Your strength is too weak. Did Chongsheng from the Dalan temple teach you this? Oh, no. It should be Chongsheng who used it on you. Yes, it must be. That old monk always has tender feelings for the fairer sex. Of course he would be gentle with you. Good girl, you must have enjoyed it. But have the two of you tried the candles? It is very painful and ecstatic. Jingyi was furious. She didn't need to transform the peach blossom whip in her hand to whip Wuxia King's face. The whip stirred up the wind and seemed to be able to tear the space apart. The Wuxia King flicked his trident and hit the top of the whip in a split second. Puff! A few peach blossoms on the tip of the whip were smashed. When the peach blossoms reappeared, their shadows were already dim. Why? Jingyi, did I hit the nail on the head? What are you afraid of? Love between a man and a woman is a matter of course. Monks are also men. Oh right, you preach the incense cult and call yourself a nun. Could it be that you want to hook up with a monk from the Dalan temple? Wuxia King damaged the peach blossom whip a little. He was pleased with himself and said with a lustful look in his eyes, Oh, Shu Qing, how did Yuan Tian die? Others may not know, but I know very well. Didn't you suck him dry? Yes, I know. Did Shu Jia snatch him from you? Lord Sakra of the Tenryu sect killed Shu Jia just as you wished. Didn't you want her dead for a long time? You, go to hell. Shu Qing Nun had been holding it in for a long time. When she heard Xiaofan slandering the junior sister she had just lost, she couldn't help but feel angry. She waved the white flag and countless lotuses appeared. Under Shu Qing Nun's control, the lotuses turned into a flying sword and pierced toward Xiaofan's chest. The Xiaofan chuckled coldly and flew forward. He waved his trident and spat out black gas from his mouth. The black gas quickly fused with the trident. The two empty eyes on the ghost face turned into two beams of black light and shot straight at the flying sword. With a sizzling sound, the flying sword slowly melted into two halves. Then, the black gas on the tips of the trident grew stronger and gradually melted the remaining lotus flowers. Ouch! Xiaofan suddenly jumped up into the air as if his butt was on fire. Sure enough, there was a peach blossom whip under his butt. It was like a long spear, piercing his butt from bottom to top. Alas, it would have been better if the whip didn't hit him. Now that it hit him, Xiaofan started to drool. You bitch, you really want to kill me. I only told you a little about your relationship and you did this to me. You said, I like women the most. I don't like women behind my back. Have you been fooled by the monks of the Dalan temple too much? That's why you thought of doing the same thing? As a result, the faces of the two nuns looked as if they were dripping blood. They both shouted loudly. Although the shadow of the peach blossom whip dimmed, Nun Jing-yi still activated the little true qi in her body and directly lashed it at Xiaofan. Nun Shu Qing also struggled to wave the plain cloud white flag. Ignoring the broken meridians in her body, she poured true qi into the flag as if it was free. The two nuns of the aroma cult were infuriated by Xiaofan's words. They injected the last of their genuine qi into their weapons. The peach blossoms on the peach blossom whip shone brilliantly, and the lotus blossoms on the plain cloud white flag shone brightly. Both weapons were launched at Xiaofan, who was holding his buttocks and leaping into the air. My goodness, you two still have energy left? I'm already exhausted. Although Yiksha said this, his body that was suspended in midair seemed to be dissatisfied. His short body shook and suddenly expanded. His body rose to a height of more than 3 inches. His ugly, pitch-black face suddenly elongated and his small eyes widened. He shouted loudly, "Ha!" and threw out the trident in his hand that had been accumulating power for a long time. When the 3-pronged fork rushed out of Xiaofan's hand, it suddenly expanded just like Xiaofan. When it stabbed down with extreme speed, a pitch-black brilliance flashed and the shadow of another 3-pronged fork appeared from the ghost face. The shadow of the 3-pronged fork seemed to be solid as it whistled and rushed towards Nun Jing-yi while the main body of the 3-pronged fork stabbed towards Nun Shu Qing. With 2 loud rumbles, the 3-pronged trident swayed and turned into wisps of black smoke, disappearing from the world. Xiaofan's expression changed. His body shrunk, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Nun Jing-yi was in an even worse state. All of the peach blossoms on her peach blossom whip were annihilated, leaving only a soft silk ribbon floating in the air. There were countless bright peach blossoms imprinted on it. Nun Jing-yi's body flew backward, and she fell to the ground with a bang. Blood flowed out of her mouth, and her face was abnormally pale. At the same time, on Nun Shu Qing's side, with a boom and a tearing sound, the lotus flowers around the Suiyun white flag completely dissipated. A large tear appeared on the flag's surface. Like Nun Jing-yi, Nun Shu Qing fell to the ground. Although she didn't vomit blood, her face was even paler than Nun Jing-yi's. With the Suiyun white flag broken, Nun Shu Qing's mind was injured. It was several times worse than Nun Jing-yi's. The 3-pronged fork that collided with the white flag also shone brightly with black light. Then, it lost its luster and fell to the ground with a clang. It was no different from an ordinary copper rod. Yiksha King spat out another mouthful of blood. His thin body curled into a ball in the air. After struggling for a long time, he couldn't stand firm and fell from the sky as well. Yiksha King actually fought against 2 nuns from the incense cult. It had to be said that the Tenryu sect was indeed the #1 sect in the pugilistic world. There were only 5 heavenly kings from the sect: Sakura, Dragon King, Yiksha King, Azura Heavenly King, and Maharaga Heavenly King. Yet, they were able to fight against the immortal path experts from the incense cult and the Dalan Temple. If this sect was in the pugilistic world on a normal day, who would be qualified to compete with them? Speaking of which, Grandmaster Tiangang had heavily injured Sakura and he himself had also fallen onto the ground, powerless to chase after him. When he stood up with difficulty, other than the battle between Azura Heavenly King and Grandmaster Yuanming which had no result for the time being, everyone had a rough idea of what was going on. The 2 sects of immortal Tao could be considered to have the upper hand. The disciples of the Misty School and the Incense Cult were heavily injured. However, they had also gained the most. All the disciples from the Tenryu sect had been killed on the spot. Master Tiangang couldn't help but smile when he saw this. At this moment, a 5-colored light suddenly appeared in the eastern sky. Following the light, the surrounding thick black clouds were like boiling water, gradually rolling around the light. After a short while, a round clear sky appeared in the middle of the light. A blood-red sun peeked out from the round sky and gradually rose along the clear sky. At the same time, a shadow quickly swept over from the west side of the dense forest, coincidentally passing between 2 jujube trees at the edge of the dense forest. Then, the shadow quickly retreated and disappeared without a trace. The multicolored light in the eastern sky flickered a few times before disappearing. Looking at the other side of the sky, it was once again filled with rolling dark clouds, completely covering the round clear sky from before. There was not even a trace of the morning sun. Quick! Master Tiangong's face lit up with joy. He forcefully channeled his magic power and flew to the front of the Misty School disciples. He waved his hand and threw a sheepskin scroll to Wen Hai. He shouted, "Quick, follow the method you used last time and enter through these 2 jujube trees." Then, he pointed to the 2 jujube trees at the side and flew to the opposite side of Sakura. He looked at Sakura who had just climbed up from the ground with blood flowing from his body. He waved his hand and the wheel of evolution that was floating in the air just now slowly flew back to the top of his head. Wen Hai took the sheepskin scroll and was slightly stunned. Then, he understood and said loudly to Zhang Xiaohu, "Sect leader Zhang, quickly take out the sheepskin scroll and smear your blood on the back of it." Then, he turned his head and shouted to Alliance Master Zhang San and Peacock of the Incense Cult, "Quick, take out your sheepskin scrolls and smear your blood on the back." Alliance Master Zhang San woke up and immediately stood up. He took out a sharp dagger from his bosom and walked over to the Righteous Alliance disciples who had died on the ground. He casually picked up a corpse and used the dagger to cut open the skin on the back of that person's head. He stretched out his hand and took out a small and thin oil bag. When he opened it, there was a sheepskin scroll inside. Sigh, it was hidden so well. Just as Alliance Master Zhang San said, if he did not do it himself, who would have thought that he would hide the sheepskin scroll in the back of an ordinary disciple's head? The incense cult was even simpler. Chen Chen raised her hand and took out a jade hairpin from her hair. She twisted off the phoenix head of the jade hairpin and pulled out the sheepskin scroll that had been rolled into a thin stick. The 4 people saw that the sheepskin scrolls were gathered and smeared their blood on the back of the sheepskin scroll. Sure enough, the sheepskin scroll gradually revealed writing. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change. A figure flashed by and before the 4 of them could react, their hands were empty. The 4 sheepskin scrolls were snatched by that person. Everyone was shocked. They raised their heads and looked at the person in midair. They were dumbfounded. At this moment, Sakura of the Tenryu sect was closely watched by Master Tiangang and could not take a single step. Maharaga was injured by Master Chongsheng and had almost no strength to move. Yiksha King was injured by Nun Jingyi and Nun Shuqing and also fell to the ground. The Dragon King was injured by Master Yuandao's black light and was struggling to deal with Master Yuandao's demon subduing pestle. He also had to spare some magic power to prevent the black light from entering his heart meridian, so it was impossible for him to snatch the sheepskin scrolls. The only one who had the upper hand, Azura King, was also entangled by Master Yuandao and would not have the chance to snatch the sheepskin scrolls. The only one who had a chance to come over was the sect master of Between the Clouds and the Water, Bai Yanxiu, who had been wandering around, looking for an opportunity. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The world was nothing more than this. Please vote monthly, please vote for recommendation, please bookmark, please tip. Chapter 12:22. However, when everyone present was certain that the person who had the ability to snatch the 4 sheepskin scrolls was Bai Yanxiu of Aqua Cloud Club, when they saw the person who stopped in midair, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. That was because the person standing in midair with a frown and looking down at her hand was none other than the purple-clothed dream. The dream that Zhang Xiaohua had been yearning for day and night. The dream of being the saintess of the Tenryu sect. Bai Yanxiu, whom everyone suspected, was standing in the distance in horror. He covered his mouth with one hand and stared blankly at Meng, who was in the air. Meng ignored everyone's astonished eyes and looked at the parchment scrolls from left to right while muttering, how could this be? Wasn't the jade slip used to enter and exit the dense forest destroyed? How could there be such a strange thing in the world? Where did this parchment come from? Meng's face lit up with a strange expression when she heard these questions. But in an instant, Meng raised her head and looked in a direction in the distance. She said with a smile, no matter where this parchment came from, I'll just destroy it. As she said this, she rubbed her hands and was about to destroy it when Chen Chen, a disciple of the incense sect, called out, Junior Sister Wuxia, wait. Meng was stunned. She slowly turned her head and looked at Chen Chen. She smiled and said, Chen Chen? Are you talking to me? Chen Chen was stunned and said, of course I'm talking to you. Wuxia. Then he turned to look at Nun Jingyi and the others and said, Junior Sister Wuxia, I know you're the saintess of the Tenryu sect and should work for the Tenryu sect, but you have to think about it. When you lost your memory, it was Master Jingxian of the incense sect who brought you back to the sect, accepted you as a disciple, taught you martial arts, and took good care of you. In the Valley of the Orchid at dusk, I also took care of you all the time and saved you from the herd of beasts. When Ren Xiaoyao broke into the incense sect with a sword, it was our sect master who helped you too. Even in the martial arts competition, you left as you wished and the sect master didn't say anything. Do you still remember? When you left Lingering Fragrance Peak, did you say anything? When we met, you even wanted me to call you Junior Sister Wuxia. You said it yourself. I called you Junior Sister Wuxia, you. Why didn't you agree? Ha ha ha, Jingxian. Do you think I want to preach the incense cult to you? If Jing Xian hadn't done this out of the goodness of her heart, I wouldn't be like this right now. Before Dream could finish speaking, she suddenly frowned and muttered, I. Her eyes, which had been full of life, suddenly became hollow and painful. Ah! Dream screamed and fell down, rolling on the ground. Get out! Dream screamed and jumped up from the ground. She blinked and looked at everyone with a confused expression. Junior Sister Wuxia? When Chen Chen saw this, he suppressed his astonishment and said in a low voice. Oh. Senior Sister Chen, you're here too. Meng Yi stroked his messy hair and forced a smile. Chen Chen rolled his eyes and said with a smile, yes, we're here. Give me the sheepskin scroll in your hand. Sheepskin scroll? Dream naturally looked at the sheepskin scroll in his hand. Yeah. Sakura shouted from a distance, destroy it quickly. This sheepskin scroll must be destroyed, this. Dream hesitated. At this moment, a surprised voice came from a distance, Dream, but this voice suddenly stopped. When everyone looked over, they saw that Zhang Xiaohua, who had disguised as Master Panin, was flying over from a distance. However, at this time, Zhang Xiaohua's face was red and his mouth was open, as if he had screwed up. But then, before Zhang Xiaohua could hide anything, he was shocked by the tragic situation in the field. Then, he suddenly looked up. When he saw that everyone in the Misty School was still alive and his second brother was only injured, the stone in his heart fell to the ground. He did not care about what he said to Dream. After all, Panin did not know Dream, so he only took a deep look at Dream, turned around, and flew to Zhang Xiaohu's side. Zhang Xiaohua's appearance could be considered to have solidified the advantage of the four immortal sects. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Azura Heavenly King also put away the Azura sword and stood there steadily, quietly watching the development of the situation in the field. Master Zhang, are you okay? What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dead bodies on the ground, looked at Bai Yanqiu who was a distance away, and then at the five heavenly kings of the Tenryu sect beside him. He was very confused. Master Panin. Peacock said calmly, the situation here is very complicated, I can't explain it in a short time. Please, the four sheepskin scrolls of the four immortal sects have been taken away by the Tenryu sects. Zixia. Master Pan, please hurry and get the scrolls back so that we can enter this secret place. If any of the scrolls are destroyed, our years of hope will go up in smoke. Zixia? She can take away the scrolls? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and blurted out. Why can't she? Peacock was stunned and asked back. Oh, it's nothing. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and saw that Dream was indeed holding the four scrolls in her hands. Zhang Xiaohua walked forward and said in a low voice, Miss Zixia, please pass these four scrolls to I. I promise that no one will hurt you here. But. A pensive look appeared in Dream's eyes as she calmly said, my heavenly dragon sect has suffered heavy casualties, the five heavenly kings are all injured, can you guarantee that they won't fall? This. Zhang Xiaohua was hesitant. Zhang Xiaohua definitely had the right to decide the current situation, but he was representing the Misty School. If he let the Tenryu sect's heavenly kings go, the Misty School would stand on the side of the Tenryu sect and the three immortal sects would definitely go against the Misty School. But if he killed the Tenryu sect's heavenly kings, would Dream agree to it? In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua understood that his previous thoughts were ridiculous. Zhang Xiaohua turned around helplessly and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. He wanted to hear his second brother's opinion. Master Zhang. What should we do? Zhang Xiaohu knew about the relationship between Dream and Zhang Xiaohua. He was also helpless. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss and Peacock, Chen Chen and the rest wanted to persuade him, Dream's voice came from behind Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua, you're awake? But, you can stop pretending. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and turned to look at Dream. The pain on Dream's face had just subsided and there was still sweat on his forehead. The panic in his eyes was replaced by a mocking look. Zhang Xiaohua was about to explain when Dream laughed again. I followed you all the way from Lingxiang Peak to the Dalan Temple to deliver the letter. We were then captured and brought to between the clouds and the water together. How could I not know what happened to you? I know better than anyone how many immortals there are in this world. Where would Master Panin come from? But, Zhang Xiaohua, your disguise. TSK, it's really good. Even I can't see through it. You're not Dream. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Where did Dream go? Who are you? Of course I'm not Dream. I'm the saint of the Tenryu sect, yeah. Dream sneered, your face has been exposed. Why don't you quickly restore your flat nose and small eyes? That look. It's quite pleasing to the eye. It's much better than that little boy with white flower. Zhang Xiaohua's face was flushed red. He glanced sideways at Nun Jingyi, who was extremely shocked, and Master Changsheng. In the distance, Bai Yanqiu's eyes were wide open. She had never thought that there would be so many changes today. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and withdrew the genuine qi of the shape-shifting spell, revealing his original appearance. You. The others were not surprised, but Ye, who was facing Zhang Xiaohua, suddenly shouted hysterically, Xiaohua? Master Xiao. You. Why are you here? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Why did the name, Xiaohua, sound so familiar? Then he realized that he seemed to have heard of it in Yu Mingxin's primordial spirit projection. At the same time that Zhang Xiaohua came to his senses, Ye also came to his senses, and he cursed loudly, Zhang Xiaohua, you can disguise yourself as anyone, but you just had to disguise yourself as Xiaohua. Quickly return to your original form. Otherwise, I won't be courteous to you. This. Zhang Xiaohua was helpless. This was his original appearance. However, after thinking for a while, he still reverted to his original flat nose and small eyes. When Ye saw Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, he let out a long breath and scolded, in the future, you can disguise yourself as anyone, but you can't disguise yourself as him. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Xiaohua. Who's that? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Don't ask. You'll never meet him. Ye frowned, don't mention this name in the future. It's a dream. Zhang Xiaohua answered casually, but immediately realized that this was not a dream. She sneered, Ye, where's my dream? Where is she? Hee, where's the dream? Isn't it right in front of you? I'm Ye, but you insist on calling me a dream. Then, of course, I'm a dream. Ye chuckled. But. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to answer. She just shook her head, you're definitely not a dream. How is that possible? Ye took a step forward and pressed her lips against his. Have a taste. It tastes the same as before. How could I not be dreaming? Zhang Xiaohua blushed and stepped back. Seeing this, Ye laughed out loud. Zhang Xiaohua glanced at the sheepskin scroll in Ye's hand and said, then. Why don't you give me the sheepskin scroll first? Give it to you? Why should I give it to you? Ye giggled and moved his body forward. If it was before, Zhang Xiaohua would have been happy to see her dream like this. She would have hugged Meng's waist without saying anything. But now, there was a gap in her heart. She leaned her body slightly and dodged. Ye covered his mouth and chuckled, look at you. It's not like you haven't hugged me at night. Why are you shy now? You. What's your relationship with Meng? Zhang Xiaohua was sure that Ye, who looked exactly like Meng, was definitely not Meng. But. Ye knew everything about her and Meng. Me? Didn't I say it? I'm talking about Meng. Ye smiled and the dimple on her right cheek was deep. Wasn't it Meng's appearance? Seeing that Ye was a little distracted, Zhang Xiaohua took a big step forward and flew over to snatch the sheepskin scroll in Ye's hand. With Zhang Xiaohua's current skills, everyone present might not be her opponent. Even if this sheepskin scroll was in Di Shi Tian's hands, there was an 80 to 90% chance that it would be snatched away by Zhang Xiaohua. But, Meng raised his hand slightly and his entire arm was like an illusion. Zhang Xiaohua's hand grabbed nothing. Io, my little husband, why are you so anxious? This servant originally wanted to spend a lifetime with you, but your way of doing things is breaking this servant's heart. Ye smiled tenderly. She did not seem angry at all. With a rub of her hands, the 4 sheepskin scrolls turned into ashes and disappeared. The seniors of the 4 immortal sects saw that the sheepskin scrolls were destroyed and their spirits were gone. They all fell to the ground limp. Why did you destroy it? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked angrily. Why can't this servant destroy it? This servant has already destroyed one before. What's wrong with destroying another one? Ye smiled. Already destroyed one? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She didn't think that there was another sheepskin scroll in the pugilistic world that could be used to enter the forest. Xia. Let me ask you. Just now you said that martial uncle Jing Xian had good intentions but did something bad. What's going on? Don't tell me. Peacock asked. Little Peacock? Do you want to know? You looked at Peacock with disdain and smiled. It's fine if Jing Xian went to look for treasures. Why did she bring this seat to Lingering Fragrance Peak for no reason? She delayed this seat's cultivation for a few years for no reason. Killing her with 1 palm is considered a bargain for her. What? You? Sure tai. You killed her? Zhang Xiaohua looked at her familiar face in disbelief. Why? Can't I? This seat was cultivating when she took me to Lingering Fragrance sect. Even this seat couldn't break the sect's protection array. If it wasn't for the demon core in Yulon Grand Canyon, this seat. Ye said with a cold smile. Before she finished, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked again and suddenly realized something. He pointed at Ye and said, You cut Xiao Hei's mother into 2 and took away the demon core in her stomach? That's right. Little Lang Jun. You actually went to that mountain? This seat thought that only little Chen Chen and I were there. You didn't hide anything. Xia. The beast tied in Yulon Grand Canyon. Was it you who provoked it? Chen Chen asked in disbelief. It's me. Alas, I'm sorry. My cultivation was still shallow that day. I didn't expect that I would provoke another little thing. Ye smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua, however, I won't do it again from now on. My husband, even though I haven't fully recovered my cultivation, it won't be a problem for me to deal with little Martin. I have to thank you for this. Zhang Xiaohua was really stunned. He really couldn't figure out the relationship between Ye and Meng. Could it be that they were twins? But he had never heard Meng mention it. Of course, who should I thank if not you? With that, Ye raised her right hand, revealing the dark ring on her right ring finger. She smiled and said, if it wasn't for little Lang Jun giving this storage ring to me, how could I find the long-lost cultivation method of the devil cult in this ring? This is a storage. What kind of ring? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Why? Why can't my divine sense detect it? Little Lang Jun, you are a cultivator. Of course, you can't use things from the devil realm. What's so strange about that? Ye was still smiling and raised her hand. This storage ring is a good thing even in the cultivation world and the devil realm. I didn't expect little Lungjuan's luck to be so good. I have never found such a wonderful thing here. Alas, it's a pity that there is only the lower part of the cultivation method in this ring. There is no basic incantation for the upper part. I have to think about it. Ye sighed softly. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the black jade slip he found with the ring in his money bag. Suddenly, Ye's face twisted, as if she was in extreme pain. She stopped Zhang Xiaohua from saying what she wanted to say. Looking at Ye's painful face, Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached for no reason. Ye's eyes were full of vigor, then emptiness, and then color returned. When she came to her senses, she saw Zhang Xiaohua and said in surprise, Xiaohua, you're here too? Then, she looked around, covered her mouth, and whispered, "Ren Xiaoyao, you're here too." But then, before Zhang Xiaohua could say anything, she closed her eyes again. After a while, she opened her eyes. Her eyes were full of pain and tears. Xiaohua. Meng Yi was not as arrogant as before. She said in a low voice, I don't know how to tell you, Are you a dream? Or ya? Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go forward, but she stopped after taking a step forward and asked tentatively. Of course I'm a dream. Tears flowed out from Meng Yi's eyes. She cried and said, but I'm going to disappoint you. Similarly, I am also ya. Not only Zhang Xiaohua, everyone present, except for Di Shitian, had a face full of surprise. Azura Heavenly King leaped and was about to rush over. Stand there. Zhang Xiaohua snorted coldly. Dream-chasing sword flew over and turned into 64 small swords, blocking in front of Azura. If you take another step forward, I will take your life immediately. Azura looked at the flashing swords in front of him and was extremely shocked. He looked at Di Shitian who was sitting on the ground not far away. Di Shitian seemed to have a card up his sleeve and nodded slightly. Azura then sat down. Zhang Xiaohua didn't move. The 64 flying swords turned into a rod and flew to her side like a fish. She didn't care about Azura at all and only asked with concern, Meng, if you. What about ya? Why are you her? Xiaohua, it's a long story. I also just fused with Ya's memories and only then did I know some of the secrets. Meng Yi said with tears flowing down her face. Fused with memories? Zhang Xiaohua murmured, not knowing what to do. Xiaohua, do you still remember what I told you on Lingxiang Peak? I often dream that I kill people and my hands are full of blood. I remember, that is not a dream, it's real. Meng said bleakly, there are two consciousnesses in my body, or rather, there are two people. During the day, I am your Meng. After midnight, I will go to sleep. The other person is Ya. She will wake up. I don't know what she has done, but she will know what I have done. When the sun rises, I will wake up again, but you will be asleep. There's actually such a thing? Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted. But, it's daytime now, it should be you. Why did you come out? Isn't it because of the ring you gave me? That day when I saw the ring in your hand, I felt that I liked it. I don't know the reason, but Kia knows. She found a cultivation technique in the ring, and after cultivating, her cultivation has improved greatly. She has already begun to gradually devour my consciousness, so, she can also appear during the day, and at the same time she devoured me. I also learned of her secret. When she devours my conscissness, this dream will disappear. I will become Ya, or the Meng Ya you mentioned. Then, you won't be you anymore. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious. How can I help you? No, you can't help at all. Meng Yi shook her head sadly. Then, she murmured with pain on her face, Xiaohua, I have to go back. Then, Meng Yi's eyes flashed with a scarlet brilliance. There was no trace of pain on her face. Her face changed into another expression, just that, this expression was more ferocious than before. You woke up, looked around and sighed, Meng Yi, just obediently follow me. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? It seems that I still need more food. Before you finished her words, her whole body floated up and flew directly to Master Tiangang who was closest to her. Master Tiangang saw this and frowned. He waved his hand and the wheel of Yen Fan spun and rushed towards Ya's waist. Meng, be careful. Zhang Xiaohua blurted out, then she covered her mouth. She knew that she said something wrong. However, he didn't understand why Ya suddenly left. Perhaps, she had something to do with Master Tiangang? Don't worry, little husband, nothing will happen. When the wheel of Yan Fan flew to her side, you didn't forget to turn her head back and said with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed. Just as he lowered his head, the wheel of Yan Fan hit Ya's hand. However, something strange happened. The wheel of Yan Fan seemed to have seen the person closest to it. With a buzzing sound, it only rotated slowly on Ya's hand and didn't make any attack. This. Everyone was horrified, including Sakura. You demoness. Master Tiangang reluctantly rose up and attacked Ya with both hands in his sleeves. Seeing that Ya didn't move at all, Sakura became anxious and shouted, "Lord, be careful." Lord? Before everyone came to their senses, Ya's hand stretched out slightly and grabbed Master Tiangang's head. Master Tiangang didn't even move and let Ya do as she wished. With a cracking sound, Master Tiangang's head split open and blood dripped down to the ground. You, what are you doing? Zhang Xiaohua was anxious. His impression of Master Tiangang wasn't bad. With a push of his divine sense, Chasing Dream turned into sword light and lingered around Ya. Ayaya, little husband? Are you going to fight with me? Ya laughed. You, if you want to eat, just ask Sakura for it. Why do you have to kill people? Zhang Xiaohua said angrily. Little husband, this Dalan Temple's monk, is this servant's food? Ya looked innocent. How is that possible? Everyone was horrified. At this moment, black gas rose from the ground and dripped along Master Tiangang's blood. In just a moment, Master Tiangang turned into a dry corpse. Then, a strange scene stunned Zhang Xiaohua. Black and red flames were emitted from Ya's hand, and Master Tiangang's corpse was immediately set ablaze. In less than half a cup of tea's time, it was reduced to ashes, leaving behind over 10 sparkling and translucent Buddhist relics on the ground. Ya waved his hand, and over 10 tiny relics appeared in his hand. He took a look at them, shook his head, and sighed. How did the monks of Dalan Temple cultivate? It's really getting worse with each generation. As he said, he opened his mouth and poured all the relics into his mouth. Ya's teeth made a crunching sound as he chewed the relics and swallowed them into his stomach. Seeing everyone's stunned look, Ya didn't have enough and looked at Master Yuandao as if Master Yuandao was a delicious meal. You, who are you? Zhang Xiaohua shouted. Not far away, another voice said in unison. When everyone looked, it was the Dalan Temple's abbot, Master Chongsheng. Master Chongsheng stood up and walked in front of Ya. He put his palms together and said, Almsgiver, who are you? Why, did you say that my Dalan Temple is your food? Ha ha ha, Ya laughed. Little monk, you're really brave. Since you asked, I'll tell you. Little monk Chongsheng, what do you think is the difference between your Dalan Temple's relics and my Tenryu sect's bones? This. Master Chongsheng had just fought with Maharaga and witnessed his white bone whip turning into bones. Now that he heard it, he felt that there was no essential difference between the two except that their attributes were completely opposite. Are they the same? Ya smiled. Then look again. What's the difference between your relics and the inner elixirs of demonic beasts? This. Master Chongsheng was speechless again. Zhang Xiaohua also understood. No wonder when she heard the great Master Chonggung talk about relics, the first thing she thought of was the inner elixir. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the Buddha's space. Also, don't you think that the 8 divine dragons in the Buddhist scriptures are very similar to the 8 heavenly kings of my Tenryu sect? Of course, some of the Buddha statues in the Dalan Temple were very similar to some of the heavenly kings of the Tenryu sect. This had always been suspected by many people, but after all, the Dalan Temple's Buddhist light was the nemesis of the Tenryu sect. No one thought that the Tenryu sect had anything to do with the Dalan Temple. Do you understand? You Dalan Temple recite Buddhist scriptures and practice Buddhist techniques. The only purpose is to be my food. When I founded your Dalan Temple, I wanted to raise a flock of sheep for myself. When I need relics, you can deliver them to me. Ah! Everyone was shocked. Who was this ya? Hee, little Langjun. Are you scared? This servant is the real Sakra, and this Dalan Temple is nothing but this servant's kitchen. Amitba, good, good. Master Chongsheng chanted the name of Buddha and shook his head slightly. Don't call me Amitba. I just took it from the Buddhist sect for temporary use. Ye smiled. Although all the techniques of your Dalan Temple can restrain the Tenryu sect, the foundation is the techniques of the demon realm. Therefore, in my hands, you don't have the slightest ability to fight back. You are Master Xian Kong? Not far away, Master Yuan Dao still didn't believe it. Master Xian Kong is a man. How can you be? Hee, little monk, I am from Xian Kong. The Dalan Temple was created by me, and so was the Guiyuan Tower. Every 100 years, I have to go to the Guiyuan Tower to eat. Ye laughed. Every 100 years? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. You. How old are you? Before Ye could answer, Master Longevity laughed and said, I've always laughed at Wuxia, saying that he didn't understand Dharma and didn't cultivate the true scriptures. Now it seems that they are the only ones who cultivate the true Buddha, while we are just animals in the shed, food for human flesh. Forget it, forget it. Now I know that everything is empty. Now I know that sex is really empty. As he spoke, his figure suddenly rose. In a flash, the demon-slaying sword in his hand stabbed toward Ye. Ye chuckled softly. He nimbly snatched the demon extermination sword and stabbed it into Grandmaster Longevity's abdomen. A stream of blood flowed out, splashing onto Ye's face. Coupled with Ye's sinister smile, it looked extremely terrifying. Ah! When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was shocked. This scene. Wasn't it what she saw in the river of karma? In the river of karma, the Lady Aya that Zhang Xiaohua saw was actually not Lady Aya. It was actually Ye. You. Zhang Xiaohua pointed at Ye. At this time, Master Chongsheng's blood had flowed into the ground. A wisp of black fire was born from Ye's hand, burning Master Chongsheng's corpse. You are Ye, then, the Lady Aya that I went to find with you earlier. Who is she? Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise. Sigh, little husband, you are really smart all your life, but stupid this time. Lady Aya is of course my mother. Ye smiled as if it was a matter of course. But you. Aren't you Sakra? Or, the founder of the Dalan Temple? Master Xian Kong. How can Lady Aya be your mother? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Also, I accompanied you to find your origins. Lady Jiao, Sikong, and Granny Chiu. Where did they go? When I went back again. Why couldn't I find that place? Hee, little husband, you are really considerate. You actually went there again. Since little husband wants to know, then I will explain it to you clearly. Ye smiled charmingly. She looked at the corpse that was burning at her feet and said, actually, that small mountain village didn't exist at all. It never existed. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Then she heard Ye say, actually, when little monk Changgung told you about my appearance, I knew that maybe you would find out that I was the saintess of the Tenryu sect. But, at that time, I didn't have a good foundation for the demonic arts and didn't want to leave Lingxiang Peak, so. You notified the Tenryu sect? You asked them to kill the Ho family in Wuxia town and the small mountain village in Baiquan mountain in advance? Zhang Xiaohua said indignantly. Oh, little husband, you guessed wrong. Ye smiled. At this time, Master Chongsheng had been burned to ashes, and there were more than 10 relics on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua's face relaxed and said, "Then who is it?" "Nonsense, of course it's me." Ye waved her hand and more than 10 relics appeared in her hand. She smiled and said, "The disciples of the Tenryu sect just came to find you after hearing the news. I didn't want to attract your attention." "You?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Ye in a daze. Yes, this was definitely not a dream in her heart. "You go to sleep at midnight. How would you know what happened at night?" Ye said disdainfully. "But what about Dragon Mountain? Why didn't you do anything?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. "Nonsense again. You've already arrived at Serpent Mountain, and coincidentally met Chu Zhigao. Even if I killed his mother, wouldn't you be even more suspicious? Besides, you slept at the entrance of the cave that night and even set up a restriction on the cave. How could I bear to break your heart to protect me? What about the small mountain village? It really doesn't exist?" Zhang Xiaohua found it hard to believe. "Of course. I had no choice but to inform the disciples of the Tenryu sect and let them set up a temporary trap on the top of the mountain next to Poyang town. Fortunately, I met you there that day. Jingxian is already dead. Who would know where I am? It's just that those disciples are too stupid. They don't even look like villagers. There was no movement at night. Did you find some clues and went back to check?" Ye said hatefully, also. "There was no corpse in the tomb at the top of the mountain. If you really used your divine sense to check, wouldn't you make me think again?" Of course, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized why she felt that the small mountain village was a little strange that night. When she was in the Guozhuang house, other than the chirping of insects, there was also the sound of teeth grinding, babbling, crying, and even moaning. But, in the small mountain village, other than the sound of the wind, there was nothing else. They were all disciples of the Tenryu sect. They were conscientiously carrying out the orders of the saintess. Who dared to sleep? Who dared to do anything else? As for the tomb, Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't use his divine sense to check it. Even the second time, he used his divine sense to check if it was a tomb. Then, why did you appear at the ferry outside Poyang town? Zhang Xiaohua's mind was in a mess. He couldn't figure out the reason. Looking at Ye chewing on Master Chongsheng's relic, he didn't know whether he should kill her or not. Ye was Meng. He couldn't bring himself to kill her. If Meng didn't appear at the ferry, perhaps, he wouldn't have met her and wouldn't have started this unforgettable love. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. How would this servant know? Ye spread out her hands and answered unexpectedly, "That's because this servant really doesn't have any memories. I also don't know why I was met by Jing Xian. As for why I went to the ferry, young master, didn't you find the treasure Jing Xian was looking for?" Then, as if she thought of something, she turned to Sakura and asked, "Sakura, why do you think this lord got lost from the Tenryu sect?" When Sakura heard this, he replied respectfully, reporting to Lord, that period of time was the day of Lord's return. Lord should have been recuperating in Heavenly Dragon sect, but I don't know why. Lord suddenly disappeared from the hall. At that time, this servant was scared to death. I sent a lot of people but couldn't find you. However, at this point, Sakura looked at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled. However, this servant understands now. Lord must have gone to look for the next Sakura of the Tenryu sect. Ye giggled. She covered her mouth and said, "That's right, the heavens have given me this fate. I met you at the ferry. Since then, I've benefited greatly from your great fortune. So, I've been able to get a lot of benefits. If it wasn't for young master, how could this servant obtain the demonic scripture? If it wasn't for this demonic scripture, how could this servant find the method to refine the demonic flag? If I couldn't refine the demonic flag, this servant could only be trapped here until death. But with young master, all of these things became possible. Young master, do you think you and this servant are destined to be married by the heavens? If we can't help each other in difficult times and treat each other with respect, how can we face the heavens? While she was talking, Ya's body suddenly flashed with a red light. At the same time, the ground started to shake and rumble. A look of surprise flashed across Ya's face. She pointed her finger and a wisp of black gas separated from her finger and seeped into the ground. Zhang Xiaohua only saw darkness in front of her eyes. A pitch-black flag flew out from the ground. It was the demonic flag that Zhang Xiaohua saw in the Buddha's space. At this moment, the surface of the demonic flag was no longer pitch-black. Instead, there were many blood vessels. The blood vessels were densely connected together. Moreover, the blood vessels seemed to be suspended on the surface of the flag. Under the sunlight, they were shining with scarlet brilliance. It looks very familiar, right, young master? Ya pointed at the demonic flag. The demonic flag flew up and wrapped around Ya's curvaceous body, covering her purple robe. I really can't imagine, where did you get such great luck from? I used the demonic flag to suppress the 9th grade lotus platform that I couldn't use under the demonic flag. I used the Buddhist power of the 9th grade lotus platform to provide the Buddhist light to the tower. Yet, you actually took drastic measures and took away the 9th grade lotus platform. If it weren't for the fact that I can no longer use the tower in the future, the tower would no longer have the Buddhist light. Ya said with a smile. Then, he turned to Master Yuandao and said, Little monk, I am the great Taoist Master Xian Kong. You have to believe me. A month ago, I took this demonic flag from the Origin Returning Tower. I even made the Origin Returning Tower emit Buddhist light. Yes, this is the Origin Returning Tribulation that I mentioned. Aren't all of you here to face the tribulation? Hee, little monk, do you know now? What is the real Origin Returning Tribulation? With that, Ya waved her sleeve and a scarlet light hit Master Yuandao. Master Yuandao immediately began to wither, like a tree branch that had lost its moisture, and you all. Ha ha ha. Ya laughed wildly. Several red lights shot out. Master Chongqing and Master Yuanming couldn't dodge in time and began to wither. Stop. Zhang Xiaohua shouted, wanting to stop Ya. Ya looked at him with a smile and asked curiously, Little husband, these are all my pets. Why do you want me to stop? Then, she waved her hand again. Alliance Master Zhang San, who had been standing at the side with his mouth agape, involuntarily flew into Ya's hand. You. What are you doing? Alliance Master Zhang San shouted in horror. What am I doing? What else can I do? Ya continued to smile and said, I used some demonic kung fu in Xing Town's Ma family. It's exactly the same as the Dalan Temple. Since you've cultivated it, of course you'll end up like the monks of the Dalan Temple, right? Alliance Master Zhang San's expression changed drastically. Before he could speak, all the blood in his body was drawn out by Ya. Chapter 12:23. Master Zhang San's blood turned into a red bead the size of a fist and spun around in the air. Ya opened her mouth and the blood bead was sucked into her mouth. Master Zhang San turned into a dried corpse and fell to the ground. Then, Ya looked at the people from the Misty School. How dare you? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and did not dare to delay any longer. He reached out his hand and the lotus throne appeared in the air. He pointed his finger and the lotus throne emitted a rainbow light that covered Zhang Xiaohu, Peacock, and Chen Chen. Ya covered her mouth and laughed. Little husband, don't be afraid. Zhang Xiaohu is your second brother. Why would I hurt him? Besides, their cultivation is far from enough. Their blood can only be used to refine the demon flag. There are many people like that in the martial arts world. I have no reason to make you unhappy. Then, she waved her sleeve and 2 rays of red light shot out towards Nun Jingyi and Nun Shuqing. Stop it. Zhang Xiaohua was furious. The dream-chasing sword flew out again and turned into 64 rays of light that shot towards Ya. Io, little husband, you are so cruel. How dare you attack me? You wronged me for loving you so much. Ya smiled and did not retract the red light. It was as if the rays of light could not hurt her at all. Sure enough, when the 64 rays of light hit Ya's body, the demon flag's clothes shook slightly and countless black gas blocked the rays of light. Little husband, do you know why I have been talking to you so patiently? Why I have been answering your questions? Ya smiled brightly. Rushi. You attacked me as soon as you arrived. I'm tired of dealing with you. Well, it's not just you. Look, I've been attacking the monks of the Dalan Temple since the beginning. Why didn't I attack the people of the cult of fragrance? That's because the monks of the Dalan Temple are pigs. No matter how high their cultivation is, they are no match for me. As for you Mingxin's disciple, I still have to think about it. I can only wait until the first layer of the demonic flag is successfully refined before I can make a move. Then, a bitter expression appeared on her face. This devilish flag is far too difficult to refine. There was so much blood at the foot of Ya Mountain, as well as the quintessence blood of so many experts from the Tao of Immortals, but I've only just reached the first level. Only after reaching the first level can I dare to stand tall and face you directly. Do you know how nervous I was in front of you just now? You. Zhang Xiaohua finally understood. She gritted her teeth. But don't be afraid, my husband. I'm sincere to you and your family. In the future, this world will belong to the two of us. Let's build your Beidu school into a first-class school. We'll let the Tenryu sect, the Incense sect, and the Misty school become our Beidu schools, puppets. What do you think? While Ye was talking to Zhang Xiaohua, the other 2 red lights had already killed the heavily injured Nun Shuqing and Nun Jingyi. Their quintessence blood had also been sucked out by Ye. Zhang Xiaohua looked on, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Ye's expression suddenly changed. She frowned and closed her eyes. Her body fell from the sky. When she regained her balance, she opened her eyes. Her eyes were clear and filled with pain. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua. I'm Meng. Meng. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated. She looked at the familiar eyes. Yes, I have to go. Xiaohua, Ye's consciousness is getting stronger. I'm destined to be devoured by her. And the more I'm devoured by Ye, the more I know, more. Meng cried. I really love you. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. I know you love me. Xiaohua, you don't understand. Meng panicked. Meng said anxiously, Xiaohua, I don't have much time. You have to hear that what you said just now was true. But, what she said to you, were all lies. She didn't kill you because she wanted to keep you captive. When your cultivation is high, she will absorb your quintessence blood. Also, she needs to refine this demonic flag 9 times. Not only does she want to raise her cultivation, but she also wants to use it to break open space and return to the ruins. Refining 1 level of the demonic flag used so many people's blood and lives. Every time the demonic flag is refined, the amount of quintessence blood used is 9 times that of the previous level. Xiaohua, you have to calculate how many people's blood is needed to refine this demonic flag successfully. Even if you kill the entire pugilistic world and the entire human world, it won't be enough. Zhang Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. If that was the case, the entire human world would become hell. Quick, Xiaohua, before Ya is stopped by me, you kill me. Meng said and wanted to take down the demonic flag. But, no matter how hard she tried, the demonic flag didn't move. Meng was about to cry. She shouted, Xiaohua, use the flying sword, use chasing dream. Let chasing dream become killing dream. Zhang Xiaohua was in tears as well. Chasing dream could not get close no matter how many times he tried. Meng, how can I bear to let you go? How can I kill you with my own hands? Is there no other way? Zhang Xiaohua's voice was hoarse. Meng smiled bitterly when she saw that chasing dream didn't move forward. She shook her head and said, Xiaohua, you are wrong. You don't love me at all. Zhang Xiaohua also shook her head. Meng, what nonsense are you saying? How can I not love you? It's true. It's not your heart that loves me, and it's not my heart that loves you. It's the heart-binding curse that you used, that's causing trouble. You used the heart-binding curse to bind our hearts together. Meng smiled bitterly and cried. Heart-binding curse? Zhang Xiaohua was dazed and didn't know how to answer. Xiaohua, do you think, we only met once outside Poyang town and it'll be engraved in our hearts forever? Can you think about it every day and night? Can you not eat or drink? Meng said while crying. Why not? Meng, I've always treated you like this. And, sometimes when I think about you, my heart aches and I feel happy. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Meng's eyes lit up and she said happily, I feel the same. But then she shook her head and said, but we were trapped by Ya using the heart-binding curse. This is all Ya's doing. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua still didn't understand, Meng wiped her tears and said, in fact, as early as, when you came here, she first established the Tenryu sect. She called herself Sakra and trained a few heavenly kings. In order to increase her power, Ya established the Dalan Temple. She combined the kung fu of the devil world with some exercises she got from the Buddhism sect and formed the Dalan Temple. On the surface, the exercises of the Dalan Temple were Buddhism sect's exercises, but the foundation was the exercises of the devil cult. All the monks of the Dalan Temple had succeeded in practicing them. After they passed away, their relics became elixirs for Ya to increase her power. Later, when Ya was fighting with Wan Wuxin, Yu Mingxin and Yang Haoya for an extremely rare thing, she was seriously injured by the three of them. When Ya hid in the Guiyuan Tower of the Dalan Temple to heal herself, she accidentally found a kind of mantra of the Buddhism sect. Xiaohua, you also know that the monks of the Dalan Temple abstain from sex. The reason why they abstain from sex is because of this mantra. And this mantra was unintentionally copied from the Buddhism sect. Ya comprehended this mantra and combined it with some kind of secret method of the devil cult. Ya found a way to live forever. Live forever? Zhang Xiaohua almost cried out. Yes, live forever. Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, didn't you see me? How many years have I lived? Zhang Xiaohua nodded blankly. Meng sighed and continued, Ya's method was to find a man and according to the mantra, cast the heart unite mantra in the hearts of Ya and this man. Then Ya and this man fell in love and got married. This man was the second generation Sakra apart from Ya. Then, Ya and Sakra gave birth to a daughter, which was the first generation saintess. This saintess was an independent person, but because Ya and Sakra had the heart unite mantra, this saintess had the seed of Ya's consciousness in her consciousness. When the saintess was 6 years old, according to the secret method, Ya quietly died. Once Ya died, her seed in the saintess consciousness began to germinate. At that time, the saintess consciousness began to become chaotic. After a few months or years, Ya's consciousness grew up and swallowed the saintess consciousness. This saintess then became Ya. At this time, Ya wasn't much different from an ordinary person. She should spend most of her time in the Tenryu sect. Then, Ya would go to the Dalan Temple's Gue Yuan Tower and swallow the relics in the Gue Yuan Tower to increase her power. When Ya's power was successful and reached a certain age, Ya would go to the pugilistic world to find another man and cast the Heart Unite mantra again to let herself and another man fall in love and fall in love. Like this, the saintess of the Tenryu sect will always be Ya. Do you understand? Xiaohua, this is what the Tenryu sect passed down. The child of Sakura and the saintess must be a girl. First there was the saintess, then there was Sakura, then there was Sakura, then there were the 8 heavenly kings. This was how they came to be. Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua with tears in her eyes again and said while crying, "And I am this generation's saintess, which is also the reincarnated Ya." Xiaohua, you are the man that you will choose from the pugilistic world in this life. You are destined to fall in love with Ya and help each other in difficult times. You are destined to be this generation's Sakura, your daughter, the next generation's saintess, and also the next generation's Ya's reincarnation. This matter should have been done after Ya became an adult, but I don't know why. She actually did it when she met you at the ferry. Perhaps it's because you look very similar to that immortal Xiaohua, and Ya was extremely afraid of this immortal Xiaohua, so, when she met you at the ferry, she felt that you were her biggest threat at the first moment and cast her most powerful Heart Unite mantra on you. Meng seemed to be recalling something and said, "This is also the only reason why you fell in love with me." Zhang Xiaohua's face turned ashen as she listened. Her eyes were at a loss and she didn't know how to answer. She had never thought that her painstakingly engraved love for Meng was just a method that she used to play with the human world, a method for her to live forever. So, Xiaohua, I don't have the qualifications to talk about love with you. Our love is really a kind of absurdity. Meng cried with tears in her eyes. However, according to Ya's memory, it seems, she found another method from the ring you gave her. Perhaps in the future, your daughter won't have this kind of tragedy again. But it definitely won't, Ya. She wants to swallow you. Speaking up to here, Meng's eyes turned blood red and her face turned cold. Her tone changed again. What kind of storm does a little consciousness want to cause? I don't know how many of these little things I've swallowed. She then looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said coldly, "Since you already know, I won't say anything more. Although I've found a way to live forever without reincarnation, I can't guarantee that this method will be completely useful. So, as the man of this generation who was implanted with the heart-binding curse with me, you have to stay by my side for the rest of your life. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't abandon you." Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were already filled with determination. She stared at Ya and said coldly, "Your method is the demon flag?" Yes, it's the demon flag. It's a method to refine the blood of 10,000 spirits. If it succeeds, not to mention me, even you, I can guarantee that you'll live forever. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head slightly. This kind of longevity, it's better not to have it. This kind of longevity, it's better not to have it. What a big tone. Ya laughed maniacally. I've been struggling at death's door since tens of thousands of years ago. I've reared the Dalan Temple in captivity, released the techniques of the demon realm, and searched for the saintess and Sakura. Isn't everything I've done for the sake of longevity? How long have you lived? How do you know the wonders of longevity? Humph, as the ancient people said, if you can understand the true meaning of life, if two people have truly loved each other, even if you only live for a day, it's enough. If you don't understand why you live, don't know what love is, and only treat love as a tool to prolong your feeble existence, then, even if you've lived for tens of thousands of years, what's the use of living until you're as old as heaven and earth? Ya laughed maniacally again. You're just a little human, but you're just my food. You actually want to talk about love with me? What is love? I don't need to know, and I don't want to know. You're just despicable creatures, and your emotions are even more despicable. And, the love you speak of is fake, it doesn't even exist. It's just one of my techniques. You actually treat it as real? I saw that little thing tossing and turning over there, it's really stubborn. It actually doesn't want to be devoured by me. Then, he pointed at Peacock, Zhang Xiaohu and the rest and said, I know, Yu Mingxin from the incense cult, and Yang Haoya from the Misty School, they should have been able to cultivate successfully, but they were delayed by this so-called love. Both of their Tao foundations were damaged. One of them was wallowing in self-pity beside the sorrowless lake, while the other came to the Dalan temple to look for me, Sakura from the demon realm, to find a way to cut off their love. Ha ha ha, what happened to them in the end? One was suppressed under the frowning tower by me, never to be reincarnated, while the other died on the misty peak, never to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. But, after all, they've loved before. Zhang Xiaohua was enraged. She moved her divine sense and a few sword lights pierced towards Ye, aiming at Ye's head which was not covered by the demonic flag. Ha, you're finally willing to do it. Ye laughed, if you kill me, you'll never see your dream again. The small sword was like lightning, piercing Ye's face. But, just as the flying sword touched Ye's face, the demonic flag quietly extended upwards, covering Ye's entire face, blocking the small sword. Zhang Xiaohua did not expect to succeed so easily. She reached out her hand and wanted to take out the Hao Tian mirror at the same time, but, the Hao Tian mirror was connected to the other 9 instruments. Zhang Xiaohua was in a hurry and could not take it out. Left with no choice, Zhang Xiaohua took out the Sangharama plate. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua take out the Sangharama plate, Peacock gritted her teeth. She did not know what to feel. Although she had guessed that Great Elder Jing Gang was killed by Zhang Xiaohua, she did not want to admit it. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't care less. He held the Sangharama plate in his hand and formed a seal with his right hand. True energy shot out from his fingertips and he pointed at the plate. A ball of light blue light emerged from the Sangharama plate, and the sound of surging waves could be heard. Zhang Xiaohua gritted his teeth and pointed his finger. The ball of light was like a pillar of water, heading straight for Ye's head. Ha, Ye laughed, you're just a cultivator in the qi refining stage, what can you do? This little bit of congenital water is not even enough to wash my feet. As expected, Ye did not move at all. When the innate water that was as heavy as a mountain fell, he only waved his sleeve. A faint black gas was produced from the demonic flag and turned into a faint black lotus. It was supported by the faint blue brilliance. Although the water was turbulent, it could not smash down no matter what. Next, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. He took out the dragon binding hoop and tossed it into the air. The dragon binding hoop grew in the wind, and flames appeared around it. It turned into a hoop that was about 1 zhang wide, and it covered Ye's head. These are just some toys that I used to play with. There was a faint smile on Ye's face. He did not activate the demonic flag, and only pointed his hand in the air. A red light flashed and hit the dragon binding hoop. With a keng sound, the light on the dragon binding hoop was extinguished, and the flames were extinguished. With a pu sound, Ye fell from the air. Humph! Zhang Xiaohua snorted coldly. She took out 2 purple phoenix hairpins, 1 in each hand, and channeled all her true qi into the 2 hairpins. Kacha, kacha, 2 thunderous sounds came from the 2 hairpins. In an instant, 2 bolts of lightning were emitted from the 2 hairpins. These 2 bolts of lightning were different. The one in the left hand had a golden glow, and the one in the right hand had a white glow. The 2 bolts of lightning flew out of the purple phoenix hairpins, and immediately absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth from the surrounding air. They kept expanding. When the 2 bolts of lightning flew closer, countless tiny bolts of lightning were formed between the two bolts of lightning. When they reached Ya's head, they had already turned into a net of lightning. This purple phoenix hairpin is the token of love between Yuming Xian and Yang Haoya. How could I not have seen it before? If the two of them were to use it, I might be a little afraid. Although you have tried your best, your cultivation is too weak. The purple phoenix hairpin's power is like the light of a firefly. When Ya saw this, he didn't seem to be nervous at all. He just casually flicked his finger, and another red brilliance hit the center of the electric net. Boom! Countless thunderbolts were quickly annihilated under the red brilliance. In just a breath's time, they were completely annihilated. There was still a small wisp of the red light. It did not stop there, and it went straight for the purple phoenix hairpin in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and immediately put away the purple phoenix hairpin. She reached out and took out another item. It was the small seal that she had obtained earlier. Zhang Xiaohua threw the small seal into the sky. The seal immediately expanded, and turned into a huge rock, smashing down on Ya's head. Little lover, I'm afraid, you don't have anything good in your hands. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua throw out the small seal, Ya almost laughed out loud. He pointed his finger, and the seal immediately spun in the air and fell from the sky. However, Zhang Xiaohua had a lot of things in her hands. Before the small seal fell, she took out another item. It was the so-called Tree of Seven Wonders. Little lover, you have a lot of treasures. Unfortunately, this Tree of Seven Wonders belongs to the Buddhist sect. Can you control it? Ya sneered. Bang! The crimson light hit the wonderful Tree of Seven Treasures. Zhang Xiaohua's hand trembled, and then his chest trembled. He didn't know how Ya did it. She could no longer control her body. The Tree of Seven Wonders in her hand fell in the direction of Zhang Xiaohu and the rest. Zhang Xiaohua's body was in midair. Her blood was boiling in her chest, and a mouthful of blood rushed up to her throat. When she landed beside the lotus throne, she could only calm her blood. A small stream of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu saw Zhang Xiaohua vomiting blood. He panicked and shouted. Peacock and Chen Chen saw that there were traces of golden blood on Zhang Xiaohua's body, and they were shocked. How is it? Ya laughed maniacally. With the demon flag, even though I have less than 30% of my previous cultivation, but here, there is no match for me. As he spoke, a condensed divine sense was sent out from Ya. It swept towards Zhang Xiaohua fiercely. This. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. The divine sense was extremely dense and heavy. Her divine sense was similar to Ya's. She was just an infant boy who did not know how to walk. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dreamlike face. No, Ya was a dream. She opened her eyes wide, gritted her teeth, and reached into her clothes again. She could not control the Hao Tian mirror just now. It should be because of the 10 magical items in the pouch. But now, other than the Hao Tian mirror, Zhang Xiaohua only had a few pearls and a few gourds. She did not know how to use them. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua took out the Hao Tian mirror. It seemed that the Hao Tian mirror was unwilling to appear. It was heavy in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. Kunlun mirror. When Ya saw the Hao Tian mirror, his eyeballs almost fell out. He pointed at Zhang Xiaohua in disbelief and said, When did you see Xiaohua? Is he here too? As he spoke, his eyes didn't stop looking around. His divine sense also spread out in all directions. Zhang Xiaohua didn't give her time to think. Although he hadn't mastered the first level of the clear sky mirror, and the clear sky mirror didn't listen to him, he still poured his vital energy into the clear sky mirror as if it didn't cost him anything. The clear sky mirror started to glow faintly after receiving his vital energy, and its surface started to blur, Ye looked around and didn't see any enlightened Master Xiaohua. Only then did he feel relieved. Then, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua's method of injecting his Jinqi into the clear sky mirror. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Young master, you must have never seen Xiaohua before. Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror is not something that a qi refining stage kid like you can control." But then he tilted his head and said, "But, why do you look so similar to Xiaohua? Also, you have not seen Xiaohua, but you can actually disguise yourself as him? It's really strange. Hehe, but if this mirror is really the Kunlun mirror, then I can't escape into the void at will?" While he was talking, the Kunlun mirror shone brightly as if something was about to rush out. But Ye did not panic. He only scanned Zhang Xiaohua with his divine sense and laughed again. "Don't use your strength, little lover. If this is not the Kunlun mirror, even if you can use it, you can't do anything to me. But if it is the Kunlun mirror, it is one of the 10 treasures of creation. Only immortals can use it. You are just a mortal. How can you control it? Why don't you leave some of your true qi and we can sit down and have a good chat?" Before he finished speaking, the Haotian mirror dimmed again. Zhang Xiaohua felt a huge force coming from the Haotian mirror and hitting her dantian. A kind of incomparable discomfort surged out from her body. With a puff, she spat out a mouthful of essence blood, which fell on the Haotian mirror. With a swish, the Haotian mirror shone brightly. A huge suction force came from the Haotian mirror and swept away all the true qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body like a whale swallowing water. With a buzz, the Haotian mirror trembled slightly. Suddenly, a misty light shot towards Ye. When Ye saw Zhang Xiaohua spit out a mouthful of blood on the Haotian mirror, he felt something was wrong. As soon as the light came out, he flashed and several black phantoms appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. The light of the Haotian mirror hit the phantoms and all the phantoms were shattered. It was Ye who appeared in midair. Kunlun mirror. Is this really the Kunlun mirror? Ye still didn't believe it. However, his body didn't slow down. The light of the Haotian mirror was like a maggot in one's bones. Wherever Ye flew, the light would follow. So what if it is the Kunlun mirror? After flying for a while, Ye's face turned cold. He landed and waved his hand. The demon flag was pulled out from his body. He raised it in midair and blocked the light. The light hit the demon flag with a puff sound. Black gas surged out from the demon flag. It was like a snowflake that was doused with hot water. It instantly disappeared. Ye looked at the demon flag with great heartache. The black gas on the demon flag gradually dimmed. Fortunately, the light of the Haotian mirror also gradually disappeared. When the light of the Haotian mirror completely disappeared, Ye let out a long sigh. He turned around and landed in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua from head to toe with an extremely strange expression. "You? Who are you? How did Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror fall into your hands?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Ye. She had already put the Haotian mirror into her purse. She sneered and said, "Of course I am me. I don't know who Xiaohua is. This mirror is called the Haotian mirror. It is not the Kunlun mirror that you are talking about." "Ah. It really is the Kunlun mirror." Ye's face was filled with excitement. However, his face was also filled with confusion. The Kunlun mirror is a respectful name for the Haotian mirror. This mirror is the Haotian mirror. As he spoke, his face turned cold again. "I don't care how you know Xiaohua. You better hand over the Kunlun mirror." An unparalleled divine sense attacked Zhang Xiaohua. However, just when the divine sense touched Zhang Xiaohua, the divine sense suddenly stopped and quickly retracted. The red color in Ye's eyes gradually dimmed. Meng actually came out again. "Xiaohua. I am afraid that I can only see you for the last time. I have something that I have always wanted to tell you. If I don't say it, I will not be able to die in peace. Although Meng did not have any cultivation, she was also floating in the air with the help of the devil flag. At this moment, how could Zhang Xiaohua still care whether she was Meng or Ye? She reluctantly used the last of her true energy to fly and come to Meng's side. Xiaohua, don't despise me. As Meng spoke, she stretched out her hand and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Although Ye's seed is in my consciousness, my heart and my body love you. And, I know. Zhang Xiaohua nodded with tears in her eyes. Actually, Little Blossom, I think I'm quite lucky. I don't know how many saintesses I've devoured before. Each of them was only a few years old. Those saintesses had never tasted love or the feeling of being loved. I'm very grateful to the heavens for arranging for me to meet you in my inevitable ending. I have a mutual love with you. Even though, this love is just the effect of the heart-binding curse, but, little flower, it is the real love between us. Love is love. No matter how it appears, if there is love, there is love. Even though this love is weak, shallow, and short, different from other kinds of love, it is still a kind of love, a love that belongs to you and me. This love is very pure and very sincere. I am willing to use my not long life to protect this strange love. Please believe that I really love you. Even Ye, she cannot deny it. Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she could not say anything. Meng held his hand again and said, I have always wanted to help you in times of need. Unfortunately, I am afraid that our promise will not come true. However, perhaps it is more suitable for us to forget each other in the martial arts world. Since it is better to forget each other in the martial arts world than to help each other in times of need, Xiaohua, let's forget each other in the martial arts world. Although the martial arts world is very far away, I will always only have you in my heart. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's hand tightened, and Meng's eyes began to turn red again. Quick, Xiaohua, there is no time. I feel that I am getting weaker and weaker. If you don't kill me while I am still alive, you will never have the chance to kill me. If you can't live, how can we forget each other in the martial arts world? If you can't kill Ye, then who in the world can stop her? I am afraid that everyone in the world will be killed by her as a sacrifice to the flag. Meng's eyes gradually turned red, and Meng's face was filled with reluctance and desperation. Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and Chasing Dream turned into countless sword lights and stabbed towards Meng's throat. However, just as the flying sword was about to pierce Meng's throat, the demonic flag extended upwards and blocked the flying sword. The flying sword could not pierce any further. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She moved her divine sense again and attacked Meng's head. However, the demonic flag covered the entire head just like before, and the flying sword could not enter. Ha ha ha. Ye finally appeared and held Zhang Xiaohua's hand. What an affectionate husband. However, what kind of intimate method are you using? The flying sword had no effect, so it flew back to Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua saw Chasing Dream, her eyes lit up. She reached out with her left hand and grabbed it. Then, she used the nameless sword skill and stabbed towards Ye's throat. A strange flow of energy flowed out from her left arm and flowed along her arm into Chasing Dream. Heh heh, can such a small sword hurt me? Ye was extremely disdainful. Like swatting a fly, she swatted the small sword away from her throat. Zhang Xiaohua did not stop there. He continued to stab at Ye's heart. Little lover, don't tell me. You want to get physical now? Ye smiled and straightened her perky chest. However, before she could say another word, Chasing Dream stabbed towards Ye's chest. The demonic flag's black fog churned and a red light flashed. However, with a poochie sound, the demonic flag that the flying sword could not pierce was pierced through by Chasing Dream. Just as Ya was still smiling, Chasing Dream stabbed into her heart, and the flow of energy flowed into her heart. This. Ya's face was pale. She said in disbelief, "You. What? What kind of magic weapon is this?" Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to answer. Chasing Dream in her hand had pierced an extremely hard spot. As the energy flowed in, that extremely hard spot immediately exploded, releasing an extremely strong force that hit Chasing Dream. Chasing Dream. It should be called Chasing Dream now. It instantly turned into powder, and purple blood flowed out from Ya's heart. It flowed onto the demonic flag. The demonic flag absorbed Ya's blood. Immediately, a red light flashed again. Ya was shocked. She hurriedly used her mental cultivation method, wanting to heal the wound in her heart. Unfortunately, that mysterious flow of energy had already destroyed Ya's heart. No matter what method Ya used, the blood in her heart continued to flow out, and her heart was gradually destroyed along with the flow of energy. "You." Ya pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. She wanted to use her powers to kill her, but it was too late. In just a moment, the demonic flag gradually fell off from Ya's body, revealing Ya in purple robes. "Xiaohua. You finally succeeded." The red light in Ya's eyes receded. Dream came out again and said with a smile, "I will never see you again in the future." "But you. You finally hit Ya's vital point. Ya no longer cares about devouring me. She is looking for a way to save herself." Then, Dream looked at the snowflakes that were still fluttering in the sky and the red clouds in the sky. She said in disappointment, Is this leaving? Am I going to leave this world just like this? But, to be able to accompany the man in my heart for so long. I am already satisfied." "Xiaohua, you say. Is there really immortality in this world?" "Yeah. She is so heartless. What's the point of living for so long? If there is some elixir of immortality, I will not use it myself. If you want to use it, let's use it together." Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He flew forward and held Meng in his arms. He took out the longevity pill from his money bag and held it in front of Meng's eyes. He said sadly, Perhaps this is your so-called elixir of immortality." "This?" Dream felt strange. She reached out and took it. She opened the bottle and looked at the pill inside. But then, a strange smile appeared on her face. She shook her head slightly and said, "I know this thing. From Ya's memory, this seems to be an extremely precious beauty pill in the cultivation world. After taking it, you can keep your face at that time for the rest of your life." Ha ha ha, Dream's eyes turned red again. Ya said, "This kind of elixir is the love of women. I can still get it before I die. Then, let me take it." Then, Ya put the beauty pill in her hand into her mouth. But just as her hand was about to reach her mouth, she stretched it out again and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua's mouth. Dream said, "Xiaohua, take it. I hope you can keep your face now and not change after 100 years. Wait for my next life. I will come and find you again." Dream's eyes just stared at Zhang Xiaohua's face. It seemed that she wanted to imprint his face deeply in her heart. Even reincarnation could not erase it. Zhang Xiaohua had tears in her eyes. She sniffed the sweet fragrance between Dream's fingers and put the beauty pill in her mouth. The beauty pill melted in her mouth and turned into a medicinal power that went into her stomach. "By the way, Xiaohua, Ya has destroyed the sheepskin scroll in the dense forest just now. But I know that she didn't destroy the previous one. She hid it in." Dream seemed to think of something and whispered a few words in Zhang Xiaohua's ear. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was very sad. How could she care about this? Although the blood in Dream's chest flowed slowly, it was still flowing. Zhang Xiaohua knew that when the blood stopped flowing, it would be the time for Dream to leave. He would not be able to see his beloved again. The two of them interlocked their fingers and looked at each other. For a long time, they did not speak. Suddenly, Dream's face changed. She pushed Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, go. Ya is staking everything. She wants to die with you." Then, Dream looked deeply at Zhang Xiaohua for the last time. She used her left hand to pull Zhang Xiaohua's head over and kissed Zhang Xiaohua's lips deeply. She smiled and said, "I guessed the process, but I didn't guess the ending. This process will forever be engraved in my heart. Xiaohua, wait, in the next life. I will love you again." As she spoke, she waved her hand and tightly grasped the demonic flag before closing her eyes. Meng's expression started to change. First, it was pain. Then, it frowned. After that, it started to emit lights of various colors. In the end, Meng's body suddenly flew up into the sky. With a bang, she exploded and the demonic flag was blasted away. "Dream!" Zhang Xiaohua shouted and flew into the air. She reached out and grabbed the demon flag, but besides the disappearing bloodstain on the flag, there was only the ring that Zhang Xiaohua gave Dream. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt a popping sound in her heart. It was as if a lock had been opened, and the key was in the air in front of her. Zhang Xiaohua paused for a moment, then seemed to understand. She opened her left hand and released all of the divine sense in her Naiwan palace into her Dharma eye. When the silver-white eyes opened, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see that Dream was not far away from her. Next to her, Wuxia, who looked exactly like Dream, but was pitch black, had horns on her head, and had wings on her back. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to think and quickly chased after her. But just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to catch up to Dream, a pitch-black crack appeared beside Dream, and the two of them were about to enter that crack. "Dream!" Zhang Xiaohua shouted as he reached out with his right hand to grab Dream's hand. Dream seemed to sense it and turned around to look at Zhang Xiaohua. It was a pair of large eyes, thick eyebrows, a dimple, and a beauty mark. End of Volume 1, published on November 24, 2011, 22:53. Chapter 12:24. There are many details in the story of cultivating God that are worth everyone's consideration. If you look at it carefully, there are really a lot of things for everyone to think about. The love in the novel can be used for everyone's reference. Therefore, I will write a little bit of the third flower first. It can be considered as throwing a brick to attract jade. The first love, needless to say, was Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian. The love of these two people seemed a bit far-fetched, but if you think about it carefully, it is reasonable. Lu Qian was from a scholarly family in the countryside and could be considered a pretty daughter of a humble family. Her view of love was to find a scholar like her father, Mr. Lu, and her brother, Lu Kai, and marry them. This way, the husband and wife would have a common language, and the wife would follow suit. Who knows, they might even sing and write poems that would be passed down for generations to come. However, things didn't go as she wished. When she went to Lu Town to shop for the new year, she was actually harassed by a bully. At this time, no young handsome master or scholar stood up. Well, Li Jinfeng was not there at that time, so Zhang Xiaolong, a righteous bumpkin, stood up. It didn't matter if he stood up, but Zhang Kai, Zhang Xiaohu, and Zhang Xiaohua also stood up. Not to mention that it provoked Wen Wenhai and Xueqing, but it also provoked the relationship between Zhang Xiaohua and the Misty School. Perhaps Lu Qian was grateful to Wen Wenhai at that time and had some good feelings, but Xueqing next to him was a good match for Wen Wenhai. Of course, Lu Qian couldn't express it casually. Then, Lu Qian stayed in the Zhang family in order to take care of Zhang Xiaolong. Lu Qian, who lacked maternal love since she was a child, envied the warmth of the Zhang family. Zhang Xiaolong was not bad-looking. Although he lacked the influence of a scholar, he spoke well. More importantly, he had a manly spirit and dared to take responsibility. This made Lu Qian, who was a weak scholar in the family, very curious. Naturally, she had a good impression of him. Since ancient times, when a hero saved a beauty, the beauty would repay the hero with her body. This was a good story. Perhaps it was because Lu Qian had seen too many good stories from the ancient people, so she had a bold idea. Of course, Mr. Lu was against this kind of relationship. Saving a life was one thing, but getting married was another. He did not wish for his daughter to become a peasant woman. It was impossible for Mr. Lu to not have a sleepless night at that time. When he arrived at the Guozhuang house, he saw the Zhang family's dilapidated state, and then looked at the Zhang family's lack of etiquette. He probably already gave Zhang Xiaolong a big red cross. It was a pity that Lu Qian was determined to pursue her own happiness. She wanted to make this marriage come true. What could Mr. Lu do? Perhaps he was thinking for his daughter, or perhaps he was learning from his own mistakes. Of course, it could also be that he was afraid that his daughter would elope with Zhang Xiaolong. Well, he had read too much about this in books, so he reluctantly agreed. The spring water of the Zhang family was, of course, a very important tool. However, thinking about it now, the spring water was just a reason for Lu Qian to persuade Mr. Lu. Similarly, this spring water was also a way for Mr. Lu to step down. It was just that this step was a little big. It was indeed a good thing. Lu Yeye's love, an old saying, there was a love in front of Lu Yeye's eyes, but she did not cherish it. If she knew that Zhang Xiaohu would be the big gang leader of the Misty School in the future, she would definitely choose Zhang Xiaohu if she was given another chance. However, who would know about this matter? Even Chang'e absolutely did not know about Zhang Xiaohu's future development. From Lu Yeye's point of view, Zhang Xiaohu saved us, and I am grateful from the bottom of my heart. However, it was impossible for me to repay him with my body. I have my own right to love. Lu Yeye's choice was not wrong. It was the choice of a pretty girl from a humble family. Her life was not wrong, and it was also happy. It was also Lu Qian's earliest choice. However, it depended on who was compared to. Lu Qian? Compared to a woman who lived in an immortal's mansion, and a woman whose son was destined to be an immortal in the future? Lu Yeye's love was only a comparison of Lu Qian's love. Mr. Lu's love, there was not much in the text, but it could be seen that this love was a failure. Although Mr. Lu had literary talent, he was not good at socializing. Even if he got an official position, he would be ostracized by others, and he would not have a happy life. It was better for him to resign and go home to teach. However, this made Lu Qian's mother suffer. She was the daughter of a rich family, and she was spoiled since childhood. For the sake of her ideal love, she married Mr. Lu. She had hoped that Mr. Lu would be able to show his ambition in his career and prove her vision. However, unexpectedly. Although their life in Bali village was as sweet as honey, their life was poor and the most pitiful. For Mr. Lu and Lu Qian, Miss Jiao had to work, and her body was exhausted. She died after giving birth to Lu Qian. This love showed that it was the right choice to be matched in terms of social status. If this principle was abandoned, there was a high chance that life would not be happy. I think that the text did not mention whether Lu Qian's mother regretted it, but, in the end, she died of exhaustion. There must be some element of regret. Xue Qing and Wen Wenhai's love, it was the kind of love that belonged to the office. The two people in the sect were usually quiet, and neither of them expressed their feelings to the other. Neither of them could tell that the other was interested in them. Even when they went on business trips together, there was nothing ambiguous. However, it was precisely this kind of indifferent feeling that maintained the good feelings between the two of them until the company suddenly went bankrupt, and the two of them were acquired by another company. They were in the most basic and most tiring positions, suffering the supercilious looks and unfair treatment from others. So, as fellow sufferers, the indifferent good feelings gradually turned into love. This kind of situation was extremely common. The most important thing was that the original company was reorganized, and the two of them were rehired by their own apprentices as executives of the company. As a result, it was natural for them to be together. Naturally, the two of them were the disciples of the sect. The love between Peng and Yang Ruping was very tragic. To be honest, the two of them were like Romeo and Juliet. The two of them belonged to different sections. On the surface, these two sects were very close, but because of the sect's interests, there were bound to be conflicts. When this conflict became prominent, it would affect the relationship between the two. In particular, Peng was the leader of the Misty School, and Yang Ruping was the disciple of the leader of the fragrance cult. Their relationship was even more affected by the relationship between the two sects. However, when the two of them met by the sorrowless lake, they fell in love at first sight. Although their parents were against it, the two of them, like Lu Qian's mother, ignored the opposition and insisted on being together. In order not to affect her family, Yang Ruping did not ask about the matters of the Misty School. In order not to affect Peng, the two of them did not even want to have a child. But in the end? In the face of the absolute sect's interests, the interests of the small family must be abandoned. One must look at the big picture and sacrifice. Thinking about Peng's feelings at that time, from the perspective of others, he did not have to commit suicide at all. At worst, he could just go to the fragrance cult and be an idle son-in-law. But presumably, when Peng married Yang Ruping, he said something big, but now? He was forced by his mother-in-law, and he did not have any strength to deal with it. Of course, his heart was extremely regretful, so he died. Of course, there was another reason. Peng may not believe that Yang Ruping did not inform the fragrance cult about the secret plane, but he did not dare to confirm it for fear of destroying the love in his heart. Peng was infatuated and a good man. He wasn't sure what Yang Ruping would do after his death, but for insurance, he still handed over the disciples of the Misty sect to Yang Ruping. He believed that no matter whether Yang Ruping informed the fragrant religion about the secret plane or not, she would treat the disciples of the Misty sect well. And Yang Ruping naturally wouldn't commit suicide to follow him. In fact, what about this love? It was a tragedy, just like Romeo and Juliet. If it were not for Peng, maybe Yang Ruping would have passed the test of the refining heart cave and got the inheritance, and without Yang Ruping, maybe Peng would not commit suicide. Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e, the love of these two people was very universal. It was like a new employee in a company who admired a senior beauty in the company. Although he knew that he was not qualified to pursue, he always did not want to give up his own ideas. During the period when Zhang Xiaohua disappeared, Zhang Xiaohu returned to the Misty School to practice martial arts hard and asked Peng to find Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu must have looked for Chang'e a lot. On one hand, he reported his thoughts, and on the other hand, he talked about his pain. Women were generally soft-hearted. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu had his own family and love in his heart, and such a manly man also had such tenderness in his heart, it was easy for pity to turn into love. There must be many male disciples in the Misty School who pursued Chang'e, but they must have used their strength to show their manliness. They were all the same, and Chang'e naturally did not like them. They could not be compared to Zhang Xiaohu's twisted path. Another opportunity for Zhang Xiaohu was that when the Misty School was destroyed, he had the opportunity to be a hero and protect the beauty. The article did not mention that the Misty School was brought back by the fragrance cult, but it must have been difficult. Zhang Xiaohu must have used this opportunity to show his manly side again. Although this was similar to the male disciples in the Misty School, the timing was different. Chang'e also saw it differently, so naturally, the effect was different. Therefore, Chang'e was captured by Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu and Chen Chen, everyone said that this love was very sudden and felt incredible, but think about it again, what does it mean to say that the sister-in-law is half of the brother-in-law's but? Chen Chen followed Chang'e every day. When Zhang Xiaohu was courting Chang'e, of course, Chen Chen was listening by the side. Even later, when Chang'e and Zhang Xiaohu's relationship deepened and she sent Chen Chen away, Chen Chen must have been eavesdropping. When a young girl yearned for love, of course, she would use Zhang Xiaohu as a standard to find her other half, but if she used Zhang Xiaohu as a standard, did that not mean that she used Zhang Xiaohu as her other half? Moreover, feelings were born with time. The three of them were often together. How could Chen Chen not have feelings for Zhang Xiaohu? Also, in the novel, Zhang Xiaohua said more than once that Zhang Xiaohu and Chen Chen were senior brother and junior sister. It was said that one should guard against fire, burglars, and seniors. After the experience of the Misty School being destroyed and the process of Zhang Xiaohu protecting Chang'e and Chen Chen, this senior brother, naturally, Chen Chen fell in love with him. As for Zhang Xiaohu, it was easy for a man to have feelings for a woman. After spending a lot of time together, it was impossible for Zhang Xiaohu not to know Chen Chen's feelings. It was also because of Chang'e that Zhang Xiaohu dared not face it. However, things took a turn for the better. In Mo Xian's palace, Nun Jingyi randomly matched a couple and betrothed O Yan to Zhang Xiaohu. For the sake of the Misty School, O Yan and Zhang Xiaohu both agreed, but because Chang'e objected, Zhang Xiaohu finally went back on his word. Why did Chang'e object? It was very simple. O Yan was better than her in all aspects. O Yan was O Peng's biological sister. Chang'e was just an ordinary disciple of Mingcue Hall. O Yan's appearance was also slightly better than Chang'e's. O Yan could even gain the support of all the disciples of Ethereal sect. Therefore, after O Yan and Zhang Xiaohu were together, even if Chang'e wanted to marry Zhang Xiaohu, she had to get O Yan's consent. Of course, O Yan would know the feelings between them and might agree, but, in this way, Chang'e would be inferior to O Yan forever. Chang'e was very arrogant and would feel uncomfortable, so she decided to withdraw at that time. Zhang Xiaohu was sincere to Chang'e and made the decision to marry Chang'e even if he didn't want to be the gang leader. This certainly made Chang'e feel gratified, but she also saw that the non-existent relationship between O Yan and Zhang Xiaohu had been exposed. For the sake of his position as the gang leader, Zhang Xiaohu might have something to do with O Yan in the future. Moreover, O Yan had also agreed to be with Zhang Xiaohu at that time. She might even take the initiative to find Zhang Xiaohu in the future. Therefore, when Chang'e later heard that Zhang Xiaohu asked Chen Chen to go back to the Guozhuang house with him, she also agreed. Of course, this agreement was because she thought that Zhang Xiaohu might be sacrificed this time. In order to satisfy Zhang Xiaohu's wish, it could not be ruled out that she had been thinking about it for a long time. Chang'e was not necessarily unaware of the flirting between Zhang Xiaohu and Chen Chen, but she never said anything before Zhang Xiaohu made it clear. What about her consideration during this period of time? How to get rid of the threat O Yan? How to get rid of her? The best way was to find another wife for Zhang Xiaohu, one that Zhang Xiaohu was satisfied with. Chen Chen was of course the most suitable. She had been with Chang'e since childhood and listened to everything Chang'e said. In the future, she would not pose a threat to Chang'e. Chang'e did this to tell Zhang Xiaohu, "Look, I know you and Chen Chen are close, so I let her follow you, so don't think about others anymore." As for O Yan, she knew that Zhang Xiaohu had 2 wives. How could she be the second one? Therefore, Chang'e's threat was gone. This was also the reason why Chang'e agreed to Chen Chen. Zhang Xiaohua and Nie Qianyu, this love story is the most discussed in this article. It can be said that it's the main love story of Zhang Xiaohua. It's just that you don't understand love when you're in your first love. Everyone can recall, how many of your first loves were able to be together? It's precisely because they couldn't be together that it's unforgettable. Then let's think about it. Back then, was this pure and sweet love just a blur in your heart? Maybe you didn't even know. This is love? Maybe it's an inadvertent glance, maybe it's an inadvertent collision, maybe it's a deliberate conflict between you and her. Aren't these all the manifestations of first love? However, this kind of love. Did you say it out loud back then? Presumably, most people didn't. And in the future, when you look back, it's both sweet and regretful. First love is sweet and bitter, especially for Nie Qianyu. In order to show her ability to Valley Master Nie Qianyu volunteered to go somewhere to get the key of the primordial stone. Valley Master Nie had the same idea as O Peng. He thought that Nie Qianyu was a little girl and wouldn't attract attention. He just needed to quietly take out the key. Unexpectedly, she was discovered by Between the Clouds and the Water, who had been watching the Fragrance Cult and Rejuvenation Valley for a long time. They chased her all the way. At the last moment, the little girl was saved by Zhang Xiaohua. Although Zhang Xiaohua's behavior at that time was vulgar, but she had an inner beauty. Moreover, young men and women mingled along the way, and it was easy for sparks of love to appear. Not to mention our Xiaohua, who was so righteous and would accompany her from thousands of miles away. How could Nie Qianyu, who had just awakened to love for the first time, not open her heart? Nie Qianyu was extremely intelligent. She had a unique view on the love between men and women. In this aspect, she was somewhat similar to Lu Qian. Yes, it was a girl chasing a guy. Zhang Xiaohua, if you don't say anything, then fine, I will. When I say something, I won't say it clearly. I will only use some vague words and some concrete actions to express my love for you. Of course, the competition on the arena had fully demonstrated Nie Qianyu's feelings for Zhang Xiaohua. If she didn't have feelings for Zhang Xiaohua, would she be worth it to enter the wolf's den after just getting out of the fire pit? Unfortunately, on one hand, Zhang Xiaohua had dreams in her heart. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohua still missed her second brother. Therefore, although she was aware of Nie Qianyu's feelings, she was as ignorant as us when we were young and didn't know how to cherish it. However, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little guilty in her heart. When they parted ways at Rejuvenation Valley, she couldn't help but impart the first level of the Carefree Heart Sutra to Nie Qianyu when she saw how sad she was. Of course, this way, on one hand, she had resolved their fate. On the other hand, their status had been confirmed. First love would always be the deepest memory and would never have a happy ending. Therefore, from the beginning, the two of them didn't have a happy ending. Senior brother and junior sister were already not bad. Zhang Xiaohua and Little Orange, these two actually didn't have any love to speak of. What they did have was a budding affection for Zhang Xiaohua. It was a kind of unrequited love. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua's acting was really too good. Little Orange thought that Zhang Xiaohua was just a young man from the countryside and that Little Orange's status was more than enough for a farmer's boy. In addition, when Zhang Xiaohua appeared in a crisis, his glorious image immediately filled Little Orange's trembling heart. In addition, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the petty character of a farmer's boy. He was a refreshing new experience for Little Orange. Therefore, she couldn't help but have feelings for him. Actually, it was understandable. Although Nie Qianyu wasn't young in Rejuvenation Valley, she matured late and definitely didn't have many suitors. However, Little Orange was different. She was Nie Qianyu's personal servant. In Nie Qianyu's words, she never treated Little Orange as an outsider. If Nie Qianyu got married, Little Orange might have to follow her. If Little Orange didn't follow her, then who in Rejuvenation Valley would be more favored by Nie Qianyu? It must be Little Orange. Therefore, among the disciples and servants of Rejuvenation Valley, there must be countless people who tried to curry favor with them. Little Orange was used to seeing people trying to curry favor with them. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua's attitude of not taking him seriously, he naturally had a rebellious mentality. "You're just a child of a farmer's family. How dare you look down on me? I'm going to pay attention to you." Therefore, it was still the same old saying. The more you ignore her, the more she will stick to you. Unfortunately, when Little Orange found out about Nie Qianyu's thoughts, she would probably be angry and shy. She couldn't snatch him away and could only avoid him. Fortunately, she was Nie Qianyu's personal servant. If she got married, she could follow them. Even if she couldn't monopolize Zhang Xiaohua, she could still get a share of the action. Therefore, while she was feeling bitter, she probably didn't want Nie Qianyu and Zhang Xiaohua to be together, but she also wanted the two of them to be together. But when Little Orange found out about Zhang Xiaohua's supernatural power, which was Zhang Xiaohua's performance in the arena, her thoughts were probably the same as when Zhang Xiaohua saw Little Orange. She embroidered mandarin ducks on her handkerchief and had some unknown dreams in her heart. She buried this unknown relationship deep in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua and Peacock, Chen, these two relationships shouldn't be love. It should be Peacock and Chen's feelings towards the heavenly axiom when they were pursuing it. However, if the heavenly axiom fell on Zhang Xiaohua, then it would be love and pity. Everyone remembered that in Rejuvenation Valley, when Peacock saw Zhang Xiaohua, the whole world was filled with his shadow. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua's shadow was engraved in Peacock's heart. As for Peacock, because of the Earthly Heart Sutra, she was unable to resist the temptation of the heavenly axiom. But who was Peacock? In her heart, she must be resisting her feelings towards Zhang Xiaohua, a servant from Rejuvenation Valley. It was not because she was annoyed when she heard Zhang Xiaohua calling herself a servant. If she was neither haughty nor humble, would she be pleasing to the eye? Chen was the same, just not as obvious as Peacock. Although these feelings were usually not obvious, they came into play at crucial moments. Chen always referred to Zhang Xiaohua as this servant, but there was something else in his heart. Peacock even mentioned Zhang Xiaohua at crucial moments. Of course, the refining heart cave pushed the relationship between the three of them to the extreme. And all of this was just an illusion. The three of them could never become real partners. Zhang Xiaohua was Chen and Peacock's dream lover. Chen and Peacock should also be Zhang Xiaohua's dream lover, whether they admit it or not. So, think about it, does everyone have the same feelings? Zhang Xiaohua and Dream, this love story is the most important part of the story. I should have written more about it, but when I really wanted to write about it, I realized that I'd already written everything that should have been written, and everything that shouldn't have been written had already been written. Their love, in Ya's eyes, was an inexplicable thing. Was it not the result of his spell? But love was love. It came. No matter the reason, for Dream and Zhang Xiaohua, this was love, a love that was engraved in their bones. Because of the heart-binding curse, this relationship came inexplicably and strangely. It was love at first sight. This is what many readers don't understand. But there's no need to explain. When you read the end, you'll understand. What I want to say is, no matter if it's the fate of parents, love at first sight, or blind dates, as long as two people are together and have feelings for each other, it's true love. There's no need to be envious of other people's forms of love, because love comes in strange ways. Yu Mingxin and Yang Haoya, a fallen cultivator who tasted the sweetness of love. She felt that she had found the essence of life. For the sake of her lover, she stayed by his side. This was a kind of attitude, a kind of persistence, and also a kind of price. Because she fell in love with someone she shouldn't have. And the other person, when he fell in love, he actually reined in the horse at the edge of the cliff, suddenly realized, and went to pursue his path of immortality. Unfortunately, the person he found was the devil Sakra, so it was destined that there would be no ending. Sure enough, the ending was that Yang Haoya regretted it, but what was the use of regret? He was already a heartless man. This love was, of course, born from White Lady and Su Xian. Oh right, Yang Haoya and Yu Mingxin's love. There's also an outer chapter, Yue Wuya. Qidian, http://www.ktwengsu.com/book20020087. ASPX. Those who are interested can go and take a look. It's a very realistic love. Okay, I've thrown a brick to attract jade. The story of the cultivation god has finally come to an end. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Com to vote. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.